500,000 Neden. A calm and composed voice rang in the silent hall, stunning many. It was Oliver. Oliver had bid for the stone unexpectedly? People turned their heads to look at him and realized it was the same person with the suspicious outfit and mysterious powers from earlier. The auctioneer paused, giving Oliver a look before she quickly said. 500,000 Neden. Does anyone wish to counter? Humph. The old man from earlier sneered as he looked at the short Oliver with a gaze of disdain. Young and naive, don't know how to appreciate elders' help? This generation is useless. Being the old block he was, his thinking naturally matched his age. Some short-sighted people also snickered at that. They felt that they had misjudged Oliver from the beginning. It seemed that the boy was just carrying some strength-concealing artifact or something to appear more mysterious. Some people in the audience could not help but feel disdain towards him. While the others contemplated his reason for buying the artifact, they wondered if he was really naive and just wanted to stand out or if there was something deeper. Oliver felt the once familiar gaze probing him again. He looked towards Jenna and through his special eyes read what she was mouthing. She was asking him what he intended to do with that? Although it was not her business to know that, he did not say that. It couldn't be that she was concerned about him either. A ruthless and clever woman showing concern for him all of a sudden? He would never believe that. It was possible that she wanted to know if he knew anything related to the artifact or not. Naturally, he wouldn't tell her anything or she'd directly place a bid that he would not be able to match. He mouthed the words. I want to stand out. And then ignored her. Jenna, who was far above, was stunned after hearing his reasoning. She knew that it was not this simple. This little kid, although he looked silly and naive, was very money-minded. He was aware of the rates, and his eyes were that of a growing merchant. He would not deal in loss, and that stone which everyone was thinking was going to cut a loss, was suddenly bid by him? Had she not known him, she might also have thought of him as an attention-grabbing brat, but not now. She knew his personality from their interaction last time. He was a genius when it came to picking trash among treasures. His artifact appraising skills were too good. So good that she was willing to invite him to become a true member of the Black Codex Federation. He definitely saw something in that stone that she was not able to detect. She wondered if it was another epic rank artifact in hiding. She suddenly had the strong urge to bid against him. With her wealth, he would not be able to compete with her at all. And after purchasing the stone, she could just send it to the top appraisers in the Black Codex Federation to get it examined. She once again looked at him and then at the ordinary stone in the display box placed on the stage. She sighed and shook her head. I should have bid for it first. She regretted not bidding for it first. Now she decided not to bid for obvious reasons. Oliver and she now belonged to the same organization and in a way, he was her junior and a child. If she really competed against him, then not only would she worsen her ties with him in the future but also be indirectly or directly provoking him based on his thinking. He was too mysterious and was shrouded in a fog of secrets. His potential was unknown. She did not believe the Mystic Purge clan's evaluation of him being useless. She always thought of multiple scenarios at the same time. What if Oliver was extraordinary and the clan simply did not want to leak the details about their best heirs to other people in the clan, so they just termed him talentless? What if Oliver was hiding something that not even the great clan was aware of? There were many scenarios revolving in her mind. If such a scenario indeed came true, then she would be making enemies with the wrong person. If she had bid before him, then he wouldn't have had any reason to blame her, but what's done was done. She decided to place more importance on human resources than materials this time. With her calm mind and wits, she had survived and dominated the business industries among exorcists. She knew what was more valuable to her at the moment. With a heavy heart, she calmly waited. Even though she had earlier been suspected by him for being creepy, she let it go. It was just that he didn't know his limits and was thus so daring. How could she, a dignified woman, be a creep? If he knew her real strength, he wouldn't even dare to look up at her. She shook her head and looked ahead with a straight face, secretly suppressing the intrusive thoughts to just bid a very high amount. Since there's no one interested in bidding, the item now belongs to number 69. Congratulations, number 69. She clapped lightly, heaving a sigh of relief that someone was willing to buy this piece of junk. There were always such junk materials that would occasionally slip in. She had heard from her colleagues about how awkward they would feel when no one wanted to buy an item. She had never experienced such a situation before in her time here, and it was about to become like that, but fortunately, someone bought it. She felt grateful. She would get more commission now, thanks to Oliver. Later, she would submit a report to the auction head and request that they don't accept items through backdoor entries and get them appraised properly first. The crowd had mixed reactions as well. Number 69 is a fool, haha. It can't be helped, there are always such attention grabbers present in auctions every year. You're right, he even dared to ignore Mr. Teshu's advice, a junior expert appraiser, haha. Sagar Teshu was kind enough to let others know about this junk of a material, and yet this person number 69 didn't know how to appreciate it. Another person shook his head. Forget it, he's either a spoilt child from some noble family or clan or just spent his entire savings to buy this junk to look rich. If it's the latter, then he will be regretting it soon enough. It was then that they suddenly felt a chill. They suddenly felt a chill behind and got uncomfortable all over. Looking over, the masked person was looking in their direction, and his eyes, for some reason, felt intimidating and overbearing. It was as if they were being stared down by the entire sky. They felt as insignificant as tiny ants under the mountainous intimidation from him. Just the gaze was so overbearing that they felt they were being stared down by the stars. Always beneath. It seemed that they shouldn't comment more or they would get into big trouble, so they quickly shut themselves. Oliver, on the other hand, focused back on the stage. He knew these sort of people. They were all bark, but no bite. They would fear strong and bully the weak. He used only light intimidation and silenced them instantly. Calmly, he assessed the situation. He had purchased the artifact. The artifact everyone was considering useless and uncommon rank. An item that made others feel that he was trying to show off. Something that a junior expert appraiser from the Forging Association advised against. He bought it. Why? Just why would he purchase such trash? Simple, because it was not trash. But a gem in the covering of garbage that they could not see. This artifact was called Stone of Sight and was an item that was originally possessed by the High Priestess of the Vesa family in the story's original plotline. She was the future companion of the protagonist of the story. In the novel, they both worked as allies for some time before departing. She was someone who fought alongside the protagonist and helped exterminate demons who threatened the very concept of humanity. She was someone with the power to predict the future to some extent, and the source of her powers originated from this Stone of Sight. It was this artifact that helped her awaken her latent potential and rise above other exorcists. She could divine events that were going to happen at some point and change them. The Stone of Sight was the original family heirloom of the Vesa family, a once-renowned family that participated in the Great Demon War as a vassal family for the Mystic Purge clan. They were a family of seasoned exorcists, having multiple achievements, and was also the place that once birthed many powerhouses during the Dark War. They fell from grace when their acting patriarch at that time fell against the demons in the battlefield. Slowly, other families rose above and took their place, chipping away at every prestige they once were proud of. This was how the world worked. If you were not powerful enough to defend yourself and your family, then you could only step down and let others rise above you. There were countless other families vying for the attention of the Mystic Purge clan, wanting to earn the status of a vassal family, and they would do anything to rise above their competitors, schemes, plots, blood, whatever was possible. All for the mere attention and recognition of the great clan. The Mystic Purge clan, being the infamous clan they had been, did not even bother looking back and moved forward with the newer and better vassal families. Time passed, and the Vesa family slowly disappeared, at least from the public eye. While actually, they had just secluded themselves in the dense mountains of the north. The family was suffering badly during this time. The lack of decent exorcists in their family was one of the major reasons. They could have directly migrated to the area with normal humans and could have lived a somewhat good life, but they did not. If an exorcist family decides to assimilate completely in the normal human cities, that would mean forever sealing their abilities and powers and live as normal humans. This was the greatest shame an exorcist clan or family could suffer from. They would be forever killing their exorcist background to the root by doing that. Of course, the Vesa family refused to go down this way. The current patriarch was an average man at best, both in terms of abilities and management. No one in the exorcism community would be willing to live the small life of a normal human. This was how the world worked, no matter how it was. During this time, fortune finally shined on them as they gave birth to a talented daughter. She had above-average potential and was hardworking. She cared for her family and desired for her family to once again regain their lost respect. She should be older than me. Oliver thought. At this moment, she was already some years older than him. Upon seeing her family's dire circumstances, she decided to do the ultimate. Without the notice of her parents, she secretly picked up some valuables from her family's treasure vault. There were not many things, but she took what she considered to be sellable. A reckless and stupid move, but she did it out of desperation. She was not able to see her parents suffering every day. She hated this. What was the use of treasures or heirlooms if they can't be used when needed? If they can't be used and were only serving as decorations, then it was better to earn something from them. The readers empathized with her decision to sell the artifacts, seeing as it was an action out of love for her family and her desire to improve their situation, rather than a selfish or malicious act. She traveled all the way from her home to the Mystic Purge clan and put the items up for auction. She was naive and had little knowledge of the world. She used her textbook knowledge and put the items up for auction in hopes of gaining funds that she could use to rebuild her family. Maybe this was why she was scammed multiple times after leaving the mountains. She truly acted like an oblivious and ignorant bumpkin. He wondered how his actions would affect the future since he had directly purchased the heirloom of the Veza family. He didn't know if she was even aware that the stone she had put up for auction was so important or not. She didn't just think it was some ordinary item, right? He doubted. The stone of sight, although appearing lacking and useless, was not. This was just because this artifact had certain conditions that needed to be fulfilled first before it could grant the bearer future sight. The only reason people never realized its true potential was because the first and foremost condition to activate this artifact was through a sacrifice. A sacrifice of one's own sight to achieve the first condition. The artifact worked on simple reasons. For someone to be able to bear the powers of future sight, they must be prepared to vassal that power inside their eyes. And the best way to achieve that was to have a blank slate prepared. If used on a person with no sight, the chances for them to gain future sight increase highly. Otherwise, it was very difficult to handle the power of future sight. In the novel, it was mentioned briefly that someone had purchased the artifact from the auction, and later the daughter of the Veza family had to go through many things and situations before being able to retrieve the artifact back. He shook his head. It was time for the last item. In the end, he had purchased the Stone of Sight, and it was not for no reason either. It was not that he wanted to interfere in the plot and get involved with the High Priestess of the Veza family or anything like that. It's just that he was more or less interested in obtaining future sight for himself. Now, he had no intentions to sacrifice his sight to gain that or anything. He had better ways to go around it. It was said that the vessel for future sight must have blank eyes to be able to adjust to the powers and divinity it brought along. But did he have to fear being unable to bear the load of future sight on him? Definitely not. He was someone with an evolved and upgraded version of one of the special eyes, the abyss eyes, so it was a given that he could easily handle the load of such power himself. Cosmic void gaze was an unfathomable power, and something like future sight was very small in front of it. He could easily assimilate the power to see the future into his eyes to some extent. Although he was quite sure that the effects he would have after that would be significantly reduced. He wouldn't be able to predict the future as accurately as a person with the complete version of it. But that was totally fine. He just wanted to add one more card or weapon in his arsenal. No matter how insignificant the effects of future sight might become, it would be better than having nothing at all. Not to mention that he felt that he could also satisfy the other conditions as well. He calmly waited for the auction to be over. It was time for the final item of the auction, and his anticipations were quite high considering they were usually the best of the items. Now then, moving on to the final item for this auction. The auctioneer's voice was filled with excitement as two men brought a huge thing covered with a white cloth onto the stage. The audience also held their breath. It was definitely worth looking at. Take off the covers. Let the audience feast their eyes on this item. Multiple gasps and exclamations were heard as the cover was taken off. What? A demon. They have gotten an impressive find. Fuck. Didn't expect this demon to be here. You're seeing it right. It's a demon. A rare Michi, to be specific. It's an extremely rare demon and was very hard to subdue alive. As exorcists, you all must be familiar with this demon, so I will not say much. We all know how precious this is. The auctioneer stated as a tense atmosphere gripped the crowd. It was an extremely precious thing and most present knew its worth. But the problem was that this demon was going to be sold very high, and most probably all the VIPs on the second floor were going to fiercely bid for this. The people on the ground floor could only listen at this moment. Interfering now would be useless and offensive. None of them wanted to offend the strong individuals above for this. The bidding will start at 50 million Neden. 60 million. 80 million. 120 million. 150 million. Terrifying amounts were raised without batting an eye by the VIPs present. They all knew what this demon was worth and wanted it. Oliver sat on his chair and looked at the demonic creature closely, observing its features with interest. The creature was taller than a lamppost and moved crouched and close to the ground. Its blistery skin looked melted onto its swollen muscles. Its body appeared to be covered in a foul-smelling liquid. It had 2 arms that were too long for its body and ended in hook-like teal talons. 2 grotesque arms sprouted from its back like wings. Its face was bloated and bulbous. Its mouth gaped open with rows of saw-like teeth and a long black tongue. It had a single ooze-secreting white dot for an eye. Amici. He knew of this demon from the novel. The reason the exorcists were so excited to see this demon was due to its special qualities. The demon possessed a poison brain. There were 17 different pathways inside the demon's brains, which could be used to extract and make 17 types of terrifying poisons. Capturing Amici was very difficult as they usually lived in harsh environments and would rather die than be captured. That's why a living Michi was a rarity. He was feeling a sense of awe. He had never seen a fantasy creature before. All he was familiar with was a lazy and fat cat at home so far. So seeing a demon for the first time in his life left him impressed. His lips curled into a small smile. He has always read about demons in the novel and heard about their grotesque appearances and terrifying powers. Looking at the demon's appearance, he did indeed was feeling disgusted as a human. Wait, I won't be termed a racist, right? He felt it was possible that he could be called a racist by the demon heretics or followers in the human territories. Well, they would need to come out of hiding to call him that first. He heard the bidding was becoming heated as seconds passed by. Looking at the people above spitting such great amounts, he felt the urge to flaunt a little as well. Throughout the auction, he had been feeling quite poor. 180 million. Taking a small gap, he quickly uttered an amount as well. 200 million. To poke some fun, he directly bid 200 million Neden, knowing that they would not stop at that only, and bid more. It was quite the risky joke. If it went wrong, he would forever be in debt. Only because he felt it was funny and safe did he place the bet. However, to his shock, there was silence after he spoke, which made his hair stood on end. No way, they will bid more, right? He looked around and saw many people looking at him with strange expressions. What the fuck? Was that a big amount to these people? They're going to bid more, right? Oliver heard the auctioneer suddenly announce. 200 million Neden, is no one willing to bid higher? What the fuck? Was that a big amount to these people? They're going to bid more, right? Oliver heard the auctioneer suddenly announce. 200 million Neden, is no one willing to bid higher? His heart sank when he heard that. He couldn't afford that at all, nor did he intend to buy that ugly demon. 220 million. Fortunately for him, the bidding resumed as he heaved a sigh of relief and almost slumped back into the plump cushion of his chair. In fact, 200 million was indeed not too big of an amount for the people above. They all belonged to wealthy backgrounds. The reason that there was silence in the hall was due to the fact that someone like him who appeared to be nothing more than an attention-grabbing stupid brat dared to bid such an amount casually. Not to mention, him directly provoking the people on the floor above was also very brave of him. Some people could not help but secretly admire the thick skin of brainless young masters. Sure enough, the rich young masters didn't care about the future. They lived in the present and offended people left and right without giving face to their status. Cough. Oliver coughed awkwardly as he remained silent and didn't dare to joke around more. 240 million. The bid had reached a great scale and now even the people on the second floor were hesitant to spend more, pondering if they should bid more or stop. It was at that moment when a cold feminine voice cut through every thought across the hall. 300 million Neden. A huge amount which directly extinguished any hesitance others had. Jenna Sullivan had placed her bid. The air was oppressive and no one dared to bid against her. They all were aware of how terrifying this woman was. Despite being in the territory of Mystic Purge clan, she operated without fear and was ruthless. She belonged to the Black Codex Federation. One of the executives of that giant superpower. It was not their place to even dream to compete with her. They knew that unless you were someone from an equal background to her or greater, you practically had no chance to win against her in terms of money. And many people were aware that she was a narrow-minded woman and would attack them in other ways if they offended her in the future. It was better to not mess with her and get on bad terms with the Black Codex Federation for this demon. In a way, she was very similar to Oliver. The auctioneer saw this and directly announced. The item now belongs to number 37. Congratulations. With this, the auction also ends. Buyers can collect their purchased items from behind the hallway. The servants will be attending to your needs, and all transactions will take place there. Thank you for attending the auction. With that, the auctioneer left and the men also took the caged demon away. Congratulations, sir, for your purchase. Please come this way, we will proceed with the transactions here. Your item is in this package. A polite man said to Oliver as he handed him a small glass box with the stone in it. All right, lead the way. He told the man as he looked around to see many of the guests inspecting their items and making payments to the staff. He had already checked using Cosmic Void Gaze and verified it was the real thing that the man had given him. Of course, he was still in his mask and cap. Oh. Miss Sullivan, I am honored to be graced by your presence today. A fat woman in a sparkling red dress said aloud, not caring about surroundings. Behind her were 3 exorcists serving as guards as well. It was evident that she was probably the manager of today's event and has personally come to deliver items Jenna had purchased to her. Jenna was a superior person unlike the ordinary him, so it was normal for her to be received by high-profile people as well. Don't waste my time. Hurry up and bring the items. Jenna replied in a tone colder than ice, making the surrounding people gasp. The fat woman in the red dress could not help but pop a vein on her forehead in anger, but she still maintained a professional strained smile. As you wish, they will be here shortly, well, if you'll excuse me. The woman in red quickly left before suffering any further insult. She could not argue with Jenna, she was not in a position to in the first place. Jenna's status and power were way above hers, so she could only bear it. Oliver, who was far and heard it, could not help but exclaim secretly at her unfriendliness and lack of IQ. With this sort of attitude, he could only imagine the number of people she must have offended in the past. No wonder, she was so cold. She must have no friends. Jenna, who was impatient, felt his gaze and turned her head to look at him. She felt he was again looking at her pitifully, which she didn't like at all for some reason. She frowned and ignored him. She had made it clear that she did not want to be related to him in the public or it'll bring annoyances her way considering his special status. It was clear she wanted her relationship with him to be strictly professional. Oliver saw this and did not look at her again. He took out the black card and handed it to the polite staff to make the transaction. Saw THN0Vulfur.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The man looked at the golden C engraved on the card and could not help but feel surprised. Someone else from the Black Codex Federation? Nonetheless, he quickly did the payment and escorted him out. Underscore 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 underscore. After coming out of the auction, he heaved a breath of relief. Fortunately, he did not encounter troublesome things at the auction, and everything went smoothly. I should get going now. He walked towards the exit of the market, but in the middle of his way, he suddenly turned around. He moved in random directions and stopped. I am being followed? Who is it? He wondered. He could sense the other party tailing behind him trying to be discreet, but he was able to catch their movements. It indicated one thing. They were novices and didn't know that he had already sensed them. Shaking his head, he decided to confront the person directly. He didn't want someone to follow him back to his courtyard and bother him at night. He quietly led his follower towards a desolate and silent area, somewhat far away from the bustling marketplace. Suddenly he turned backward and rushed to the person in cloak. He turned around abruptly and, making use of his high speed, went directly towards a distant figure who was most likely following him, catching the latter off guard. Seeing him in high speed, the person in the cloak was shocked and quickly tried to flee, only to be tackled to the ground by him. Oliver got straight to the point, grabbing the throat of the cloaked person. He asked with cold eyes. Who are you? His voice was sharp and low. Why were you following me? He tightened his grip as the figure tried to shake off his hand and escape. He threatened, if you move too much, I'll directly crush your neck and kill you. Answer my questions and I'll let you live. Who ordered you to follow me? The flailing figure stopped moving around when his words were heard. Seeing this, Oliver lessened his grip. Naturally, he had no intention to kill. He had never killed an animal, let alone a human before. It would be weird if he suddenly became a cold-blooded killer. He just threatened the person to make them stop. In this world, such killings were common, so a smart person would know when to surrender. He said, let's take off your hood, I would like to see your face. He used his other hand and directly removed the hood covering the person's head. Wavy and shiny crystal blue hair emerged from underneath the hood. His eyes slowly widened behind his mask as he saw the face of the woman. Ding. Lucia Veza. Does the host wish to bind with the individual? Lucia Veza. What is she doing here? He was quite surprised seeing one of the major characters of the novel right in front of him. He swiftly declined the system and looked back at her. She had ink blue-colored eyes which were strained at the moment and glaring at him. She had a small button nose and glossy pink lips. Her skin was fair and devoid of blemishes. She said in a low voice, let me down. I'll talk. Hearing this, he came back to his senses and calmly released his grip on her throat. He knew she must have something to say to him if she followed him for so long. Also, he did not feel good holding someone by their throat. Speak, he said. He did not waver much and maintained a stoic persona, while internally he was wondering if he should reveal himself or not. In the end, he decided not to do so. He was curious about her reason. Why was she here and what was she doing here? He could understand that she was probably here for the auction to sell the things. I am Lucia Veza. Actually, the stone that you purchased, well, I am the one who put that on auction. She said, her tone faltering slightly, displaying her lack of confidence and hesitance. So what? Oliver questioned, so what if she was the seller? He had purchased the artifact now and was the official owner of it. And not to mention, the auction house strictly forbade its sellers to directly approach its clients and demand things back. This action of hers could give her a permanent ban from the auction circle for a lifetime, with her merchant status getting revoked as well. She continued, I am sorry, this may sound ridiculous and unrelated to you, but please listen to me for a moment. I know I am being a bother right now, but this is very important to me that I let you know of this. Oliver calmly asked. What is it? Seeing that he was not leaving or attacking her again, Lucia was relieved. She told him. Actually, the stone you are currently taking with you is the family heirloom of the Veza family, an exorcist family in seclusion. I am not sure if you have ever heard of our name, but my family was very prominent some decades ago. She paused before continuing, but at the moment, although I feel ashamed to admit it, we have fallen and are now suffering to maintain our long-existing family. It has become a tenth of what it once used to be. The stone in your hands, I don't know why, but it's the heirloom that has been passed in my family from generation to generation. Her eyes turned somewhat desperate and moist. Clenching her fist, she lowered her head. I beg of you, could you please return this to me? Her body trembled slightly, displaying how difficult it must have been for an heiress to bow down to someone and beg for something. Unfortunately, that cannot happen. Please. I beg of you, please. I am willing to put anything online in exchange for it. She cut him and pleaded. Then why did you even put it up on the auction in the first place if you had never intended to sell it? He paused and asked something first. That. It's a complex story. She narrated the story of how she came from the mountains and how the thing and auction happened to now. So basically, to summarize, her father had realized that she had stolen artifacts from the household and was enraged and regretful. He could not just come to the Mystic Purge clan suddenly now, and it would take him a considerable amount of time to even reach them. So, he used his connections and delivered her a message through which she came to know that the stone she had thought was useless and ordinary was actually her family heirloom. Initially, she was shocked, but she trusted her father and asked the auction staff to give the stone back. However, by then it was already too late. She felt that no one would buy that stone considering its lacking look and uses. She had just picked it up at random from the treasure vault while leaving her house. Even she felt that the stone would not sell, But when she heard from her father that it was actually their family inheritance, she was shocked. The stone was definitely not ordinary and was directly tied to the secret of the past when her ancestors were great exorcists. She regretted ever auctioning the stone. At the same time, she was quite in awe that Oliver was keen enough to see through the special stone. "Why were you following me secretly like this then? Why didn't you directly approach me?" He could not help but be curious. It's because of your suspicious get-up. You are dressed like a kidnapper, so." She spoke in a somewhat straight tone, leaving Oliver speechless. Come to think of it, he was indeed dressed suspicious. A black summer cap, a mask covering full face. He shook his head of such thoughts and looked at her oblivious face. Sigh, why is she so naive? Had she told this to a villain character, then it would have remained a dream to even get the artifact back. Sigh, why is she so naive? Had she told this to a villain character, then it would have remained a dream to even get the artifact back. She was recklessly following him thinking he wouldn't notice, but he was smart and knew the person tailing him was a novice, and only then did he dare to attack. In fact, she seemed quite clueless at the moment. It might be due to the fact that she had come from the mountains and was still learning about the world. In the novel, she had later become a more intelligent person than she was now. Seeing that the masked person was silent, Lucia felt anxious that he was not going to give it back to her. She would never be able to face her father again if she lost this. Unfortunately, Please reconsider it. She bowed even deeper, clasping her hands together and looking at him. Could you stop cutting me off? I will just leave if you keep doing that, he said annoyedly. Oh, yes, please say. What I was saying was that I cannot give this artifact to you now. Lucia felt depressed when she heard this, but her ears perked up slightly when she heard the word now. Confusedly, she glanced at him. You heard that right, I cannot give this to you now, but I can give it to you in the future when I am done with using it. Oh. Oliver looked at her and nodded internally. It was better to be in contact with her in the future. He might be able to have a positive relationship with the main protagonist in the future. But what do you need this stone for? Do you know about it? Lucia asked curiously. Even she did not know what this stone was used for. She had only heard her father emphasize its importance in the message. Never had she heard from him about it or its uses. So, now that someone seemed to know about the stone artifact, she naturally wanted to know. It's nothing. He was about to say something but paused. She should come to know about this herself. If he told her about this, then it would only unnecessarily complicate matters. How could it be nothing? You were just about to tell something. What is it? The blue-haired girl asked with an expression of intensity. She felt that he clearly knew what the artifact was and its uses, but decided not to inform her. It made her feel more interested to know what her family heirloom did exactly. You will know in due time, ask your father about it, he will explain it to you better. Oliver calmly said, which made her eyes widen. You know my father. She could not believe that the person who had purchased the stone even knew her father. Saw THN0, free.nt website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This made her feel Oliver was definitely not a simple person. While their family has fallen now, her father still considered himself a proud exorcist and had a very limited circle. The people he was in contact with were also not simple, so she was inclined to believe that Oliver was also not ordinary. This somehow made her trust him more. Earlier, she was feeling uneasy that he might leave with her artifact and never return it, but now she felt that he might return it to her in the future. If he knew about the artifact that was her family's heirloom, then it must mean he was close to either her father and mother, or else it was almost impossible to know such a deep secret about her family. You can think of it that way. Anyways, you ask your father later, he told her. He thought for a moment as he stared at her deep eyes before saying, I'll return this stone to you in a few years. You don't need to worry about how and why. And if I am not wrong, you'll be attending the academy at that time. Lucia was simply unable to speak anything at the moment. This person in the mask seems to have made a deep and long plan already. He even told her that she would be attending the academy at the time he'll return the stone back. She had planned to enroll in the academy indeed, but this news was something she had only discussed with a few people in her family. So for him to know that she'll be going to the academy made her feel weird. Not to mention, she was not even sure that she would be accepted into the institute of such talented exorcists. Sir, if I may, what's your name? You seem to know my family deeply. She bent her neck a little and asked hesitantly. She felt that it was proper to address this person as sir. He was clearly a superior exorcist with great power. She could not sense even a hint of despair from him. You don't need to know. I'll be taking my leave if that's all. Remember to train hard, the times about to come will be difficult, but you must persist. Oliver refrained from sharing anything with her at the moment. He encouraged her slightly to train harder so she could grow stronger faster and make the world peaceful with the protagonist quickly for him to live. Ah. Lucia seemed to want to say something more, but the words could not come out of her mouth. She felt a heated feeling in her heart. An expert exorcist actually gave her encouragement personally? This was the same feeling she felt whenever her father personally supervised her training. She felt motivated and energized. If possible, in the future, she would definitely like to know who it was. She was a bit disappointed that she was not able to get his name, considering she was thinking about asking her father about him later. She took a deep breath and went her own way to look for opportunities to grow stronger and reply to her father's message about the current situation with the mysterious man. She returned back and contacted her father and told him about the details. A person I know took the stone of sight and said he'll return it to her some years later. He also seems to know what it's used for. He even knew she will be enrolling in the academy in the future. Lucia's father received the message from her daughter about the situation and was stunned. She even said that he was a close friend of mine? What's going on? Why did he not remember anyone with a mask and cap on his friend list? Was this friendship supposed to be one-sided? Fuck. She did not get scammed, right? He could not help but curse in anger. The stone of sight was now in the hands of a complete stranger, and they had no clue who it was. The situation could not be any worse. It's over, my family is now over, father, grandfather. I could not keep the one thing that you entrusted me with so much importance. It's over, all over. Lucia's father weakly fell onto the floor, his eyes unfocused and sunken. Dear, please handle yourself. His wife quickly supported him. Right now, she was fuming with anger as well. That stupid daughter. Dear, please handle yourself. His wife quickly supported him. Right now, she was fuming with anger as well. Her daughter had finally done the unthinkable. She had always been an honest and sincere child, but now she showed such stupidity that invalidated all her past achievements. She actually dared to auction the family treasure so brazenly. It's all my fault. I failed to raise her properly. No, it's not your fault alone. We have failed as parents. I don't know what will become of our family now. The only hope I had was placed on the stone of sight. It was supposed to be used to awaken Lucia's bloodline, and now it's gone. Didn't she say that she was confident that the stranger will return the artifact back in a few years? If so, then there's still. Are you crazy? Do you actually believe that? Lucia is naive and unreliable when it comes to such matters. She's only good when it comes to talent. Her social skills are limited, just like her knowledge about the world. The father reprimanded the mother. Hearing this, she fell silent. His words did seem to make sense after all. No matter how supportive she was, she knew her daughter well. He slowly got up, supporting himself with the help of his wife. Where are you going now? I cannot trust Lucia. I need to go and find the artifact myself, or at least find a solution to this mess, or else we are completely doomed, he said in a resolute tone. What are you even going to do? Lucia's mother could not help but ask uncertainly. I'll try to see if I can find the stranger first by asking around first. If push comes to shove, I still have some connections with the Mystic Purge clan. The clan? You think they will help us? They had long moved forward. You'll only be making a fool of yourself among those high-class noble exorcists. We both know they detest low-class powerless exorcists like us. She could not help but warn worriedly. I know, but I must do something or I'll never be able to live properly. He said with eyes closed as he recalled some memories of the past. Taking a deep breath, he told his wife, I'll be leaving for the central area. I need to teach Lucia a lesson as well. With that, he left the room in a hurry, leaving behind a worried woman. Oh, Lucia, my child. What have you done, causing so much trouble to your father? I hope he won't be too harsh on her. It was clear that her father was a paranoid person. Zippy, I am back. Oliver announced as usual and received a lazy meow in response back. The cat was laying in the courtyard on its back, with its bloating belly upwards. She had just eaten and was now laying around in laziness. His lips could not help but twitch at the useless cat. Her antics were very undignified for a reputed clan guardian. He directly ignored the cat and went inside. He placed the Stone of Sight in a secure box and rested by the side. I have now acquired the artifact, now I need 2 more things before I can awaken future sight. He thought in a composed state. The first condition for this stated that the individual must sacrifice their sight in order to become a vessel capable enough to handle its power. But naturally, he was not interested in doing that. With cosmic void gaze, he could easily bypass this condition. He was already a strong enough vessel. It would be more or less like adding an attribute of future sight to the cosmic void gaze. The second one is the difficult one to achieve at the moment. He looked at the rapier laying by his side and lightly brushed it with his fingers as he remembered the second condition Lucia had to undergo in order to awaken her latent potential. The trial of Oracle. It was a trial that one must undergo if they wished to use the Stone of Sight at any cost. It was a trial that was there conducted by the mysterious being Oracle in order to find people worthy to inherit the powers. Anyone succeeding in the trial would directly become a prophetic kin. But the trial was held in the Mountains of Mist, which was a place located quite far from the Mystic Purge clan. Not to mention, the coordinates of the place where the trial was supposed to be were hard to locate. It was more or less like a test as soon as one stepped foot in the mountains. After all, a seer must be able to see all paths and find the correct one out of the many misleading ones. If I succeed in clearing the trial, I could awaken the bloodline that Lucia was able to obtain as well. He pressed onto the rapier as he thought about it. He could not use Lucia as a medium to obtain tenfold benefits this time. First of all, he was already tied to Nadia at the moment and had no plans to switch targets. He didn't know when Lucia was going to awaken the bloodline, it would probably be quite late in the future. He didn't have the patience to wait that long. By then, he might have already met with the main protagonist of the novel. Not only that, Lucia had little training benefits to offer as compared to Nadia. Nadia, being the rich miss of the clan, had countless resources at her disposal, so her growth rate was faster than Lucia's, who belonged to a poor family with little resources to spare. Not to mention that she was now on her own training by herself, which would slow her down even more. It was not worth it. The Veza family seems to believe that it was their latent bloodline that was awakened by the Stone of Sight, while in fact it was not entirely the case. Their ancestor was able to clear the trial of Oracle and was thus able to obtain the famed bloodline called Tomorrow's Path. However, since he married a weak woman afterwards, his children were not able to inherit the powerful blood in his veins. The Stone of Sight was something like a key that he had managed to obtain from the place where the trial was held. The artifact was a sort of key that helped the bearer bypass some difficult stages and advance. It was not clearly mentioned, but only in brief. Lucia's grandfather was the last person who knew of these things, but unfortunately, he died in the battlefield, not able to clearly teach his son about this stuff. Oliver could not help but shake his head when he realized this. But well, whatever it may be, fate or destiny, Lucia was able to somehow find the place of trial, and through a series of fights with her other companions, she cleared the Oracle's trial and was thus rewarded with the awakening of Tomorrow's Path, bloodline. Haha, what a plot. Oliver could not help but clap lightly. This was very much fate or destiny for Lucia. He wanted to obtain the bloodline as well. Tomorrow's Path was a powerful bloodline revolving around Oracle and fate. He would be stupid to let this opportunity fly past him. I will need to leave the clan. I need this bloodline before going to the academy. Oliver thought with a serious look in his eyes. He felt it was better to train on his own. According to his calculations, he wouldn't be able to grow much if he remained in the clan. His treatment in the clan was not the best, and giving treasures to Nadia was becoming difficult. She would not accept it and would strongly insist against him meeting her. With the way things were, it would be quite difficult for him to remain in much contact with her. She was not naive either, he could not trick her into using the treasures and artifacts to grow, as he had hoped. He realized that he had very little control in this situation. People were not as easy as depicted in the novels he was used to reading. He realized this, fortunately, and now he must plan his growth accordingly. Staying in the clan was not optimal. Sure, Nadia could grow powerful over time, and so would he, but then what would be the use of him reincarnating in this fantasy world? He wanted to explore the world himself as well, see the various mystical things. If he waited until he got strong, then it would be a big waste. There would always be someone stronger than him, so did that mean he needed to wait until he became the strongest? How much time would that take? Some centuries? He was a normal human and did not have that level of patience. He could never spend centuries doing the same thing and following a single routine every day. He would die of boredom. He could not understand how the novel protagonists would suddenly become like ascetic monks after experiencing reincarnation. Being able to spend 1,000 years in some random cave or being a janitor in some sect only to come out when enemies invaded? Maybe they were indeed extraordinary, but he sure was not, and nor did he intend to spend the majority of his life in one place. Anyways, it was something he must do sooner or later. For now, it was impossible to leave the clan. The demon hunt was coming up, and there was no way he could sneak out. Maybe I should ask for Jenna's help? He felt she might be able to help him somehow leave the clan. Or should I let the clan guardian help me with this one? He thought of the pristine white cat and felt she could take him out very easily. Or I could try to sneak out myself. For now, he put his thoughts to rest. There was nothing much he could do in this for now. He should be focusing on growing stronger first. He was not even sure if leaving the clan relying on his own was even possible, and not to mention that after the demon hunt, how would the clan react? Would his treatment be better than before? Would he still need to leave the clan at that time? Would there be schemes involved revolving around him? He must wait patiently. The demon hunt was an important event, not from the novel's perspective, but from his clan's perspective. Basically, the contents were always different, but the main crux was that the heirs would be thrown between demons and would be asked to hunt them. The stronger the demon they were able to hunt down and bring back, the greater the chance of victory in the event. Oliver got up and clutched the rapier in his hand. He was going to train now. Just like that, days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months. Oliver barely interacted with Nadia during this time. He had grown numb to her cold attitude by now. She would not even look at him if by chance they ever met face to face. Nonetheless, he tried not to mind her behavior and kept trying from time to tempt her with artifacts and elixirs. He had to say she had a strong mental fortitude for a 6-year-old. He doubted that exorcists outside would ever refuse a free elixir or artifact. Well, they would even try to kill him to get it, and here she was. He received some occasional strength boosts from her during the following months. And his body status was now something like this. Name, Oliver Mystic. Race, human. Strength, level 4. Espera, level 1. Charisma, level 3. Luck, level 2. The demon hunt will begin in a week. Oliver muttered as he wiped off his sweat after an intense training session. In the good span of many months, he did not dare to slack at all. He received tenfold strength boosts during these months and thus trained as a physical exorcist. He decided to specialize so that he would not be lacking compared to others of a sane level in strength. Although he did not get any techniques other than Sovereign Strike of Infinite Freedom from Nadia, he paid that no heed and instead searched for new weapon techniques himself. The market was huge, and there were all sorts of mysterious sellers. It was hard to find good techniques, but he was persistent and was thus able to get some good stuff. It's only a week before I will be in the presence of the elders and the other heirs. I must prepare myself for this mentally as well. He looked at the various equipment laying around him, a rapier, a spear, a dagger, and an axe. Of course, he was someone from the modern world, and he knew just how useful versatility could be when it came to mastering weapons. He would naturally not limit himself to 1 or 2 weapons. Mastering more weapons was better for him. In the future, if he bound himself to another target specializing in another weapon, style, and art, he would have difficulties adapting if he was already not accustomed. In the future, if he bound himself to another target specializing in another weapon, style, and art, he would have difficulties adapting to that if he were not already accustomed. Thus, it was important for him to learn these things himself and put some effort as well. He must utilize the system to the best of its capabilities rather than just waiting for the rewards all the time. He would become a useless person if he did that, which no one wanted. Plus, it would be too boring for him. The system only allocated the rewards when it was deemed so by the system's standards. And waiting for that would be quite risky, so he had no other choice but to train hard like everyone else did. With this, he wouldn't feel bad in the future either. He was like that. If he kept receiving rewards with no effort, he would feel a lack of confidence when facing those who had put in efforts for the power. He made sure to train harder than others for the great power he gains. The demon hunt is on the edge now. I can only wait to see what will happen there. He had some concerns, from his sudden participation to the schemes the higher-ups have been cooking and how he might get dragged into unnecessary conflicts and troubles. He could only wait and see what would happen on the side of the trial itself instead of overthinking. It was time for others to know about him. The clan was going to know about the hidden existence that they have all ignored so far. It was time. In the central area of the clan, a group of people were gathered in a place some distance away from the residential area. The most noticeable feature in the group was the presence of many children. They were the children of the Mystic Purge clan, specifically from the direct lineage of the family. There were a total of 20 children, 8 from the main family and the rest from the vassal families. What were the children from vassal families doing in there? It was an opportunity, a great opportunity for them to make their families climb higher in the hierarchy and maintain a closer bond with the main heirs of the clan. Not only that, it was witnessed that the rewards for the event were always very extravagant and mouth-watering. Even experts and veterans would crave such rewards in the outside world that were being spent on growing children. The Mystic Purge clan rewarded generously to those who had strength. Oliver reached the venue promptly, and no sooner did he reach, he received all sorts of stares from the present individuals. "Look over there, who's he?" A child from a vassal family asked his neighbor. "He has white hair. Is he from the main lineage? But I never knew about him. My dad informed me about all the heirs and I thoroughly learned about them. If it was someone familiar, I would have recognized." I cannot sense any aspera from him too." "He's not weak, is he?" someone questioned. "I know, from my sources, he's the isolated one. I think his name is Oliver. The clan has some rumors that he has no talent and was thus isolated to save shame on the clan's name." A somewhat taller kid said as he looked at others. His voice had a hint of contempt. Naturally, they all have been raised to value strength and power above everything else and would look down on the weak. He did not seem to fear the consequences of belittling a main heir of the clan. Knowing Oliver's meager status in the clan, he believed that no one would say anything to him. The others who heard this were either shocked or seemed to be aware of it already. Immediately murmurs filled the group of children. What a joke! To think there was someone like this in the main family of the clan. Seriously, why are they even letting him live in the clan's estate? Kick him out already. My parents would have disowned me had I been born without any talent. Fucking bastard, enjoying clan's resources while being useless. Haha, even so, he has some guts to be able to participate in the demon hunt event. Does he not fear death, or is he simply stupid enough to believe that he could have a chance here? A kid couldn't help but be curious and ask. Another one sneered as he replied, "You've got it wrong. It's not that he doesn't fear death, but it's due to the clan's age-old tradition that all main heirs must participate in this event." The murmurs kept getting heated about him. They simply did not care whether Oliver could hear them or not. It was a rare opportunity that they got to trash talk about a main heir of the clan. It must be the first time ever that the children from the vassal families were bold enough to even speak ill of a main heir. It was chilling. Some still chose to remain silent and just observe the situation, and it was evident that the silent ones were the ones who were more influential and powerful than the ones chattering loudly. Oliver ignored them, just like he ignored poop on the streets. He slowly distanced himself towards an alienated corner, waiting for the elders to arrive. Huh? Look at this. Who do we have here? Oliver paused as he heard a familiar voice behind him. His blood started to boil as he instantly recognized the cocky voice. It was the third brother. The bastard who had beaten him last time. Oliver turned around and was now face to face against him. He calmed his nerves down. This was an opportunity that he had been waiting for a long time. This was the perfect place to get his revenge for last time. What are you looking at? Oliver looked to the side where the feminine voice came from. It was the third sister. Great, both of them were here. It would be easier to crush them together. I asked, what are you looking at? The third sister directly grabbed his collar when she saw Oliver ignoring her presence. She felt as though she were being ignored by an ant. Oliver said nothing and just looked at her with cold eyes. Seeing his stare and gaze, she was becoming more and more infuriated. Was the lesson we taught you last time not good enough? She pulled him closer and whispered slowly with a cruel smirk. Oliver's hand trembled in anger as he had the urge to slap the cheek close to him. He endured and did not lose his temper. Going wild here was not the best, considering the presence of so many witnesses. Whether he wants to accept it or not, these little bastards were supposed to be the elder siblings, and if he and nobody acted wild against them, then not only will he face prejudice but also lose the advantage of hiding his powers from others so far. It was better to deal with them once the hunt started. Hearing no response from him, she felt that he was now scared of her. Be grateful that we allowed you to live another day, know your place, and never look us in the eye again in the future. She pushed him back with some considerable force, intending to make him fall on the ground. But to her surprise, he just stepped back as if he did not even feel her push. And in fact, this was indeed the case. He did not even feel her push, because of the great disparity in their overall strength. Noticing that Oliver was still looking at her right in the eye as if her previous words meant nothing, a vein popped on her forehead. Oliver looked at her and said, "That's it? Too weak." He intentionally provoked her, letting the surrounding crowd hear them. "You dash. Stop it, you're causing a scene." Shane put his hand on her shoulder and stopped her from acting any further than this. She might not be aware, but she was just making a fool of herself in front of the children of the Vessel family. They were expected to be above them always, and now Oliver's clear lack of respect even after a warning was just making it worse for them. If he wanted, he could have let his sister teach him a lesson and make an example out of him. But it would only make them look barbaric and unreasonable. In the end, they might have lesser support than their other siblings. While they valued strength above everything, it did not mean they were barbarians. They were nobles who followed after strength. "Shane, let me be. I will make an example out of this bastard today." She gritted her teeth in anger. Oliver simply looked at her in the eyes as if giving a provocation. He would not attack her, but if she did then he would resist and fight back. He was prepared to do so. Shane looked at his sister and whispered, "There are many people here, plus the elders would be arriving any time now. We can deal with him during the hunt." His words seemed to reason with her as she calmed down and looked at Oliver with a cruel glint in her eyes. She would make sure that he would become a cripple after the hunt for sure. With that, he took her away from the crowd. Oliver sneered. He wanted to see what would she do. Let the hunt start first, then he would deal with them. Oliver also diverted his mind. His mood was now bad because of this encounter. Although he appeared calm, his hand was trembling slightly in anger. He really wanted to pounce on them and beat them 10 times worse than they did to him. He looked around and instinctively activated Cosmic Void Gaze, and felt the aspera of the children around, determining any potential opponents. Due to this, he found that all the children present here had a decent level of aspera for their age. It was understandable as the Vessel family sent their best kids out for this event after all. The age range was 5 to 10 years old for this event, and if he was not wrong, he came in the youngest group. It was ridiculous to let children participate in such a terrifying game of hunting, but this was not the world that could be understood by common sense. This was the clan of the best exorcists around the world, and likewise, the children must also be the best among the best. Intellect, strength, influence, everything must be controlled since a young age. Haha. He let out a laugh as he felt a great amount of aspera radiating from some of the children. These were definitely the cream of the crop even among the crowd. He even spotted the second brother of his as well in the corner and found his aspera had increased as compared to before. Oliver suddenly felt his eyes narrow as he noticed a glowing lump of massive aspera in the corner. Short white hair, emotionless expression. It was Nadia. She was also there. He deactivated the special eyes and walked towards her and found her standing alone. The other children did not dare to come too close to her and were maintaining a sort of invisible distance. "Hey!" He called out to her, making her flinch slightly. She turned around, her expression as cold as it could get. And why not? She had warned him repeatedly to not even approach her. But this guy still dared to call out to her in this massive crowd. Was he stupid? She looked at him as if looking at an insect, and her gaze was terrifying. Oh, fuck. She's so scary. His heart almost skipped a beat due to the strong intensity of the gaze. He felt slight chills on his back. Oh my god. Look over there. This guy actually dared to call out to Miss Nadia. He is done for. Is he really an idiot? Causally approaching Miss Nadia, this idiot must be courting death for sure. The people around were shocked and whispered about this. Even if he's the twin sibling, he's still being too bold. However, contrary to everyone's expectation of him getting beaten up, something else happened. Nadia did not do anything and simply walked away. This scene shocked the onlookers a lot. Did Miss Nadia just walk away? That's it? What? I was expecting her to teach him his place. You're all foolish, why would she beat someone just because they approached her? A somewhat normal-brained girl asked, which quickly shut them up. Right. Why would she? Haha. Oh, of course, why would she? Only a brainless person would do something like that. Another one said, not knowing that they were all expecting that to happen, making them categorized as brainless. She's too generous, and let him go. These people are too noisy. Oliver couldn't help but feel speechless at their stupidity. They had sharp tongues and liked to lick the boots of stronger people. Something you'd expect from the children of vessel families. It was not that he blamed them, they were children and were raised in that way. How could they know what was right and what was wrong? It was their parents' fault that they raised them as such. Anyways, if they mess with him too much, he will simply teach them a lesson. Look. The elders are here. Oliver looked and saw a white-bearded man arrive at the scene. He had a straight back and sharp gaze, his aura was powerful and intimidating, truly worthy of being an elder of the Mystic Purge clan. He subconsciously used cosmic void gaze to observe deeper into the elder's true powers and instantly was met with a strong and radiant light. He squinted his eyes, the aspera the elder contained was enormous. He could not look without squinting at the direction. However, it was still not as strong as Jenna's aspera, not by a close shot. Her aspera was like a mountain, it was so bright and powerful that he could not even look in that direction without getting blinded. The elder frowned. No sooner did he arrive, he felt a very unpleasant sense of discomfort for some reason. He could not help but look at the little children looking at him in awe, however, he could not understand the sudden feeling. It was as if someone was observing him deeply, as if prying into his secrets. He neglected the feeling first as he was unable to sense any abnormality, and focused on the children gathered before him. Today was an auspicious day, and any carelessness on his end would result in a heavy punishment. Even Miss Nadia was present to participate in the demon hunt. Greetings, Elder. A lot of the children instantly bowed their heads. This elder was a powerhouse in this world of exorcists and demons, even their family heads would not dare to disrespect them. Seeing the obedience of the children, the elder was satisfied and nodded. Raise your heads, you are the proud talent that the clan raised. Show your worth and make us proud. He said a few complimentary words. Looking at the group, the heirs of the main family did not bow to him like others. His gaze narrowed as he saw a boy with white hair and beautiful gem-like eyes, sharing a deep resemblance to Nadia. Of course, he knew about Oliver. As a clan elder, he was responsible to learn about every heir properly for the sake of the future. Unexpectedly, a waste was also born in the patriarch's bloodline, which shocked him and others quite a lot, but given Nadia's dark title and huge talent, they did not pay him much attention. But suddenly, they were asked to invite him to the demon hunt as well, by someone very special. It was confusing, and they were all quite appalled at the order from that entity. Of course, they did not refuse, and instantly let the servants inform him too. Meanwhile, they put the capable ones to another task: gather every bit of information about Oliver since he was born. Information about what activities he had been doing recently, what sort of plays he has been into, and what secrets he was carrying with him. The special entity who had ordered them was the clan guardian herself. Why would the clan guardian suddenly show interest in the unknown low-profile boy? It couldn't be that she just wanted to retain the tradition of the clan alone. They refused to believe that. If they were so naive, then they would not have been the members of the top 5 clans at the moment. They did question the guardian, but she did not elaborate her plans or anything. Sure enough, something was being cooked. They became sure of it after investigation's results were out. The boy Oliver, he was changing every day, visiting the clan market regularly, purchasing many strange items regularly. From the reports, it was said that he had purchased a variety of weapons from different blacksmiths. In addition to that, he also purchased many martial art techniques. And from the maids, it was clear that he was training in his courtyard every day as well. From this, it did not take them long to join dots and come to realize that he had started to train on the path to become a physical exorcist. A bit surprising since they did not expect this turn of events, but it was not too big of a deal. Everyone knew whether they wanted to agree or not that physical exorcists would always be inferior to spiritual or aspera exorcists. Of course, there were many great exorcists in the physical path, but not every exorcist following that path had the talent or dedication to be like that. Not only that, even aspera exorcists could train in that path and gain double advantage in that aspect. In the end, they felt it was fine as long as Oliver was able to prove himself more useful to the clan in the future. Looking at Oliver's blank expression, the elder could not help but feel disappointed, no respect, no idea what was going on, lost in his own world. He felt that Oliver did not have a proper attitude fitting for an exorcist. It could be seen that he had a biased opinion. He did not care when the other main heirs refused to bow, but he was particularly judgmental when Oliver was lost in his thoughts. Oliver himself was not aware of the elder's state of mind, and even if he knew about it, he wouldn't care much. You were an elder, but what actions did you have to be acknowledged as one? Power? Sure. But the true respect one has towards an elderly person cannot be gained just by that. Did he personally guide him when he was isolated by the clan? Did he provide him with any resources when he needed them? Did he provide any techniques belonging to the clan when he wanted to improve? Did they care for his growth before the clan guardian announced his participation? No. So he had all the reason to not care about the elder's opinions or reputation. All the children are now here. I will now proceed to brief you all about the event. First of all, the event will be happening in a forest this year, a forest owned by the clan. After that, we will be assigning you with a sealing talisman specially made by our best experts. Use that carefully to capture the demon. Once used, it would not be usable again. If you feel that you have defeated a strong demon, then use it. If you feel that you can do better, then kill the demon and move forward. The test duration would be 1 day. As soon as the time limit is over, you will be directly brought out of the forest, no matter what. On to the next matter. Competition is good, but threatening the life of others intentionally will lead to harsh punishments and disqualifications. Of course, if you try to kill another candidate, prepare for the worst. You will all be supervised by elders of the clan. Your performance will be assessed properly, so if you're thinking of cheating in this, then I advise that you better give up before getting demotion. He paused and looked at the dazed faces of the children before him. He further added. The highest level of a demon that you would find in that forest would be a minor level demon. Hearing this, the crowd had mixed expressions. Whispering started again. Minor level? That's it? Are they underestimating us? We belong to one of the 5 greatest clans. This is humiliating. Just a minor level demon? They should be as easy as catching chickens. A hot-blooded guy said. Hey, maybe there's a catch. What catch? I was expecting to face at least a mid-level demon. I even bragged about it to my little brother. A girl sneered and said. TCH. I even brought my ancestor's old sword that he used to use when he was a kid. The blood of a minor demon would stain its reputation. Another dumb-looking child said. Who cares about your ancestor's sword? I am fighting for my own pride. I want to be noticed by the main heirs. At that time, my family would directly soar to heavens if I am accepted by a main heir. That's true. Hearing the murmurs around him, Oliver realized that these kids were too naive. He wondered if they had even studied about demons or not. A minor-level demon was easy to hunt? It was making him laugh. Did they really think that the clan made this event without any prior research or experimentations? The elder clearly said that the highest level demon that they could find in the forest would be a minor level demon. This meant that even the demons weaker than that level would be difficult for them to handle on their own. They clearly did not understand how tough a demon could be. He had the knowledge from the novel and knew about the class system that the demons followed very strictly. Minor demon, these were the weakest of demons, often summoned by inexperienced summoners or occurring naturally in areas with low aspera. They possess minimal power and were easily dispatched by skilled exorcists. That's right, these demons required a trained novice exorcist to deal with them. And they, mere children with no prior exorcism training, were going to face that entity. A demon was a being with the ability to conduct aspera as simple as breathing. They were born with more aspera as compared to average humans. Ferocious and aggressive, they were depicted as cruel beings, feasting on the flesh and blood of humans. They endlessly devoured and grew strong in their life. These demons ate the flesh and drank the blood of humans and gained more strength. Every time they consumed a human, they would grow stronger. If they killed an exorcist and devoured their bodies, they would grow even more powerful. Naturally, this was a great concern for the first generation of exorcists centuries ago. If they fought, there would be casualties, and the demons would grow more powerful from the dead bodies of their comrades. Thus they came up with a solution, and that was to disintegrate or destroy the bodies of their fellow exorcists. A painful thing to do. Expecting to destroy the body of a comrade that once fought alongside you was not easy for anyone. But it was for the survival of humanity. At that time, it was either now or never. If they did not take this step, then the very existence of humanity would be at extinction. With a heavy heart, they started to disintegrate the bodies of exorcists that fell in battle. And this proved quite useful too, as the exorcists started to slowly push back against the demons. But it was getting harder and harder to achieve this as the demons also realized this strategy of theirs and started to hoard the corpses as soon as they killed a bunch. This led the exorcists to develop another cruel strategy for these clever demons. With a certain technique, they started to develop themselves in such a way that their bodies soon turned into a lethal poison for the demons. Their blood, their flesh, their aspera, all of it soon became a curse for the demons. As soon as the demons would dare to eat them after their deaths, the terrifying poison would immediately destroy them both physically and mentally. It would directly cripple them forever. And this poison method was so effective that till this date in the future, no demon was able to counter this. The exorcists kept the poison and the technique a strongly guarded secret. Even among the exorcist community, very few were aware of the actual method, and the rest were just fed the mild version of that poison. It was simple: the weaker the exorcist, the milder the dose. If the exorcist grew stronger, then they would naturally be told more things. It was reasonable, since the weaker exorcists would provide less power to demons, and thus were given a lesser dose. While the bodies of stronger exorcists would tremendously benefit the demonic being, so they would need to be allocated more of the dosage. Nonetheless, this poison method worked well, and now humanity and demonic forces were on an almost equal standing for a very long period of time. Neither side was gaining an advantage. It was clear that the poison method worked very well, but the method to disintegrate the bodies of exorcists was still followed in some areas. It was now frowned upon slightly now that humanity has advanced so much. Of course, there were some stupid normal people who felt that this was immoral and protested in the normal human cities against this too. It was a pity. The strong ones of the past had created a peaceful time now and allowed them to live comfortably without any worries. With exorcists acting as guard dogs at the borders and facing bloodthirsty and cruel demons on a daily basis, they enjoyed an easy life in the cities. They were oblivious and unaware, and barely any of them had deep knowledge about the past of human-demon wars. They had forgotten about the cruelty of demons and their tyranny. They had forgotten the bloody sacrifice their ancestors had given. Destroying the corpse of your comrade, destroying the body of your friend, disintegrating the body of your loved ones. Did they think that exorcists enjoyed doing such acts? The modern generation of normal humans had forgotten that even exorcists had a heart and wanted to live with peace, without risking their lives. Exorcists were also humans in the end. Some knew of this and respected that, but there were always those who didn't know any better and termed this act of body disintegration as cruel and inhuman. Inhuman? Calling the people who helped them maintain the concept of humanity inhuman was ridiculous. Exorcists were beings with powers beyond comprehension. They lived isolated from normal humans, knowing the conflict that would arise if mixed together. Jealousy, envy, and hatred were something easily gained by humans after all. And in the times they lived in, a conflict among themselves was the last thing anyone wanted. Not when they could gain an advantage over demons any moment or lose an advantage any moment. A minor-level demon required a formally trained novice exorcist to deal with them at the least. Although they were the weakest among the demons, they were still incomparably agile and stronger than normal humans. Their bodies were tough, and they were bloodthirsty, giving them a savage style of fighting. They would not hesitate to tear apart a weak human kid. And these children believed that they could subdue a demon of that level with their flashy and expensive tools. It was a pity that they were not better than this. Oliver could tell that some of the quieter kids had a more serious expression, possibly aware of the threat as much as him. "Silence," the elder announced, accompanied by a light wave of his strong aspera, shutting every bit of chatter in the crowd. The aspera felt heavy upon the shoulders and was pressuring them into silence. Oliver felt the aspera and was equally pressured as others, he felt strained just as others. From his side view, he could see some of them being normal even under the burst of aspera, thanks to their inherent abundant aspera repelling the force. He was still doing better than many, due to his superior physical powers. Feeling the absolute silence, the elder narrowed his eyes and said, "You fools, don't dare to take a demon lightly ever in your lifetime, underestimate one and lose your life. You are future exorcists and must engrave it in your mind and heart that no matter how weak a demon may seem, never ever take it lightly." The elder's words resounded in the silent surroundings, making the children nod slowly while trembling a bit. They all felt a chill when the serious words fell into their ears. However, Oliver could still see unwillingness in the eyes of some kids, not wanting to accept the fact that they would not be able to handle a minor demon on their own. Even the elder spotted that but did not say anything. Such children think we're too arrogant and would learn their lesson soon in their field. "Anyways, that is that. I will now be taking you all to the forest. Bear in mind that you will be all observed by the elites of the clan. You must be on your best conduct in this event. If you perform well, an elder might consider taking you under their wing. Or it's also possible that you can directly serve under a main heir in the future, based on your performance." Click. The elder clicked his fingers, producing a short sound. As the elder clicked his fingers, a sharp sound pierced the air, prompting every onlooker to crane their necks skyward. A cacophonous screech tore through the atmosphere, heralding the arrival of a monstrous presence. A colossal shadow eclipsed the gathering, casting a pall over the crowd as they beheld the fearsome sight above. High above, a massive demonic bird loomed, its wings spanning the heavens like a dark omen. Its feathers, as black as midnight, seemed to absorb the very light around them, imbuing the creature with an aura of dread. Crimson eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity, fixating on the mortals below with a hunger that chilled the soul. With each beat of its wings, the air thrummed with power, and the creature's malformed beak parted, unleashing a roar akin to a roaring inferno. The sound of a roaring fire escapes the creature's deformed nostrils set within a curved nose. From its curved nose, deformed nostrils expelled plumes of smoke, adding to the aura of menace that surrounded the demonic avian. The creature descended with an ominous grace, its presence casting a long shadow over the land below. The elder said, looking at the fearful expressions. "This is my familiar, a demonic bird. It's from a species called ochre flash. I am sure that many of you have never heard of it. It's a powerful demonic being with strong control over the fire element. And today, it'll serve as our transport." With a cold voice, the elder directly climbed on top of the still bird and gazed below. Some of the strong-willed children did not delay and strode forward with tense steps. These children particularly included Nadia, the second brother, Oliver, and a few from vassal families. They did not ask for any help and climbed up the creature with a brave heart. The elder acknowledged them with a nod. He had not told them yet, but the test had already begun. Those smart enough should be able to tell this. The first and foremost thing was for them to overcome their fear of demonic presence. The malicious aspera induced fear in those with weaker hearts and minds. As the children from the proud clan, they must not be influenced by this at all, or else they will barely be able to restrain themselves in a forest filled with demonic presence and malicious aspera. Oliver assumed a seat in the middle. His heart was beating wildly with every second. He was brave only because of the assurance that the ominous bird would not attack them. The malicious aspera was overwhelming and induced chills down his spine, not to mention the bloodthirsty eyes of this demonic creature. For him, someone used to a peaceful environment, this was a tough experience to say the very least. He thought with some astonishment, this bird was really feathery, its back was quite cushiony too, and he felt comfortable. If he was not wrong, at the academy, they conducted familiar summoning too. He'll make sure to get himself a wonderful familiar. The image of a fat white cat suddenly appeared in his mind. In the image, the cat was yawning and scratching its belly, looking really annoying. He shook his head and focused on the crowd at the ground. He looked down and saw the third sibling pair was still down, not daring to move much. They were still stunned by the presence of the demon. He sneered, it would be a pity if they get left behind. He could tell that the test must have already begun, given the nonchalant expression on the elder's face. The elder would have helped the children climb up by now, had it not been for the test. This was also one of the reasons that he quickly climbed up to avoid being left out. If this went on, he felt that half of the children present would get eliminated in this step only, not even getting a chance to hunt. He looked down and also saw the kid who had brought his ancestor's sword shivering in his boots and felt quite speechless. Just now, he was bragging about staining his ancestor's sword with the blood of demons, and now he was quivering in his pants. He was not going to piss himself, was he? Oliver looked over suspiciously. Fortunately, it was not the case, or it'll turn into a cursed memory for the kid. Some minutes passed as more and more children mustered up the courage and walked up to them. In the end, out of 40 children, only 27 were able to successfully climb up the demon bird. Not a bad number. This showed the courage and strength of the younger generation of the Mystic Purge clan. The elder glanced at the remaining children and disdainfully said, "Humph, you all are disqualified from the hunt, you are not worthy enough to bear the name of our great clan yet." He flicked his sleeves, and the demonic creature screeched as it started to fly high in the sky, its wings generating powerful wind currents with every flap. The current was strong, and they should have rolled down to the ground due to it, but unexpectedly, they remained seated in their positions, the wind seemingly not even affecting them. "Is the elders doing?" He wondered. Using the special eyes, he saw them enveloped in the elder's aspera, covering them like a blanket in a dome shape. "Wow! Look below. We're so high above the ground." A kid could not help but exclaim in surprise. "I am having motion sickness. Aye. This is nothing for me. I even cleared the elder's hidden test. I am smart and powerful UGH." The elder remained silent upon hearing such discussions. Sure enough, the younger generation was always the noisiest one. His earlier impression of them for being courageous decreased slightly. Look. The forest. After around 10 minutes of high-speed travel, they had finally arrived at the site where the test was going to take place. The demonic bird landed gracefully on the ground near the forest entrance, letting the children climb down one by one. They immediately noticed many other elders nearby observing them. In the presence of so many elites, it was natural that all of them felt some pressure on their shoulders. If they could prove themselves and their strength through this hunting event, then their future would be set on an easier path with more resources and influence. The elder who had been with the children so far looked at the others, and upon receiving the signal, he told the others. "Alright, here are your sealing talismans." He handed each one of them a paper with some runes inscribed on top of it. "Use them wisely, they are precious and would only work once. The sooner you use this, the sooner your hunt will be over." After making sure that everyone was equipped with one talisman and their respective weapons that they had brought over, he said, "On my signal, all of you will enter the forest. As soon as you step foot inside, your test and the hunt will begin. Beware, the elites are watching, so don't try something that will cause you trouble later." "Yes, elder." "Go." The elder signaled, and instantly all of the present participants rushed inside the green forest ahead of them. Oliver was also among them, and the first thing he did was to separate himself from the other participating children. He knew the closer he was to others, the more his chances of catching a good demon as his prey would decrease. Not only that, but he might even get attacked by the other candidates. Sure, the elder had said that it was against the rules to try to kill each other, but he did not say anything about mutual fights and injuries. Neither did he say about the scenario where one candidate might try to steal others' talismans. It was quite ambiguous, so he would rather not take the risk and be alone. With some random twists and turns, he had already gained quite a distance between himself and the other participants. Zzz. Unzipping his backpack, he retrieved his rapier out of it and held it in his left hand while he securely tied the bag on his back. First, I should do a warm-up. He decided to first get used to a demon and its abilities. He was not sure what demons he might encounter and what their abilities would be, but one thing he was sure of was that they were all weak. They were all weaker than a minor-level demon. Fighting a demon would also help him realize his current stage, how well could he handle the demons, and what was his current power level. It would also provide him a general idea about how far he was from reaching rank 1 on his own without Nadia's help. He could not help but sigh. Once he received her Aspera talent, he would not need to worry about such things, and could have a pace of progress of his own too. Gripping the handle of the rapier tight, he strode forward with suppressed steps. He would need a place to stay as well in case he was unable to hunt a strong demon quickly. And not to mention food, he could survive without food for a day, but water is a must thing. He didn't want to be distracted while fighting due to thirst or starvation. The demon sealing talisman was in his inner pocket secured. Rustle. Just as he was searching for a demon, his senses picked up a rustling sound from a distance. He walked slowly towards the bushes where the sound originated from, and his eyes caught a fast-paced shadow. The shadow was quick and rushed towards him. It was full of hostility and murderous intent. Clang. Oliver was sane and fast. He reacted in the last moment and used the rapier's long body to block the attack from the shadow. He quickly dodged to the side and gained some distance between them for safety. You're. He looked at the shadowy figure. The sunlight slowly revealed its features. A loud cry echoed through the chasm, hurting Oliver's ears. Suddenly, he saw a scary little creature coming towards him. It had angry eyes and made another loud cry. Its head was covered in lots of sharp spikes, and its body looked tough with strange armor. It had 6 legs and a long tail with a sharp point that dripped something thick. Huge wings spread out from its back, made of glowing bones and flames. The creature seemed to get scarier with each moment. The 2 enraged eyes stared at him with infernal madness. Its massive head was scarred all over. A wheezing breath escaped the creature's gnarled nostrils set within a pudgy nose. Upon closer look, he saw the skin on the demon was covered with dull-looking scales, perhaps acting as an armor of sorts for defense. The creature stepped closer to him, its 6 legs lumberingly carry its wicked body. Oliver remained vigilant, especially of the blade-like tail swirling behind it. The thick liquid dripping from the stinger on its tip was definitely poisonous for him. Juggling his memories for a second, and he was able to identify the demon easily. He had studied properly before coming to this forest. The demon was called Malagather and was more inclined towards the fire element as evident from its eyes. The demon often uses its tail as a means to hypnotize the weaker prey before killing them. Clang. Another strike from the demon, but he was able to parry it. The demon's strength was not too bad, but he felt that he was stronger. Taking a step forward, he rushed straight to the demon who attacked in response to the human rushing towards it. Swish. Clang. However, at the last moment when the demon's poison-laced sharp tail was about to meet him, he used the body of the rapier to block it and jumped to the demon's right, catching it off guard. Without wasting a moment, he thrusted the sharp tip of the rapier with a good amount of force, piercing through the demon's eyes. Screech dash. The demon bellowed in anguish and pain as it hurriedly retreated a few steps backward, leaving Oliver surprised. He had thought that the demon was done for after being pierced in the head, but unexpectedly, it was still alive and kicking. Even after piercing through its eyes, the demon was able to sustain itself. It seems I have to hit the skull deeper. He was feeling a sense of disgust from the moment he had pierced the creature. He was never good with lizards even in his past life, and seeing such a large and disgusting demon made him repulsed. The sounds of flesh churning when being torn and pierced were sickening. He had no intention to attack the lower body of the demon. The armored scales on its body were tough and hard to break through. It might even damage his expensive rapier. So he was aiming for the skull only. Swish. Not wanting to give the demon too much time to recover and stabilize, he launched a series of continuous attacks, mimicking different styles of the rapier engraved into his memories from Nadia. Naturally, the demon was agitated as it realized the helplessness it was facing against Oliver. Instincts went into frenzy as the demon's eyes turned blood red, opting more aggression towards the enemy regardless of the weary state of the body. Oliver smiled. This was what he had expected. When cornered, the mindless demons turn aggressive and attack nonetheless. As he dodged the sharp tail attacks that were aimed to slice apart his limbs, he started to notice more and more open areas that the demon was vulnerable at. Clang. The tail collided with the shiny body of the rapier as he twisted his body and slid towards the ferocious demon. Utilizing the demon's confused state, he pointed the rapier up and used considerable force to pierce the skull of the demon just above him in a gruesome manner. Gurgle, wheeze. The demon let out a low and painful moan as it took its final breath in this world as its body fell to the side. Thud. Oliver quickly got up and made some distance. Ugh dash. He quickly put a hand over his mouth, preventing himself from puking in disgust. That was too disgusting, the smell, the unhygienic environment, the distorted insides of the demon, and the dark-colored blood. Suddenly experiencing this torment was a bit much for his brain that was used to cleanliness and hygiene of comfort at his clan. It took him a moment to get himself mentally stable as he finally looked at the demon's corpse. He now had to think about how he should deal with it. He narrowed his eyes as he closely observed the dead demon in detail. It was now bleeding a darker version of normal humans' red blood. It smelled pungent, just like sulfur, the smell of rotten eggs to be specific. He moved closer and carefully eyed the dull-looking scales on its back. I would like to have them, but I don't have the tools necessary for it to be extracted. He pondered with a thoughtful look on his face. He was sure that there were some places in the clan market that bought and sold demon parts for a good price. If he managed to gather some of the demon parts, he could later sell them and solve a money problem temporarily too. But unfortunately, he did not have any experience in butchering demons or extracting valuable parts. Neither did he have any tools for that purpose at the moment. His bag space was limited, and he didn't want to be restricted at the test entrance for carrying too much stuff. He sighed and looked ahead at the dense bushes. If he did not handle the corpse of this demon soon, then the blood and smell would attract other predators nearby, and that would turn into a huge problem for him too. It's a demon that is lower than a minor-rank demon, it's weak and has not even formed a proper core, it's useless in all aspects apart from its body parts. He said to himself as he started to drag the corpse to the side. It's a demon that is lower than a minor-rank demon, it's weak and has not even formed a proper core, it's useless in all aspects apart from its body parts. He said to himself as he started to drag the corpse to the side. As for the blood, to cover the blood, he used nearby materials such as dirt, leaves, and rocks. He would have preferred if there were water or fire available to completely erase, but for now, there was neither, so he could only mask the scent using fragrant flora nearby and reduce the visibility. Now onto the corpse, he dragged the corpse with him to some considerable distance from the scene. He could dig a shallow grave for the demon, but it was too much effort and a waste of energy. Since burying the demon was out of options, he used the heavy rock debris and branches and leaves to camouflage it and minimize the scent. This reduced the likelihood of attracting predators and demons to their vicinity. Fuck, I have the mind of a killer. He could not help but secretly exclaim at how proficient he was for his first kill. His brain worked many ways out to hide the corpse and blood. Was he always this dark? He shook his head to rid of such thoughts and focused onto other things. It was time to hunt more and more demons. Oliver did not stop and went around carefully with his hand holding the rapier tightly. His senses were on alert for any potential sneak attacks from a demon or another contestant. He was vigilant at the same time ambitious to hunt a good demon to get into ranking and obtain the fruitful reward from the clan. The rewards were quite good, and he was tempted to get his hands on one. Screech! In the dim light of the forests, he saw another creature, malicious intent radiating openly. Its form was small and wiry, hunched over as if burdened by its own existence. Its skin was colored in a sickly shade of gray, stretched taut over bony limbs, each joint protruding sharply like jagged rocks. Looking at the demon's gaunt face, he felt the demon sneer, its lips curled back revealing rows of needle-like teeth, stained with the essence of its prey. Sunken eyes, glowing in the dark, the gaze was filled with a hunger born of desperation. And to finish it off, there was a garden of twisted horns fixed on its head, small yet sharp. Infernal lineage, a Vexler. Oliver pointed his rapier forward as he directly attacked the demon head-on. This demon, although only had power only a fraction of its greater kin, it was a cunning but coward demon that would flee once it faced an opponent stronger than itself. Gore. With a snarl, the demon, though smaller and weaker than others of its kind, leaped at him with surprising speed. Its claws shone in the dim light, but Oliver was unmoving and did not move, acting as an unbreakable fortress for the small demon, intending to show the difference in power. The demon pounced, its claws were slashing at air with ferocity. Oliver stepped back, narrowly avoiding the deadly attacks, aggravating the demon with annoyance. With a swift thrust, he aimed at the demon's abdomen. Swish! His rapier sliced through the air like a viper, striking forth. The demon twisted, narrowly avoiding the blow, but he had expected it. His movement was fluid as he kept attacking from all directions. As the demon lunged at him again, Oliver moved his body and bent, his body especially flexible after all the training. With a parry, he directed the demon's attack toward itself, leaving it off balance and highly vulnerable. Crunch! Screech! Seizing the golden chance, he struck as his rapier hit the mark with a satisfying crunch. The demon held in pain as it hurriedly recoiled, its form flickering in the dim light before slowly disappearing into a cloud of noxious ashes, an indication of the demon's infernal lineage. With a small grin on his face, he looked at the pile of ashes. It was convenient that he would not have to clean up the corpse and blood for this demon. He made sure to deliberately annoy the demon before so that it would not try to escape and keep attacking him, and slowly used its own attacks to finish it off. Another battle won. The efforts he had put and the rewards from the system together were finally showing fruits. Handling demons of this level was easy for him. He felt more confident in fighting against a minor-level demon now. This demon's ashes are used in making alchemical creations and should sell for some money in the clan's market, but where do I keep them? He pondered as he looked at the small pile of ashes before him. Well, no choice, I should just carry it in my bag. He collected the ashes and wrapped them in big leaves, storing them in his bag afterward. He spent the next hour searching for a place to stay and rest. The forest was definitely big, and there were all sorts of natural spots and places to hide. He wanted a place closer to a water stream if possible, so that he would not need to travel just to collect water. But there was, of course, the risk involved in getting entangled with other participants in this. Water is an important resource, and there were bound to be people vying for it. They must be thinking the same as him. He had awakened a water-attributed aspera and could quench his thirst in dire need, but not casually. He had a very minimal amount of aspera compared to others, and using water-attributed techniques would consume a lot of it, thus tiring him. His main goal was to conserve as much energy as possible in order to be prepared for any unknown variables. He simply could not afford the luxury to use his aspera for the simple purpose of quenching his thirst whenever he wanted at the moment. Having some aspera reserves was necessary. Gurgle. Gurgle. It was not long before his ears caught the sound of flowing water. He walked towards the sound's direction, and with some wrestling with the bushes, he soon found himself face to face with a flowing water stream. The water was clean and fresh. He neared the edge and drank a mouthful of fresh water. Feeling refreshed from the earlier bloodshed, he tried to locate a nearby shelter for him to spend the time. If possible, he wanted one that was not too far from the water stream. In the end, after spending another 30 minutes or so, he was able to locate an isolated den made out of rocks. It was not too deep nor too wide, he could hide himself within it. He decided to make this his spot and brought some larger rocks from the surrounding area and shifted them towards the entrance to make it look more natural and discreet. Stuffing his loot inside the den, he went out to look for stronger and better demons roaming in the forest. His goal was to somehow enter the rankings that were eligible to receive a reward from the clan. His cover was as good as blown. He knew the elders were already aware by now that he was training on the path of a physical exorcist, so it would be foolish not to use this to his advantage and extort some rewards. With his thirst quenched and his spirits buoyed, Oliver set about gathering supplies for the time ahead. He filled his water flask to the brim, ensuring that he would have enough to sustain him during the long hours of the hunt. He also gathered edible plants and fruits, supplementing his meager rations with the bounty of the forest. It was a resourceful place, no doubt. As he worked, Oliver couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. The sensation prickled at the back of his neck, raising the hairs on his arms in unease. Glancing around warily, he scanned the surrounding foliage for any signs of movement, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Am I being too sensitive? He wondered, considering the two demons he fought earlier really made him quite on edge, so much so that he was even bothered by the continuous splatter of water against rocks. Shaking off his paranoia, Oliver forced himself to focus on the task at hand. He couldn't afford to let fear cloud his judgment, not when his life depended on his ability to stay one step ahead of the demons that roamed the forest. With his supplies gathered and his resolve steeled, Oliver set off once more into the depths of the forest, his footsteps echoing softly against the forest floor. The hunt was far from over. In the next few hours, he encountered multiple demons. There was a demon with a lush head of hair adorning its swollen head, which itself was as coarse as sandpaper. Its swollen head was fixed on top of a small ossified body. Another demon he encountered had multiple scars and still open wounds covering its torso, suggesting that it was either being hunted by other participants or was being accompanied by other demons. One demon had the build of a tiny organism of blood and smoke, with two barren eyes and a glacial malice. It had a bulbous head, as thick as leather, and a beak-like nose. He had a tough time killing that demon due to its small size and fast reactions. But in the end, he managed to finish it off. The last demon could have been a good catch, and had he used the talisman to seal the demon inside, he could have been worry-free. But his mind was not ready to accept this demon. He believed that he could definitely do better than this. And not to mention, that tingling sensation of being watched had come once again. Earlier at the water stream, he felt it was his delusion, and he believed so since the sensation disappeared when he left the water stream to hunt deeper into the forest, but now suddenly it was back. This time, he did not think that it was due to the fact that he was on edge due to hunting demons. Someone was definitely watching him. And that someone was close. Without delaying, he activated Cosmic Void Gaze and scanned the surroundings once more. This time, he made sure to be discreet about it and not let the watcher know that he was searching for them. He did not want to alert the observer or observers that he had felt their gazes on his back. They were already being quite stealthy with their gazes, and had it not been for him becoming stronger in the past couple of weeks, he might have completely ignored it or missed it. But now, that was not the case. He pretended to act naturally and started to handle the corpse, while occasionally looking around to see if there were any demons nearby, while instead, he was looking for the observers. And he finally saw it. Ah! His lips suddenly curled up into a sinister grin. They are finally here. They are finally here. He mused to himself as his smile couldn't be any broader at the moment. He quickly hid his facial expression, not wanting to let the observers know his state of mind or expressions. I have been waiting for a long time for this moment. He craned his neck as he slowly got up from his squatting position. He stretched his arms upwards and performed a basic set of exercises. His posture looked carefree and fearless, as if he were not even concerned about the vicious demons in the vicinity. A careless and improper attitude for an aspiring exorcist. Did you see that? A boy asked his partner. The other party, however, remained silent. I stopped you earlier from engaging in a fight, now do you think that I did the right thing? He once again asked, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm and anger. The other party wanted to say something but stopped. Russell. The winds blew lightly as the sun rays fell on the duo, revealing their features and identities at the same time. It was the third brother and third sister, the ones who had beaten Oliver last time. Ever since they had entered the forest, Shane had been constantly bothered by his sister about him stopping her earlier in front of so many people. She felt she had been insulted and wanted revenge. But he knew better, he was far more rational than her and knew how to hold their image in front of others. She was too impulsive in his opinion. Shane calmly looked at Oliver and the demonic corpse by his side as his mind went back to the time they had entered the forest together. They were initially intending to deal with Oliver as soon as they entered the forest, but unexpectedly that guy suddenly rushed in a random direction. This greatly confused him and his sister. Was he scared of them? He might have known that they would be targeting him and decided to escape from the crowd and took a random direction. If not, then this move was quite reckless. The forest was infested with demons, and given his meager strength and aspera, he was doomed either way. Either he met them or the demon, it was a supposed dead end for him. He did not give him a chase at that time, because he knew that sooner or later, they would cross paths if he was still somehow in one piece. Instead, they focused on their hunts, and he even helped his sister manage to seal a decent demon for the competition. He could have also gotten a demon, but she kept on insisting that they wait until they meet that Oliver. She wanted to get back at him for staring at her. He did not mind, they can always hunt another demon by the end of the hunt. So, they spent the rest of their time searching around for him while occasionally dealing with demons. In the end, as they were near the water stream, they finally spotted him drinking water. His sister wanted to immediately rush and attack him, but he stopped her. They discussed it and decided to observe him for some time. They were on the other end of the water stream and had concealed themselves pretty well, considering their stealth abilities were their expertise. And good for them that they did this, because instantly they saw him looking around in caution. This guy was able to feel that someone was watching him. Even though they were so far in stealth. Shane felt good that they decided to stay low and observe him for some time. He wondered how he had survived for so many hours in the forest given his lacking abilities. From his earlier experience in teaching Oliver his place, he knew that Oliver was a weakling, a pathetic bastard sharing their clan's name. However, they once again lost him as he suddenly sped up deeper inside the forest. Due to their great distance from him and the obstruction from the long water stream, they once again had lost him. His sister was excited that Oliver was still functioning and well, she was too enthusiastic to beat him. He also had a pang of excitement in his heart when he saw Oliver, his hands had been itching for a long time. While he had not shown his discomfort earlier, he was also quite pissed off at Oliver for daring to disrespect them like that. They quickly followed the stream and went to the other side of the water where Oliver was some time ago. Shane tried to look for traces he might have left behind while going deep into the forest, but was unpleasantly surprised when he found nothing behind. How could Oliver be so vigilant to not leave any traces behind? He was not an expert, should not have the knowledge of erasing traces, nor did he train in stealth techniques. They searched thoroughly, and in the end his sister did start to find minor indications that he might have left behind. She was a genius when it came to using Aspera for stealth techniques. No dash. They were sure that these traces could only have been from him. Sure enough, he was feeling weird for nothing. It must be due to the natural terrain of the forest and their inexperience that they did not manage to find much traces. After an hour or so, they finally found him. But the scene they came across was unexpected and stunning. He was standing by a demon's corpse. And it was not a weak demon either, the corpse was torn apart as if sliced by a rapier or a blade. Even they would have had some difficulty subduing that demon given its tiny frame and fast speed. Shane's eyes shone as he looked at the corpse, it was worth it if he could seal the demon in his talisman. It was a good demon that could guarantee a spot for him in the top rankings. But one thing he was unable to understand, what was this guy Oliver doing next to the corpse? It couldn't be that he hunted that demon? No, it was impossible. He refused to believe as such. He still remained cautious. He saw him squatting by the demon, inspecting the corpse perhaps. His heart stirred as he felt this demon was going to be sealed by Oliver's talisman and not by his. There he is. Shane, this time, no one can stop me from breaking him. Do you have anything to say? The voice of his twin sister brought him back to reality as he glanced at Oliver with some wariness. Is this really going to be fine? Why do I feel so uneasy? Shane shivered slightly. He felt as if he was being stared by the entire sky at the moment. His back was covered in chills. Shane. His sister tugged at him as she saw him dazed. She wanted to hurry and teach Oliver a lesson he would never forget, but for some reason, her calm brother was acting weird for a while. I am feeling nervous? Of what? Of this weakling? Shane gritted his teeth, why was he being like this? Was he a coward? No. He belonged to one of the greatest exorcist clans in the entire world. His blood was divine, his arts were superior, and he was stronger than any of his peers. How could he be nervous of facing a pathetic bug they had crushed not long ago? Whether it was now or before, a bug was a bug. It cannot compare to someone like them. They were superior in every way imaginable. It was a typical trait that was found in all the children of the Mystic Purge clan. Arrogance and pride. They did not like to be looked down upon by others no matter what. They would be easily triggered by the tiniest of the details. They would use strength to establish dominance in all scenarios. Shane looked at Oliver's back with keen eyes, there was still a hint of caution in his eyes, but that was soon clouded by the anger and greed. He looked at his sister and finally said, all right, we will do as you say. The girl's tender face broke into a wide smirk as she saw her brother agree finally. Crack. Cracking her knuckles, she looked down at their target and said, then what are we waiting for? Follow me, I will start. They moved. Oliver did not stop looking at the blank air in front of him as he sensed the two move from their position drawing closer. Why did he not stop looking? Because instead of invisible air that was supposed to be in front of him was a black floating screen. Ding. The target has mastered the martial arts technique, fading single deception strike. Ding. Obtaining 10x benefits. Eternal 12 Lies Palm has been obtained. Integrating. A sharp pain assaulted his mind as his vision started to blur for a moment, his balance shifting. He had a feeling of nausea, but he quickly adapted thanks to his prior experiences. A flood of dense information about the Eternal 12 Lies Palm entered his mind, a series of moves and arts. He felt slightly dizzy as his muscles and nerves started to shift and adjust. Crack. Swish. Popping sounds started to ring in his ears as he felt his bone adjust to the experience that came along with it. This was all due to the terrifying amount of experience that he received. His muscular system, nervous system, and organs adjusted to bear the power of the technique. He felt slightly happy that he had been regularly training himself, or this experience would have directly caused his mind to break in pain. He could not imagine how his weak untrained body would have managed to bear the sheer stress placed on it due to this technique. He would have directly collapsed under this pressure. Nadia had somehow mastered fading single deception strike in the middle of the forest. It could be due to the fact that she was finally exposed to demons that her growth suddenly accelerated. Fading single deception strike. This technique allows the user to deliver a deceptive blow, appearing to fade from sight just as it lands. Its benefit lies in its ability to confuse opponents, making it difficult for them to predict the attacker's movements and defend against the strike. On the other hand, Eternal 12 Lies Palm, this is way more potent technique, an evolved version of the previous one. This allows the user to conjure 12 potent illusions with a single strike. Each illusion can be shaped into its own form as per the user's will and movements, confusing the enemies with a multitude of deceptive moves. It's so effective that it's no longer a deception but a straight lie. Thus the name 12 Lies. It overwhelmed the enemies with a barrage of illusions, with a heightened versatility as it can deceive multiple opponents simultaneously. It has increased potency too, since each illusion has the potential to strike independently, making it way more lethal. Haha. What a great timing. I just have the perfect targets to practice this on. His eyes narrowed as he felt the two sneaky figures close up to him. They were now just behind him. He turned around and was now face to face against the two siblings. Memories of the past where they had brutally beaten him appeared, making his blood boil slowly. "You're here?" He looked at the two and said with a smile. Shane, who looked at his unsurprised and calm expression, had a burst of ominous feeling in his heart once again. Why is he so calm? Was he expecting us? Was he aware of our presence? That can't be. His mind suddenly thought of countless possibilities, but just as he was thinking about them, his impulsive sister spoke up. "Oh? Look who we have here. It's the little maggot who dared to be rebellious against his elder siblings earlier," she said sarcastically. "Where are your manners? How about kneeling down and kowtowing to us for your rude behavior from earlier? Come on, show your respect," she said as waves of aspera escaped from her body, targeting Oliver to make him feel a dose of her power. She was expecting him to be thrown back by this. He, a being with minuscule aspera, would not be able to contend against her with abundant aspera. However, contrary to her arrogant expectations, the reality was far different. Oliver snorted and stood unmoving as he let the aspera waves hit him. His body was tough and his strength level was 4, not something that could be thrown back with this girl's little aspera. Oliver stood unshakable, his gaze condescending as he looked at the puzzled and surprised face of the girl. "Respect? Do you deserve it? Respect? Do you deserve it?" His words directly made her choke on her next words. She was really infuriated with him and threatened. "So it's like this, then it's our duty to instill manners into your thick brain, isn't it? Are you capable enough to do that? I will allow you to lick my feet if you beg right now." Oliver directly provoked her. The one thing he was good at was provoking others. With an arrogant laugh, he looked at her as if he was looking at an insect. Sure enough, his sharp words had an effect as multiple veins popped on her forehead. Since her birth till now, she had never been looked down upon by anyone. Nor anyone had ever dared to speak to her in this manner. Such trash talk was really getting to her. This guy seemed to have forgotten the beating they had given him some time ago. Good," she roared. She could not hold it any longer and lunged at him, her fingers curling into a fist. She was going to use her strength to subdue him now. Despite her tender age and weak frame, the presence of abundant aspera in her body automatically had enhanced her powers. So her punch carried a strong force behind it, and it was enough to hospitalize a normal adult male for several months. She really intended to cripple Oliver this time for good. What about the elder's warnings before the hunt? That she did not care about too much, since all the warning that the elder had given were about not killing each other in the demon hunt. There were no rules that stated no mutual fights can occur between 2 or more participants. There was also no guarantee that they cannot cripple each other either, although it was heavily frowned upon by the community. But who was she? She was one of the main heirs of the clan. She did not care about the consequences of her actions. Strength rules supreme. He was a waste anyways, even if she crippled him to a vegetative state, no one would care too much. She rushed up to him and swung her fist at his abdomen. Oliver did not wait either, he was not careless this time around. If he was bold and took her punch directly, he was bound to get hurt. And he could not afford to take that risk given that Shane was also there with her. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage against two Aspera users, with very little Aspera of his own. Even if he took one of them by surprise like he did with the second brother, the other one would be there to back up. He was serious and did not hesitate to block the attack using his own fist. He moved and threw a punch at her with a greater force. Bang! The two punches collided and a loud sound of bone hitting bone was produced. Act dash. You bastard dash. How dare you? The third sister could not help but let out a painful groan as she felt the impact on her hand. A look of shock appeared in her once proudful eyes as she found it hard to comprehend what was going on. She actually was hurt by a trash. Oliver saw his chance as the third sister recoiled from the force of his blow. He pressed his advantage, launching into a barrage of punches and kicks. His muscles strained with each strike, fueled by fire of revenge and adrenaline. But the third sister was no pushover. Despite the pain shooting through her hand, she fought back fiercely, channeling her Aspera into swift and precise attacks. Bolts of energy crackled around her fists as she aimed for Oliver's vulnerable spots. She had long realized that they had severely underestimated this guy. She didn't know how, but somehow this guy had managed to become this strong since the last time they saw him. She was hit multiple times at various body parts, and each hit from his fist felt as if someone was striking her with a hammer. It was very painful. Only she knew how hard it was for her to keep her balance using almost all of her Aspera. She had never imagined being cornered so badly by a weakling, if that's what he was now. She was not even given the time to properly think before he attacked her, he was really ruthless in his attacks. She could tell at a glance that if she got a serious hit by him, she would directly have her bones broken. He intended to cripple her back. A burst of anger exploded in her heart when she realized this, she refused to be pushed back like this. Their movements became a blur as they exchanged blows, each refusing to yield an inch. Oliver's strength was undeniable, but the third sister's Aspera gave her speed and agility beyond that of a normal fighter. Oliver for the first time realized the usefulness of Aspera. He, who had superior strength than her in every aspect, was being equally matched by her as she implied Aspera into her moves. This was an eye-opener for him. It made him realize the difference between the physical exorcist and an exorcist with Aspera. However, Oliver's thirst for revenge began to tip scales in his favor. He slowly started to anticipate her moves, dodging her strikes and landing his own with increasing accuracy. He intentionally hit her spots where she was the least guarded and slowly slowed her down. Act dash. She cried out in severe pain, she could feel her bones crack under the intense pressure. It was very painful. With every punch, he felt the satisfaction of gaining ground against his opponent. It was an addicting feeling as he felt his punches connect to her body. The scene of her getting bruised by each of his punch overlapped with his memory of him getting beaten half to death. Oliver aimed for a strong attack at her, intending to finish her off with it. Bang! Just as victory seemed within reach, a new presence entered the fray. Shane, the third brother, stepped in between the two with a menacing grin. Oliver's expression crumbled slightly as he realized he was outnumbered once again. He was so into fighting her that he even forgot about him for a second. It was almost night by now as moon had started to appear in the sky. Oliver quickly stepped back and made some distance between them in order to not get a surprise attack. He could feel the strength of Shane's hand just a moment ago when he had interfered. He was not weak. Neither did he lack Aspera nor physical power. Oliver relaxed his stance, unzipped his bag. He took out his rapier. This was going to get bloody. Shane cautiously looked at Oliver drawing out his rapier. He could not help but look at his twin sister laying in his arms, her whole body twitching in severe pain. There were multiple red and blue bruises at different body parts on her. He didn't know how many of her bones must have been broken by this guy. He was too ruthless. He took a deep breath as he realized this. Had he not interfered in time and stopped Oliver's last attack, it would have definitely crippled his sister. This guy was aiming to achieve that. He wanted to counter back by crippling her for life. He glanced at Oliver and saw him looking back at him with a keen gaze. There was no way he was going to let them leave now. Shane could not help but feel a little regretful. Earlier when he had the ominous intuition, he should have trusted himself more and not engaged with this guy at all. He knew at a glance now that he was an anomaly. How could he get so strong in just a span of a few months? There was something abnormal going behind the scenes that they were not aware of. It seemed that they had messed with wrong person. Sure enough, the blood of Mystic Purge clan could never produce trash. He was a fool to believe that there was a trash among their siblings. And that too, the twin sibling of Nadia, the monster among monsters. He sighed as he gently laid her sister's groaning body by a tree nearby. He got up and faced Oliver, his eyes turning serious as well. Oliver saw Shane making a wave using hands as a long blade suddenly appeared in his hands. A space-attributed artifact. He recognized the trick at a glance. These artifacts were quite expensive and an average exorcist had to save up to even dream of buying one. His gaze was drawn back to Shane's stance as he readied himself too. Today was the day he would let them experience the feeling of being on the verge of death. Shane was unlike his sister who was impulsive and jumped straight at Oliver. He was more calm and rational. But the sadism was something common among all the people of the Mystic Purge clan. It was something that ran in their very blood apparently. Shane smirked. You have really shown me a surprising sight today. I don't think I will ever be forgetting this scene. Oliver did not reply. He knew there was no use in trying to provoke this guy. He was not a guy to be provoked by words easily. The moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting a ghostly glow upon their fierce battle. Oliver gripped the rapier tight, positioning it gracefully in front of him, while Shane brandished his own blade with a confident flourish as well. They moved suddenly in the dark. Shane's blade sliced through the air with lethal precision. Oliver's instincts kicked in, and he sidestepped the attack with a deft motion, easily avoiding the razor-sharp edge. He could tell that Shane had been trained by a professional master of blade. But multiplied experience from Nadia, who was trained by the best of best, easily let Oliver dodge the attack. Oliver thrust his rapier forward. His aim was Shane's chest. But Shane saw this and quickly reacted, parrying the strike with a practiced ease. Clang! The clash of metal echoed in the silent forest as their blades met, each one of them testing the other. Shane was not an easy guy. He did a swift counter and slashed at Oliver's exposed flank, drawing blood with a deep gush across his side. Oliver winced in pain but did not back down. Using his superior strength instead, he pushed forward and launched multiple strikes and feints. Shane saw this and tried dodging, but his speed was not fast enough as his body suffered multiple small cuts simultaneously. You little dash. He could not help but grit his teeth as he sent a wave of despair towards Oliver, pushing him backwards forcefully. He panted slightly as he looked at the similarly panting Oliver in the distance. He could not help but let out a laugh as he wiped sweat off his forehead. I never expected to be pushed back like this today. Say, how about forgetting this ever happened? I am willing to let this matter rest. I will also let my sister not interfere with you in the future. He offered in a raised voice. Humph. If you will let me puncture your limbs with my rapier right now and apologize while kowtowing, then I might consider letting you two leave. Oliver sneered and replied, as he clutched the rapier in one hand while his other hand slowly reached his backpack as he drew out the axe he had brought along with him. Shane frowned when he heard this. Naturally he was not willing to allow someone to puncture him. His gaze turned weird when he saw Oliver drawing out an axe in the middle of their fight. He was a bit confused at the moment. An axe? He could not comprehend why Oliver, a person who has been using rapier, a light weapon, would suddenly use an axe, a heavy and cumbersome weapon. Wasn't this equivalent to putting oneself at disadvantage? He felt that Oliver was not simple and had a plan in his mind. He was not going to give Oliver any time to adjust as he suddenly jumped forward, his blade aiming for Oliver's arm holding the axe. Oliver narrowed his eyes as he could not help but feel that Shane was indeed quick-witted and smart. He saw an unknown variable and immediately acted to remove the variable as fast as he could. Indeed, he had brought out an axe, a weapon that was the complete opposite of a rapier in all aspects. A rapier had a long range, while the axe had a short reach. A rapier had a long range, while the axe had a short reach. A rapier was light, while an axe was heavy. It was in complete contrast. His choice of weapons was very weird, but at the same time, his style of handling and the way he was holding the two weapons made a beautiful scene at the moment for any onlooker there. The combination of grace and barbarism, each complementing the other. Neither side trying to diminish the other's presence, but instead glorifying their user. But why would he choose an axe right now? It was simple. An axe, while it typically had shorter reach as compared to a sword or rapier, he could use this to his advantage whenever his rapier clashed with Shane's blade. While an axe was heavy and cumbersome, it serves as a great defense. If he used it properly, he could use the broad head of the axe to deflect or block Shane's strikes. Unlike a sword or rapier, which typically had a single edge for cutting or thrusting, an axe has both a cutting edge and a blunt side. He could alternate between slashing and bludgeoning alternatively. A good means to catch Shane off balance and unable to predict his next move. Despite an axe's size, it could surprisingly work quickly in the hands of someone skilled. Oliver realized this while training with it. Click. Shane had made the first move, his blade came cutting through the air with a silken sound. Oliver was not easy as he immediately protected his side with a parry from his rapier. Clang! Clang! The clash of metal reverberated through the silent darkness of the night. Shane became a bit restless when his strike was blocked by Oliver. He had expected Oliver's speed to be slowed down due to the heavy axe, but astonishingly he was still able to block his strike with the same ease as before. He could not spot a difference at all from before. Fuck. How much strength does this guy have? He could not help but curse internally. This was the first time that someone had managed to give him this much trouble. It was even more humiliating that this someone was younger than him as well. Bang! Shane released a flurry of blurring moves, using another blade style he had learned, hoping to gain an advantage. This did seem to work a little as it forced Oliver to retreat. With each clash, small sparks flew as their weapons met. The sound of metal on metal filled the air with a symphony of combat, making anyone hold their breath. Oliver was bleeding from multiple wounds. Shane was definitely no joke. Managing to wound him so much in such a short interval just proved his skills. Shane was also the same, carrying an equal amount of wounds all over his body, but upon closer look, his wounds were slightly deeper and forced. His face was now filled with multiple scratches from Oliver's sharp rapier. Oliver jumped at Shane, making the latter alert as he thrust his rapier forward towards Shane's head. Shane bent back and quickly moved his blade, blocking the tip of his rapier. But Oliver was one step ahead as he swung his axe with force of a lumberjack's blow. Clang! Bang! Swish! Gasp! Shane released a series of continuous gasps and grunts as his body exerted more and more aspera in the heat of battle. His left shoulder was brutalized by Oliver's axe, it was wounded badly and was now leaking blood like a fountain. He was in so much pain as the axe's sharp edge tore apart his flesh with every swing. His blade was already busy dealing with the deadly rapier. On top of it all, Oliver seemed to have infinite physical stamina and strength. Despite fighting his sister and now him, he was not getting exhausted at all. Oliver, on the other hand, was also shocked by how resilient Shane was. He was proving tougher and tougher with every moment passing by. Despite his best efforts, Shane's blade was like dance of sharpness. Its movements were fluid and quick. He was struggling to keep up as he strained his muscles with the effort of parrying blow after blow. Shane took a deep breath as he steadied himself. A large ball of brown-colored aspera gathered in front of him as he launched it repeatedly towards Oliver. This move consumed a lot of aspera, and he was still in the process of perfecting it, but he knew that if he did not use it then he might get completely cornered by Oliver. And in the next moment, he saw the results of this attack as well. Oliver dodged one, two, but the continuous barrage got to him as he was directly thrown back, crashing to a tree. Cough, cough. He coughed up blood as he quickly placed a hand on his chest to steady himself, adjusting his breathing to minimize the pain from the impact. Shane let out a cruel smirk as he did not dare to give Oliver even a moment's worth of rest and directly slashed at him with his blade. Oliver slid through the patch of grass nearby, dodging Shane's slash in a narrow way. Fucking bastard, why do you keep dodging? Just die. Shane's rational face crumbled as it was replaced by a livid expression. He could not tolerate it anymore. He was not able to land a proper slash at Oliver. His usual calm look could not keep up any longer. Oliver maintained a calm expression and a calm mind. He felt good to see such an expression on his enemy's face. It made him satisfied. Shane just looked like an ugly moment right now. If he was given a mirror, he might even faint looking at himself. However, he did not delay and got into stance once again. He was not going to give Shane any more opportunities to use aspera like before. He attacked once again. Shane moved his blade from one angle to another. Just when it seemed like Shane had the upper hand, Oliver finally saw his opportunity. Crunch. With a swift feint, he drew Shane's attention away from his axe, tossing it into the air before catching it midair by the handle and then brought it down with all his might. The blade bit into Shane's shoulder with a sickening thud. Aghh! Shane cried out in pain, staggering back as blood welled in massive amounts from the wound. He could even see something white beneath it. Was that his tissues or bones? He did not know, but it pained very bad. Oliver maintained a neutral look as the moonlight reflected back from his rapier. Pressing to his advantage, his rapier darted forward with insane speed. With a final thrust, he pierced through Shane's abdomen, the tip of his rapier finding its mark with lethal accuracy. Coup dash. Shane directly spat blood onto the ground as his eyes felt the world tremble. He bit his lips to prevent losing consciousness as he backed down. You forced me to use this. Shane spoke in a hoarse voice as blood kept spilling from his body. His eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Oliver's expressionless face. It reminded him of Nadia's face, they resembled each other too much for his discomfort. Oliver became alert when he saw him doing some strange movements. He activated Cosmic Void Gaze and saw a Aspera rapidly gathering around Shane rapidly and quickly realized that he was about to perform a secret art. Just die, you bastard. Shane mumbled as his eyes turned ignited into craziness and madness. He no longer cared about the rules, he just wanted to kill Oliver now. So be it. Oliver also realized that he was not in a state to simply dodge or counter without revealing any of his cards. Shane placed the blade straight in front of his chest as he closed his eyes. Trip of the Seven Serpents. He spoke aloud, his voice echoing in the forest. Oliver did not delay and got into a stance of his own in front of Shane's eyes. He threw the axe to the side as he stretched the hand holding the rapier forward in a straight line pointing towards Shane. Sovereign Strike of Infinite Freedom. It all happened in a split second, as both parties launched their own secret attacks. Boom. 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 A series of terrifyingly loud booming sounds were produced in the silent forest, sending an uproar among the nearby demons or humans. The explosion was deafening, shattering the serene silence of the forest and reverberating through the trees with a force that seemed to shake the very earth beneath their feet. The shockwave of the impact rippled through the air like a thunderclap, echoing off the distant mountains and sending birds fleeing from their perches in a panicked frenzy. The result of the aftermath soon turned clear as all the dust slowly cleared with the strong winds. Oliver was leaning against a tree, using it as a medium to support his body. In front of him was Shane, lying in a pool of blood as he barely let out a few breaths, struggling to even open his eyes. No part of his body was unharmed. The Sovereign Strike of Infinite Freedom not only consumed Shane's secret art but also annihilated the trees behind with the force it generated. The ground beneath their feet was gouged and cratered, as if the very earth had been torn apart by some unseen force. The air was still thick with swirling dust and debris, obscuring vision and choking lungs with its gritty hold. Trees were laying splintered around and the once green canopy was now nothing more than a chaotic tangle of branches. Oliver just laughed as he looked at the broken rapier in his hand, which could not handle the power of the technique full. A wave of satisfaction washed over him as he saw Shane in a state worse than he was in when they had beaten him. He supported himself back and got on his own 2 feet with some difficulty. He was currently panting hard from exhaustion and pain. I should have purchased a healing potion. You should have. Oliver froze in his tracks as he heard a voice behind him. He knew the owner of the voice in an instant. It was the third sister. Before he could even turn around, a sharp pain assaulted his chest. Splash. Act dash. A stream of blood oozed out from his front as he coughed violently. He could see a black sharp weapon extending behind him slightly. She had used a sword to pierce him in the center of his chest. How? He looked in disbelief as he turned around with great difficulty. He saw her looking at him with a cold and murderous expression. An expression of extreme hatred was etched on her face. But more importantly, the thing he noticed was that her injuries, although still there, seemed to be duller than before. He saw as she curled her fingers and punched at his face. She spat, I don't like the look in your eyes, this defiant look, how vexing. One punch after another as she vented out her anger. How did you change so much? How did you gain such strength? Tell me. She used an Aspera-infused punch and sent him flying forward. Ugh dash. Oliver groaned in pain, his mind and vision were getting dizzy. He had already realized that this girl had brought a healing potion along with her. It was no surprise, she was one of the main heirs of the clan, she was showered with resources, and should have a few potions. He quickly started to concentrate and calm himself, the pain was searing, but fortunately, his vitals were safe for now. She did not look at Oliver right away, and instead went up to her brother first. "Shane," she whispered as she saw his bad state, a frown slowly made its way on her forehead. She was the one who knew him the most, she knew that Shane was very strong, stronger than the second brother, and this was the reason why she often listened to him. Seeing him in such a critical state made her feel mad. "I never expected that you would be beaten to such an extent by him, you disappoint me." She scowled in a colder tone as her eyes had a look of disappointment in them. She did not like how he was also defeated by Oliver. That's right, she was not mad because Oliver had beaten her brother to such a state but because Shane was defeated so badly by him. It made her lose her respect for him. She knew that even she was defeated by that Oliver, but it was not this bad, he was almost on deathbed at the moment. TCH. She clicked her tongue in annoyance and took out another healing potion from her pocket. It was a tube of liquid. Cupping his mouth in her hands, slowly pouring its contents into his panting mouth. Shane almost got choked by the sudden influx of warm liquid and tried to move away his head but was unable to. She saw this and did not care at all. It was his fault for being in this state. Should have been stronger. Yes, this was how the true mindset of Mystic Purge clan's little siblings worked. They did not harbor emotional attachment to one another but a sense of respect for the other's strength, the benefits they could give them and their use. It was just that since they were always born in pairs of twins that they stuck together with their twin more, but it was not a necessity. Although I doubt that it will have much effect on you given your current state, but at least, it will save you from dying quickly. She said in a flat tone as she slowly put his head down on the ground, allowing him to rest slowly as his breathing slowly started to stabilize. Her gaze turned towards Oliver, who had now also stood back up. His chest was hurting a lot, but he was still somehow managing. Heh. He could not help but let out a short laugh even in this situation. He did not know if he had a screw loose or not, but in tense situations or scary situations, he would subconsciously smile or laugh. Just like how his mind cracked up when he suddenly bid in the auction that time for absolutely no reason. And now, looking at him smirking and laughing as if making fun of her, she could not help but feel speechless. Was this guy really sane? He knew his wounds and his disadvantage against her, but was still provoking her. She even felt tired for getting angry anymore. She just wanted revenge now, for him daring to try and cripple her. She would make sure that he would not be able to move a finger for the rest of his life. Her black-colored sword was particularly ominous, and Oliver suspected it had a special property associated with it. However, he did not retreat, there was no way he was going to let this girl off after what she did just now. "Come at me." He called out to her, and she responded by rushing towards him with a cold face. This time she was going to finish him off for good, she had the advantage this time. Oliver used his axe and squatted down, avoiding her slash while he slashed forward with the axe aiming to hurt her legs this time. But he was slower this time due to multiple injuries which she used to her advantage as she quickly used his head for her own support and jumped over him avoiding the axe by a narrow degree. Hiss. This guy was going to remove her legs with his axe. She angrily moved her sword backward aiming at Oliver's back, but Oliver was quick to dodge and barely managed to slide to his left. His chest was hurting bad due to the earlier attack, he did not believe that he could allow this to go on for more. He might get really crippled this time. She was using Aspera to not only enhance her speed of her movements, but also the force behind her attacks. She was too vicious. He was not amused internally, although he still had a small smirk etched on his lips. Was this the adrenaline rush from dangerous and life-threatening battles that was making him excited this much? He was not sure, and neither did he have the time to contemplate about it at the moment. It seems that I have to use that now. He frowned internally when he thought about how a group of elders might be watching their fight with keen interest. That's right, he knew that the clan would never let a promising candidate die in this demon hunt. A group of elders and elites were definitely watching each participant, monitoring everything. They would make sure to interfere if the life of a participant was threatened. One might wonder what the reason was that they had not interfered in Shane's and Oliver's previous fights so far. It was simple because Oliver had not intended to kill Shane in the first place, and the wounds that he gave to him were although serious, but almost all of them were intended to cripple him rather than to kill him. Unlike Shane, Oliver took the big picture in his mind. He was obviously going to be severely punished by the clan if he dared to kill someone. Not to mention he had no backing in the clan, so he would be at more disadvantage compared to the third pair of siblings with their own factions behind them. Not only that, the elders of the clan were extremely powerful, they could tell if Shane's life was in danger or not. If they had not interfered, then that meant he was not going to die anytime soon. As for getting crippled, while it was frowned upon, it was not against the rules of the hunt. If Shane did get crippled by Oliver, then he could only blame himself for being a weakling. They were not going to spoon-feed him here. The clan had strict rules that even they were not allowed to bypass. They were very indifferent to such things, only strength and potential mattered in their eyes. Then again, wouldn't Shane's future and potential be ruined if he got crippled? As for that, the elders shared a similar thought. They would just feed him an elixir to help him recover back later. While indeed an elixir was an epic rank item that was hard to come by, given the clan's rich history of centuries and the excellent alchemists working endlessly, they often produced a batch of elixirs every few years. And using one on a main heir was not a waste of resources. Not only would he experience the feeling of fighting a near-death battle without actually dying, but also realize not to be too arrogant. Oliver felt uncomfortable showing his cards like this, but since the situation demanded so, he cannot back down. He did not use the cosmic void gaze, in case the elders behind the second brother would quickly find the similarities and suspect him. At that time, he would definitely be asked about his sources of power and all sorts of questions which he would rather not answer at all. Not only that, but he also felt that using cosmic void gaze would be too easy for them. It would be less painful for them if he directly attacked their minds and was done with it. He did not want to give them the same treatment he had given the second brother. They were the ones who had actually beaten him, not the second brother, and thus they deserved an equal amount of punishment from his hands, which had been itching for a while. Using cosmic void gaze would be less painful for them, beating them with his own hands was far more satisfying given the treatment they had given him the last time. Haha. Clang. Another clash of her sword against his axe. She could not help but grit her teeth when she saw how tenacious he was, even after being pierced by her sword. It was as if he was a wall she could not breach, no matter what she did. He was strong. Her eyes widened with each failed attempt, a new sense of uneasiness gripping her heart with every move he deflected or dodged. He was too crazy. Even with such serious injuries, he was able to fight her. How much stamina and strength did he have? Oliver realized that level 4 strength was no joke. Not only did he have excellent stamina and vitality, but also immense physical power even in this wounded state. Fucking. He grunted as she slashed at his waist, making him retreat. Just as she rushed at him with a crazed look in her eyes, he clutched the handle of the axe and threw it straight at her face. She gasped at the sight of the flying axe, immediately rolling to the side to avoid the dangerous object. Did this guy want to kill her? He lost his only weapon now. Fool, she thought, believing he did this to stop her advances and get a moment of respite. How could she know that Oliver had something else on his mind? Stretching back his hand, he exhaled and inhaled slowly, relaxing his body as he got into a stance. With one leg back, his right hand stretched behind him while the left hand curled horizontally against his chest, he looked at her. She didn't care about his weird stance at all and rushed at him with maddening speed, wanting to finally finish him off. However, it was at that moment she heard him say something. Eternal 12 lies palm. She didn't understand what he said, but it was too late to back out now. Time seemed to slow down for both of them as they locked eyes. Oliver extended his palm towards her, meeting the tip of her sword. Everything seemed to slow down at that moment before their eyes. She kept looking at Oliver's emotionless face while Oliver stared into her maniacal eyes. His palm and her sword connected. As her sword tip touched his palm, a shockwave of raw power exploded from the point of contact, rippling through the air and shaking the ground beneath them. It was as if the very sky was falling apart. In that instant, she felt a terrifying force erupt before her. 12 beings appeared, each mimicking a different stance. All were as tall as mountains and as intimidating as the most terrifying demons. At that moment, all of them looked down at her with murderous intent. The 12 towering beings moved with synchronized grace, their eyes blazing with an otherworldly fire that seemed to pierce through her soul. She felt as if she was being stared down by 12 godly beings. Her mind couldn't comprehend what was happening. One moment she was staring into Oliver's eyes, and the next she was being looked down upon by 12 godly warriors. Her body froze, unable to move an inch as overwhelming fear engulfed her mind. She trembled uncontrollably, helplessly watching them move their hands in unison, delivering a tremendous blow. The air crackled with energy, the ground splintered, and a deafening roar filled her ears, drowning out her scream. Each of the 12 warriors struck with the power of a falling star, their blows converging into a single, devastating impact that shattered her defenses and hurled her backward, her body crumpling like a rag doll. The impact was like 1,000 storms converging at once, shattering everything in its path. Boom! Everything went white for her in the next instant. The sheer power of the eternal 12 Lies palm obliterated her, leaving nothing but deafening silence in its wake. Huff. Huff. Oliver lay on the forest floor, his situation critical. His right hand was twisted backwards, his chest leaking blood, his abdomen and legs covered in sword slashes. His forehead was smeared with blood. Cough. He coughed out more blood, weakly trying to look around but unable to. He was completely exhausted, without even an ounce of stamina or power to move. He looked at the blood staining both his body and clothes. He did not know if this blood belonged to him or was from the siblings. Siblings? What happened to them? He painfully craned his neck and spotted the third sister lying some distance away. Her eyes were open wide, completely whitened, foam filling her mouth. Her body twitched from time to time as if deeply traumatized by something. He did not know what illusion she saw when he attacked her, but he knew it was terrifying. He could not make out the details while lying down. He rested on that spot for the next 20 minutes, unable to move an inch. He felt the cool breeze rustling the leaves, refreshing him for some reason. The thick bloody scent in the air made him anxious. It wouldn't be long before demons were attracted to their location. He had yet to capture a demon. It would be a great loss if he couldn't hunt even a single demon and bring it back. He wanted the rewards. Ugh dash. He groaned in pain as he slowly but steadily crawled to the third sister's body. He had seen her bring out healing potions before and felt there might be more in her pocket. Somehow he managed to reach her, shuffling through her pocket until his hand felt something hard inside. Somehow, he managed to reach close to her and shuffled through her pocket before his hand felt something hard inside. It was a glass vial, a tube. He exerted some force and drew it out. It was indeed a healing potion. While not as miraculous as an elixir, it was quite effective for recovery and healing. He felt it was a necessary item for him. If he let the blood leak any longer, he might just die from blood loss. At least, his life would not be in any immediate danger. He quickly opened the cap and drank the potion, gulping it down quickly. The effect was instant as he felt his strength returning slowly. A warm feeling spread over the wounds on his body, and a comforting sensation washed over him. Huh. He exhaled in relief and lay down for another 5 minutes before slowly standing up. The scene before him was truly destructive. The trees were broken, branches and blood were scattered all around, and the moonlight reflected off the red blood, giving the scene a reddish shine. He looked around and saw his axe was nowhere to be seen in the dark. Even the sword in the third sister's hand was damaged by the previous impact. He glanced toward Shane, and his blade was in the same condition. He shook his head and reached for his bag, intending to loot them. Shuffling through the third sister's pocket, he retrieved her talisman and saw that one mark was missing from the inscribed runes on it when they received it. This meant that a demon was currently sealed inside the talisman. So she had already gotten a demon. Too bad, you're not getting it back. After making sure he had properly inspected her, he went towards Shane and did the same. In the end, he managed to find another healing potion and an unused talisman. Good. He nodded to himself as he slowly started to leave. As for them? He was leaving them there. It was not his problem how they dealt with demons. It would be better if they got eaten by the demons, but he knew that was impossible. Sooner or later, an elder would definitely come to their rescue. The Mystic Purge clan was known for its strict vigilance over its members. He had to act fast before they arrived. He quickened his pace, the night air growing colder with each step. His instincts screamed at him to move faster. Swish! Suddenly, a strong wind assaulted his back as he looked behind. He spun around, his eyes focusing sharply, He saw a glowing figure floating in the sky. His eyes slightly narrowed. Sure enough, an elder had come. It was almost instant, as if they had been watching them for a long time and waited for him to be done before appearing. The elder's sudden appearance sent a chill down his spine. It felt as if the elder had been observing, waiting for the precise moment to intervene. There was no doubt now, his every action had been monitored. He observed the elder's features. The elder was an old man with a short white goatee and short silver hair. Not inherited but aged, lacking in luster. A strange energy field surrounded the elder as he floated in the sky. His eyes were indifferent and cold as he looked down. It was as if a celestial was looking down on mortals. Despite the inhumane and bloody scene beneath, his gaze did not falter as he directly stared into Oliver's eyes from above. Oliver suddenly felt a weird sensation in his body upon being probed by the elder. However, he did not resist. He knew the elder was curious about his secrets and the strength he displayed. The elder probably wanted to find out if they had missed something during his birth or if he was being controlled by a demonic being. Of course, since that was not the case and it was just his natural physical powers, the elder was unable to find anything out of the ordinary no matter how much he probed again and again. A look passed through the elder's serene and aged eyes, carrying the wisdom of the past. He slowly descended from the sky and, instead of landing near the siblings, he landed in front of Oliver. Oliver couldn't help but feel that the elder was quite graceful and elegant. Was it due to his age that his posture and moves felt refined, or was it just his lack of taste and power? In fact, Oliver was not wrong. The elder before him had persisted in the Mystic Purge clan for centuries and could be counted among the strongest beings in the entire world. He was a sage that many exorcists aspired to even get a glance of, to receive words of guidance from an experienced teacher and a veteran exorcist. The elder had countless achievements associated with his name like the other elders. This was the case for all of the top 5 clans and their elites. Oliver felt an invisible pressure on his shoulders. No, it was not due to the elder releasing his power onto him, but just a natural pressure from such a being who had fought and slaughtered countless demons over the years. The elder did not say anything for a moment and just stared at the youth in front of him. Oliver, the isolated child, the child born without any talent, the child who was denied the clan's name publicly, the only main heir mocked openly by the crowd, the child with all sorts of rumors associated with his lack of talent. The child who was said to have had his talent devoured by his twin during birth. The child of misfortune and shame. But what they all witnessed just now was definitely not something a child without any talent could achieve. Not only did he defeat one but 2 of the most talented kids from the main family lineage, but he also managed to crush them one-sidedly. Was he supposed to believe that he was still an untalented bastard? How could he, after what he just saw? The elder finally spoke in a serene tone. You are really ruthless, even to your own blood. It was not an insult, nor was it a compliment. It was just a statement to Oliver's ears. He was unable to discern the elder's intentions from his tone or words. So what? Oliver muttered. His tone was neither rude nor provocative. He directly asked the elder what he wanted to say. For a moment, the forest was silent, the only sound was the faint rustling of leaves. Oliver felt the weight of the elder's gaze, as if he was being seen for the first time. The elder looked at the young face and those eyes. Those eyes. He felt something mysterious and deep within them, but could not exactly tell what. This surprised him. It was the first time he couldn't comprehend something. He said, nothing. How do you feel? Oliver frowned, feeling that the elder was being weird. If he wanted to say something, he should just spit it out. What was the point of moving around in circles? What? Are you here to avenge them? Oliver asked, his tone growing colder. If that was the case, it would be very hard to leave unscathed from here. His mind raced through possible escape routes, but he knew none would be fast enough if the elder decided to act. No, not at all. I am not here to interfere. Contrary to his expectations, the elder simply shook his head and denied the notion. Oliver saw him glancing at the healing vial and the talisman he had looted earlier. Want them back? He smirked and asked playfully. He knew the elder was not allowed to interfere in the hunt and obstruct other participants. He was just testing the elder's limits now. A mischievous glint appeared in Oliver's eyes. He decided to test the boundaries of the elder's patience. The inner devil in him wanted to abuse this situation for his benefit. The thrill of pushing limits, of dancing on the edge of danger, was intoxicating. He wanted to try provoking the elder. He had read in novels that protagonists would usually provoke and scam such elders with their arrogant words, and the elders, who had pride as high as mountains, would get furious and let the protagonist scam them. Of course, real life was much different from his willful imagination. The elder again shook his head. You can keep them. It is their fault for not being strong enough to defend their possessions. I can see that you wish to provoke me like you did with the two siblings. I would advise you to not do such things in the future. As an elder, you will only make more enemies instead of allies if you act like this. Feel free to ignore my words. Good luck on your hunt. The elder's calm demeanor was unshakable, a testament to his centuries of experience. It was clear Oliver's provocations were falling flat. The elder spoke in a calm voice, not offended at all. He turned around and moved his fingers in the air as the two siblings disappeared from their positions. He was curious about the two powerful unknown techniques that the boy had utilized in the fight but did not ask. He knew those techniques were not used to their full potential, but were already so destructive. He could imagine what the output would be if someone like him or above him used that technique. A great weapon against demons. Oliver couldn't help but touch his neck awkwardly. The elder was correct, he was being immature. While some people get offended easily, this elder from the clan seemed quite wise and calm. Oliver couldn't help but respect him. He had expected a scenario like those in cliché novels, where he offends a powerhouse and is then hunted down by the clan and their forces. He felt relieved that it did not develop into that. He was not sure if he could live his life in hiding forever. Slowly, he left the scene, heading back to his hidden den near the water stream. He was thirsty and hungry. Gulp. Gulp. Ha. He quenched his thirst by drinking mouthfuls of fresh, cold water. In the middle of the night, drinking chilled water was the best. Rumble. Ugh, I am hungry. His stomach rumbled. The previous fight had drained him too much. He needed to eat something urgently, or it would be difficult to fight and concentrate. He did not find anything to eat in their belongings, so he was in a bind. He could try to eat a demon, but there was a chance he would get poisoned since their flesh and blood were toxic to humans. He sighed. There was not much choice. He could only try to find some fruits in the forest. In the end, he mustered up his last bit of power and used cosmic void gaze to find some fruits that he ate quickly. It was better than nothing at least. The rest of the night, he spent resting in the den. He made sure to properly cover the den beforehand to avoid getting attacked by a demon. The early morning light filtered through the trees, casting a peaceful glow over his hidden den. He woke up early in the morning, mostly recovered. His wounds had healed to a great extent. Whoa! My body feels as good as new, he exclaimed excitedly as he did arm stretches. Although his body was still sore, he was no longer exhausted or seriously wounded. After that, he went out and searched for a suitable demonic presence around him. He had the talisman of the third sister with him, but he didn't know which demon was inside. If it was something weak, he would rank lower. He didn't want to bet on this. It was a risky bet after all. He saw a few demons, but they were all handled quickly. Not much effort. He had time until the afternoon before the demon hunt event ended, so he needed to get a demon before the deadline. Now that the elders had seen his strength, it was not mandatory for him to keep hiding it. If he did, he would only turn out more suspicious instead. He might as well get something out of it. Oliver craned his neck as he sensed someone nearby. He had been continuously hunting demons for 2 hours, but so far, he was not able to find a good demon. He felt the forest was too easy. At least, to him. What he didn't know was that if the other children heard him, they would not hesitate to beat him black and blue for saying something so outrageous. They had been struggling to fight these bloodthirsty creatures. Demons were tough opponents for them, and they were the same age as Oliver too. Rustle. Suddenly, he heard something as he neared the water stream. The sound wasn't close by, but his keen ears picked it up. He felt time was running out, and he had yet to hunt something good. He could almost feel the adrenaline pumping through his veins. As he neared the sounds, he could somehow make out the sounds. It was as if someone was fighting. He decided to follow the sound and move toward its direction. It took him a few minutes to cover the distance and reach the exact location. He saw an unexpected scene. It was Nadia. And she was engaged in combat with two demons alone. Sensing the feeling of dread, Oliver quickly realized these demons were the real deal. Minor-level demons. He immediately remembered the elder's words. He looked towards her, still some distance away, hiding in the bushes. He doubted she sensed him, especially while fighting two minor-level demons at once. Screech! He looked at the demons. One shrieked, jangling chains, a short being of sickness and thunder. Two vicious eyes glared at her with absolute darkness. Another shriek resonated from its crooked mouth as Nadia brutally stabbed its side. He looked at the other demon. A lush head of hair adorned its inflated head, almost bark-like. Constant snoring escaped the creature's sinuous nostrils set within a bony nose. Its head sat atop a thick, stringy body. Runes or emblems, each glowing brightly, covered parts of its torso. That. The creature rushed forward, its two legs gracelessly carrying its wicked body with frightful energy. A muscular tail snaked behind it, electric energies pulsing with every movement. A thunder-attributed demon. The creature's eyes were still fixed on her. Oliver just observed from afar. It seemed she was having trouble dealing with two minor-level demons on her own. While she was not injured, and the demons were bleeding, she was still unable to subdue them properly. If he was not wrong, she wanted to seal a living demon in her talisman by weakening it. She didn't expect another demon to ambush them as well. Now, the two demons tactically worked together to suppress her and would probably later duel to see who would eat her. Oliver saw the demon roar and lunge at Nadia, bits of thunder and electricity crackling around its body. Nadia, who still had to awaken her elemental attribute, dodged and slashed its back. The demon was furious that its prey had once again dodged and it couldn't feed. Even among minor-level demons, a demon with an Aspera attribute was rare, so it was unfortunate for Nadia to encounter one. The second demon took this chance and attacked her from behind with its muscular, veiny arms. Nadia dodged by a hair's breadth, jumping over the demon. She was extremely flexible and strong, not easily defeated by the two. Oliver's mind raced. Should I intervene? Would she appreciate the help or see it as interference? He knew that stepping in could change everything. But watching her struggle stirred something inside him. He had some guesses why she was in such a situation. Bam! Nadia dodged the tail attack by a narrow margin. The demons in front of her were ferocious and really wanted to kill her. It was the first time she experienced such killing intent. It made her realize many things. Demons were cruel and would not hesitate to tear you apart. They were clever and liked to play tricks. Never trust them. Kill them mercilessly whenever the opportunity presents itself. She didn't want to ruin this situation by killing the two demons. If a living demon was sealed, she might be recognized more since it was harder to seal a live demon than a dead one. She had to weaken them to the point where they couldn't resist and then use her talisman to seal them. But she found it hard to do. She wondered which demon she should kill. Not to mention, the thunder was annoying to deal with. It was agile and numbing, slowing her speed whenever she took a direct hit. Every attack she dodged took a toll on her energy. I can't keep this up forever, she thought, her frustration mounting. Sweat dripped down her forehead, stinging her eyes. This demon was tougher than all the weaker demons she had killed so far. She coldly snorted and sent a wave of Aspera towards the demon, pushing it back. She wanted to control everything without using any secret techniques or too much Aspera. She was superior to these demons. Minor-level demons were nothing to her. But even as she reassured herself, doubt crept in. Am I really strong enough? The thought was fleeting, but it stung. The pressure of living up to her mother's expectations weighed heavily on her. She had to prove this to her mother. She was watching her. She had to show that even without using precious clan techniques, she could deal with these minor threats on her own. If she did that, then perhaps her mother would praise her. Rustle. Rustle. She suddenly heard some movement behind her and sensed a human presence. Her expression turned a little ugly. It was already tough dealing with two demons, but now someone else was coming. If that person turned out to be hostile, she might be in serious trouble. She was confident, but not overconfident. Facing three enemies at once would be very difficult. Her eyes darted around, searching for the source of the sound. Rustle. She warily looked in the direction of the sound and saw someone familiar. You again, she exclaimed, unable to hide her surprise. It seemed like this guy was always around, no matter where she went. No matter how hard she tried to avoid him, fate seemed to push them together. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a strange, familial feeling surged in her heart whenever she saw him. She couldn't quite figure out why. Hey! Oliver waved. The demon's attention was quickly drawn to the new prey that had entered the scene. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity as they moved slowly yet cautiously, sizing him up. Here to help, he shouted, retrieving the last weapon he had on him, a pair of daggers. He hadn't used them before because he lacked control over them, but with his other weapons out of commission, he had no choice but to resort to them. Despite not being needed here, the presence of two minor-rank demons spurred him to join the fight. Yo! Demons, come at me, he yelled, causing the two demons to flinch and then turn even more aggressive. Growl. One demon, with muscular arms and a tail, charged at him with angry eyes and a salivating mouth. Oliver remained calm. Instead of dodging, he waited for the demon to get closer. As it neared, he pressed down on the ground beneath his feet with force, propelling himself into the air. His body formed an arc as he threw one of his daggers straight at the demon's eye. Roar! The demon wailed in agony and pain as the sharp metal lodged itself in its eye. Oliver landed gracefully behind the demon and, taking advantage of its disoriented state, rushed forward to stab its back with his other dagger. But the dagger couldn't penetrate the demon's tough skin. He silently marveled at the demon's tough hide, realizing it could fetch a high price. The muscular demon grew even more aggressive, almost berserk, as it charged madly at anything nearby. Oliver continued his attacks, but they were less effective than against weaker demons. Just then, he heard Nadia's voice from afar. You're using a low-quality weapon against a demon. It's ineffective. Oliver knew she was right. His cheap weapons were no match for the demon's muscular body. He looked into the demon's black eyes, seamlessly activating his cosmic void gaze ability. Enshrouding of death. A frightened cry escaped the demon's mouth as its eyes began to lose focus. Oliver appeared in front of the demon, and before it could faint from fear, he stabbed his dagger through its face. Simultaneously, he extracted the dagger from its eye and plunged it into the demon's chest with all his strength. The power of level 4 strength showed as his entire hand sank inside the demon's body due to the terrible force. The demon was killed instantly. This all happened in less than a moment. Oliver used cosmic void gaze while rushing toward the berserk demon. He activated it so quickly that no one could comprehend what was happening, drawing attention to the act of his hand sinking into the demon's thick skin. He had successfully hunted the demon. Even if someone from the outside, including the elders, saw this scene, they would not find anything abnormal. And even if someone keenly sensed something amiss, there would be no proof, as he had killed the source of information, the demon. They wouldn't be able to extract any information. At best, they could only harbor suspicions about why the demon had suddenly become docile and unstable, allowing Oliver to attack it. He could easily deflect such questions by claiming he was too quick and took the demon off guard in its berserk state. Swish! He retrieved his talisman and slapped it against the demon. Vrrr! A vibration was produced before a gray light shone from the talisman, slowly enveloping the demon and sealing it inside. With this, it could be said that he had successfully completed the demon hunt. Boom! He heard a booming sound and turned around to see Nadia throwing the thunder demon against a nearby tree. She moved fast, not letting the demon get back up before stabbing her sword through its abdomen. The demon screeched in pain, a wail of pure misery. She was ruthless, quickly using her talisman and throwing it against the demon's body. A light shone as the demon struggled and resisted, but after a futile struggle of a severely wounded demon, it was sealed for good. She had managed to seal a live demon. Good work. Oliver congratulated her from afar. She looked at him with a serene expression. She hadn't expected to meet him here, let alone see him draw a demon towards himself. Did he think she needed help? The thought made her a bit pissed off. She was not weak. She felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely he didn't think she was weak, right? It wasn't that she couldn't handle the two demons on her own, she was simply adamant about capturing and sealing the demon alive by weakening it. It was nothing more than that. She worried Oliver might think she was weak and had intervened to help her. But she was more powerful than he might realize. In fact, she had strategically chosen to weaken the demon before sealing it, ensuring a successful capture. She wasn't struggling, she was being methodical and precise. Still, the idea that Oliver might see her as incapable gnawed at her pride. She wanted to prove herself, to show that she could handle whatever came her way without anyone's help. Her mother. Oliver, oblivious to her internal struggle, approached her. "You did great out there," he said with a smile. She calmly looked at him without any fluctuations in her expression, trying to mask her irritation. "I had it under control." "I know you did," he responded, his tone was calm. "But it never hurts to have a backup, right?" She nodded, but the words didn't quite alleviate her frustration. She didn't need a backup. She needed to prove her strength. As they prepared to leave, the memory of the fight lingered in her mind. The adrenaline, the rush of combat, and the satisfaction of sealing a demon were still fresh. Yet, amidst all that, the shadow of doubt persisted. How did he become this strong? And what was that, the demon? She silently glanced at Oliver's back. She was more powerful than him. She really did not want him to think of her as someone weak. She had once cried in front of him too. That was the most embarrassing moment in her entire life, she still couldn't get over it. If Oliver actually thought that she was just a crybaby, she had to show him her powers. Somewhere in the corner of her mind, she didn't want to lose the respect of her twin. She had never cared about such things before, but for some reason, she did not want this now, especially not with him. But at the same time, she felt angry at herself. Why did she have to explain anything to him? She was not liable to give anyone any explanation about her powers except her mother. Ugh. She felt a burst of frustration in her mind, so she couldn't help but glare at him. How could she know that at that moment, Oliver was just stunned at how ruthless a child could be? He had firsthand witnessed the ruthlessness of a future powerhouse today. He felt that she was so strong to handle two demons alone. Even if he had not helped, she might have subdued them on her own sooner or later, especially if she had used those powerful secret techniques from the clan and her special eyes. He saw her glaring at him and was suddenly puzzled. Wait. She's not angry with me because I stole her prey, right? He felt a bit anxious. He didn't want to worsen his relationship with this cold doll. He had seen how, at such times when the protagonist helped them, they would rather fight the protagonist for stealing their prey. But she had such a complex mind that he often found it hard to do things that sat well with her. He shook his head and didn't think much, but calmly picked up his talisman. Since they had used up their talismans, they were allowed to exit the forest if they wanted to. He saw Nadia give him one more angry look before turning around and picking up her own talisman. She looked towards the sky for a moment, then back at him. Humph. She soon left the scene, possibly going back to the starting entrance. She didn't want to think about it, she was more curious about something else. Earlier, she had seen the demon suddenly freeze in its spot as Oliver rushed towards it. From the sounds it made, the demon had definitely been stunned or dazed to even react. Did he perform some sort of hypnosis on the demon? Not only that, but his strength, what had happened to him? The last time she saw him, he was not even strong enough to fight the siblings back, but now he was manhandling a minor-level demon on his own? This was not something that could change overnight. She fell into some thoughts. Perhaps he had once again gotten his hands on another body-strengthening elixir and used it himself. This did seem to make sense. Last time he had come to her courtyard, he was carrying a black box too and intended to give it to her, but she had decisively refused it at that time. So there was a chance he had used the elixir in the box himself. She had some guesses but decided not to dwell on it. She was totally not interested in his business. Oliver also fell into thought. What should he do now? His hunt was pretty much over anyway. Should he go and rob others? Oliver was amused when he thought about it but decided against it. He didn't have that much energy left. It would be too petty, and he doubted they had anything worthwhile on them in this forest. He too went towards the starting point. It was in the east direction, so he only had to follow that path, and sooner or later he would be there. On his way back, he met other participants too. The time for the hunt was almost over, and now everyone was returning to the exit. The demons nearby didn't dare come closer to the crowd of children, sensing the huge quantity of aspera radiating from the group. So overall, it was an easy trip back. The demon hunt is now officially over. Those who are still inside will be brought back, and the rest of you will now showcase the demons you have caught to the elders. The same elder from before, with a demonic bird as a familiar, appeared once again. He kindly instructed the children. These were all the cream of the crop in the clan and had great potential. He might even consider taking in one of them as his personal student after discussing it with their families or them. His eyes couldn't help but wander to a white-haired head in the crowd, the distinct sign of royalty in the group. He was among the other elders and had seen the stunt of this little guy at that time. He was ruthless and didn't hesitate to cripple the two siblings either. After they were brought out of the forest, a team of medics who were on standby immediately examined their conditions. They both had been crippled badly, and if not provided with a healing elixir, they would remain that way forever. He had directly crushed their talents and potentials. He could feel that there was an inside story between the two parties. It was as if they had known each other from before this demon hunt. From their actions, it could be related to the small conflict that happened during the gathering before the hunting event or a matter of revenge between the two. Their eyes were filled with hatred for one another. It was a small matter, but what he was more interested in was Oliver's abilities. He had clearly felt it, but Oliver was just an ordinary child with less than average aspera quantity in his body. It was impossible to believe that he could pull off those two unknown powerful techniques. Those techniques had potential to develop into even more fearsome abilities later on. How in the world did he manage to obtain those techniques? And who created those fearsome techniques in the first place? Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have never believed that a feeble novice exorcist candidate like Oliver could accomplish such a feat. What exactly were those two martial arts techniques? Who had imparted them to him? Was there someone involved in this scenario? Was Mistress Ophelia wrong about his initial evaluation at his birth? Unlikely, but now he was even more curious about this child. What was going on then? He couldn't resist probing him once more, only to yield the same results as before. Barely any aspera worth noting. He shook his head and ushered the group of children towards the judges. They would determine the course of action and wielded greater authority than him. He was also keen to observe their reaction to Oliver, given that they all bore witness to his earlier actions in the forest. With haste, he directed them to another area while the other guards escorted the children still within the forest. Oliver spotted some chairs, and a few people were seated upon them. These chairs were arranged on a raised platform or stage of sorts. The judges sat with an air of authority, their eyes scanning the group of children with keen interest. They had details about each of them, a full detailed profile. The children congregated, the air was thick with tension as they took out their talismans. Oliver glanced around, and suddenly, his gaze locked with the second brothers, who appeared to be casually scanning the surroundings. The second brother, upon seeing Oliver, inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, causing his hand to tremble. Was he experiencing fear? Swiftly, he averted his gaze, focusing straight ahead. Sweat began to form on his brow, bewildered by the sensation engulfing him. His mind recoiled from even glancing in Oliver's direction. As he attempted to recall where he had encountered him before, a sharp pain seared through his head. Dizziness washed over him, dissuading any further contemplation. Whatever the cause, whether instinctual or otherwise, it vehemently advised him to steer clear of Oliver at all costs. Observing this reaction, Oliver felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the consequence one faced for crossing him. Approach. One by one. Place your talisman on the altar to unseal the demon. The judges will then assess it. The first child approached, trembling slightly, and positioned his talisman on the altar. He was among those who failed to exit the forest on time and thus was escorted out by guards. The altar hummed to life as the talisman glowed. A small, pathetic-looking demon corpse emerged out in front of the altar, eliciting a mixture of relief and disappointment from the audience. The judges conferred briefly, their interest seemingly minimal. Well, Oliver mused, it was challenging to pique their interest, these demons hardly warranted a glance from them. Next was a confident girl, previously a favorite to win. Oliver had noticed her at the outset, surrounded by a retinue of followers. It was evident her family lineage was exceptional, the vassal family enjoying a higher status than others. She unsealed her talisman, revealing a fierce and imposing demon corpse. The judges nodded approvingly, and she stepped back, a satisfied smile adorning her face. After her was the kid who had brought his ancestor's sword with him. Earlier at the beginning he was quite arrogant and confident, but now he seemed more humbled and subdued. Even his face was covered in dirt and his clothes were also torn from here and there. It was apparent the demons he had underestimated had imparted a valuable lesson. The demon he presented was mediocre at best. Children came and went by. The process continued. Finally, it was the second brother's turn. He unveiled his talisman before the audience. Look at that. Isn't that a minor level demon? As expected from the main lineage, they are born different. A boy could not help but shake his head. His demon was at best a 5 out of 10 rating. He's so handsome as well, I want to join under him. A girl gushed, admiring his appearance. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Not bad, one of the judges calmly remarked, jotting down notes. Oliver also looked at the demon corpse. The demon had a bald head and wide teeth with a large belly. It was indeed a minor level demon. The rotations continued until finally, it was his turn. Hey, it's his turn. TCH, did he even capture one? Seems impossible. Maybe it's an empty talisman, haha. Haha. It's a shame the main lineage's esteemed reputation might suffer due to him. Finally his name was called. He stepped forward, his heart pounding slightly. It was the moment where his cover was going to get blown away. He had been trying to hide his powers, but unfortunately since that was no longer feasible, it was time to reveal it. Although his cover had long been blown away considering they all were watching them, but it was still a different story doing it in front of so many people. He calmly went up to the altar and slowly placed his talisman onto the circular platform. Whir. A light shone as the audience waited for the spectacle. Some were eagerly waiting for the drama that was going to unfold once Oliver revealed his pathetic talent. The elders remained composed, their eyes betraying a knowingness. They were well aware of each child's accomplishments. The judging process merely served to establish a hierarchy among them. They ought to discern their competition and select the appropriate figure to follow. The cadaver of a robust and imposing demon gradually materialized before the crowd. Silence blanketed the audience as they gawked at the demon in disbelief. Hey, isn't this a minor level demon? Someone finally spoke, their tone hesitant. A minor level demon. He actually captured one. What? How's this possible? I still can't feel any noticeable aspera from him. What's going on? Nadia calmly observed the situation from a distance, her eyes had a certain glint to them as she watched. Another girl thought aloud, could it be that his aspera level is too high for us to sense? Is that why we were unable to feel anything? Wait, this does sound logical. Another kid also had a thoughtful look. In the first place, wasn't it someone else who said that young Master Oliver was isolated due to his incompetent talent since birth? Why, you're right. But where's that guy? I think I saw him get eliminated at the beginning when he was unable to climb the Elder's familiar. Fuck. That bastard dared to trick us, someone raged out. Actually, we are the fools here. How could a person from the main lineage lack talent? Their blood is divine. I am ashamed that I thought like this. To think I dared to disrespect one of the main heirs just due to my lack of knowledge. My father is going to beat me up if he finds out. A boy said in fear. Hearing this, many others showed anxious faces, especially those who had openly badmouthed him since the beginning. They disrespected a main heir thinking he was talentless and weak just because someone said so, and now they saw this scene of him casually showcasing a minor level demon. They had also been in the forest, and the demons were not easy to hunt. Not to mention the minor level ones, even the weaker ones were very troubling and ferocious. Just facing them alone was extremely stressful. They could only imagine how tough a minor level demon was. To be able to kill that demon and seal it, he was definitely not weak. As for cheating? They did not even have such a thought. The whole event was being monitored by the clan elders, who were impartial. Any sort of cheating would immediately result in disqualification and punishment. Their parents had repeatedly informed them to maintain the best possible ties with the main heirs. They had specifically told them one thing. If you cannot maintain a good tie, then don't get on their bad side no matter what. Those who had jabbed at him earlier were secretly cursing themselves for being too talkative. They had done this to impress the pair of third siblings and get their favor, but who would have expected they would actually offend such a monster instead? They could still bootlick the third pair of siblings and get under their wing to have some ground, but where were they? Wait, they could not find the pair of siblings anywhere? Respected elder, where are the third young master and young miss? A guy could not help but ask. He was one of the people who had quite actively berated Oliver, so he was more anxious than others. They have been disqualified. The elder glanced at the kid and coldly said. As if a thunderbolt had struck their minds, they all looked at the elder with confusion and anxiety. Disqualified? What happened? Did they cheat? Their faces turned pale upon hearing the elder's words. The elder did not explain anything further and simply walked away from this annoying bunch of children. Not bad, young master. One of the judges commented with a certain look in his eyes. He wanted to ask more but could not do so. Oliver still had the status of being one of the main heirs, so he couldn't casually ask him about his secrets, especially not when he was not even related to Oliver's faction. The head judge leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. This is a rare find, he said, his voice tinged with both contemplation and serenity. Where did you capture this demon, Oliver? In the forest. Oliver nonchalantly replied, making the judges speechless. Upon second thought, they all felt that Oliver was indeed not wrong, so why did they feel offended? The judges exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. Afterward, they sent him back and called out the rest of the participants. It was almost the end, and now it was Nadia's turn. She was called out, and the noisy crowd instantly quieted down. The air was filled with unexpected anticipation. Everyone had a look of eagerness in their eyes as they watched her reach the altar and place her talisman upon it. She was the most likely candidate to become the future matriarch of the clan. There was not a single person in the crowd who did not want to become her subordinate and join her faction. But of course, they all knew that only the best of the best would even get a chance to serve her. They all wanted to see what sort of demon she had captured. It would be a show of her strength for the first time in public. Nadia had no interest in her eyes. She had an expressionless face at the moment, and the world did not seem to affect her at all. The light on the talisman shone, and a demon emerged out of the altar. Before anyone could respond, the demon hissed out, its voice echoing through the silent surroundings. Hiss. The onlookers could not help but be stunned. The demon was alive. How did she manage to seal it then? Even the judges had a look of interest upon seeing the demon. A thunder-attributed demon was definitely harder to fight compared to non-attributed demons. And to seal one alive at their level? This task was almost impossible to achieve. They could not help but have a sense of respect for Nadia. She was indeed the most talented in the main lineage. Not even a rank 1 exorcist and still able to seal a minor-level demon alive? She was definitely not normal. Chaos erupted as the crowd reacted. The judges struggled to regain control. In the end, the head judge raised his hand for silence. This is unexpected, he said, looking at Nadia with a mix of curiosity and interest. A rare find, as expected of Miss Nadia. A judge clapped lightly as he congratulated her. The crowd could not help but be envious. The judges did not even react when it was their turn, but now they were going as far as to congratulate her and clap for her. The crowd could not help but be envious. The judges did not even react when it was their turn, but now they were even going as far as to congratulate her and clap for her. This just showed her influence and how strong she would grow in the future. It was a fitting show of power. Ignoring everything around, Nadia could not help but glance sideways secretly, trying to find out how Oliver reacted. In the end, she saw him clapping for her as well and felt satisfied. Her lips wanted to curl up, but she restrained herself. Her mother might also be watching. Oliver glanced as the elder clicked his fingers, and the demon was instantly sliced into 2 halves and quickly assimilated into nothingness. That was an exorcism technique, only exorcists with aspera could use that. The head judge stood and called for silence once more. We have reached our decision. The rankings are as follows. First, Nadia Mystic. Second, Oliver Mystic. Third, Violet Mitchell. Fourth, As he announced the names and ranks, there were gasps and murmurs of surprise. Some of the expected top contenders were ranked lower than anticipated, while others who had been overlooked rose to prominence. When Oliver's name was called, he was placed among the highest ranks, but the judges gave him a look that promised further scrutiny for some reason. Good, I placed second. The reward should be good. He felt happy that he placed second. Actually, he was more glad that Nadia placed first, which meant that she was going to receive a better reward, and he would enjoy the tenfold benefits too. Seeing Oliver laughing weirdly to himself, the others didn't know what to say. In the end, they just ignored him and went to rest. The previous night had taken a toll on them mentally and physically. The winners stay, while the rest leave. We will distribute the rewards, the elder announced as he guided the rest of the participants away. The group of rankers were also taken to a chamber with the judges and other clan elites present as well. Oliver was quite surprised when he heard that the second brother was not the runner-up but instead some unknown girl. Nonetheless, the judges had their own criteria, and he did not care. After they were led to the chamber, the head judge informed them. For the third rank, you will receive a secret martial arts technique from the clan. You have 3 choices, select one of them wisely. He said to Violet and presented 3 notebooks with the technique name written on the cover. She took a moment and carefully analyzed her compatibility. All the techniques were top-notch for their level and foundation. In the end, she selected a technique called Purple Snap of the Hateful Snakes. It seemed to focus on hand-to-hand combat. Good, you can leave now if you want or wait for other participants, he told her, and she decided to stay and wait. For the second rank, the reward is a choice between these 2 metals. He clapped as 2 glass boxes with some sort of radiating metal placed inside appeared on the table. There were 2 labels on the boxes, one was Terragold of Spirits, and the second was Hellish Plant Meteor. He was supposed to select one. This one. Oliver wanted both, but he knew that it was impossible, so he picked one as per his needs. The elder nodded and gave the box to Oliver and told him about it. Hellish Plant Meteor. This metal is extremely precious. If you give it to a skilled blacksmith, you can get yourself a wonderful weapon or even an artifact. It depends on the skill of the crafter in the end. Many exorcists try their best to get a piece of it, but it's not something to be obtained easily. This metal could only be extracted from demonic territory and thus is very hard to mine. Oliver nodded slightly. He was aware of this and thus chose it. He had already collected some metals prior to this, and with this, he was one step closer to implementing his plan. There was something that he wanted to be crafted, so he had been collecting the metal necessary for it. Now for the first ranker, Miss Nadia, you will receive a truly unique reward, the head judge announced, his voice resonating with pride and anticipation. As the first place winner, you will be granted the Celestial Flame Lotus, an ancient artifact passed down through our clan for generations. He gestured towards a pedestal at the center of the chamber, where a delicate lotus flower made of shimmering, translucent material sat. It radiated a soft, otherworldly glow, and the air around it seemed to ripple with energy. The Celestial Flame Lotus is not just a symbol of our clan's heritage, it possesses incredible power. When bonded with its owner, it can enhance your Aspera, amplify your martial arts abilities, and provide protection against dark Aspera. However, it requires great skill and dedication to fully unlock its potential. Nadia looked at the artifact with eagerness. She had heard about it, and this was what she had been aiming for when she participated in the first place. The head judge continued, this artifact chooses its master. You must meditate and form a bond with it. Only then will it reveal its true abilities to you. Use it wisely, it will become a great weapon in times of great need. Nadia nodded solemnly. She didn't underestimate the head judge. Rather, she was not a person to underestimate others based on their strength, she was wary of everyone, be it friend or enemy. Suddenly, Oliver's image came to her mind as she thought about the artifact, but she quickly shook her head. She had a great responsibility on her shoulders and thus could not be held back. She gently picked up the Celestial Flame Lotus, feeling its warmth and energy resonate with her own. You may stay and meditate here to form your bond, the head judge said. Take all the time you need. This is an honor that few have achieved. As Nadia found a quiet corner to begin her meditation, the room buzzed with a mix of admiration and envy from the other participants. Even some elders could not help but sigh. This artifact was something that even they would have wanted in their prime. Oliver watched curiously. He was brimming with curiosity as he wondered what abilities she was going to awaken and how much profit he would gain. He turned towards the head judge and suddenly called out. "Elder, I have something to ask. Elder, I have something to ask." Oliver called out to the elder, who was looking over at Nadia. "What is it, young master?" The elder turned around and asked calmly. "Well, I wanted to ask if I can have the corpse of the demon I hunted." "Hmm?" The elder narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Oliver. But he quickly replied with a calm look. "You can, but may I know the reason behind it? The demon corpse isn't something worth collecting either." "Oh, well, I was thinking of selling it to earn some money," Oliver simply replied. There was nothing to hide, considering they could know it either way. Hearing this, all the people in the room were stunned, and then they once again looked at the young man. They had forgotten earlier that this guy was actually the isolated one. The clan had minimal interactions with him, and he didn't have most of the privileges that the other young heirs had. So naturally, that also involved the monthly expenses he received, which must be minimal too. The third-place winner could not help but look at Oliver in pity. Such a strong person, and he was being treated like this. She couldn't help but shudder, imagining herself in his place. Her family had always showered her with resources and wealth, so she never had to care about something as trivial as money. But looking at how he was so poor that he even wanted to sell the demon corpse to get some money made her feel inferior. If she were one day thrown out into the wild with minimal money, how would she survive? She mentally made a note to herself to be more frugal after returning back to her family home. The elders who heard him had weird expressions as well. A young master of the clan was actually so poor that he had to live by selling corpses in the market? If others heard about it, they would be reduced to a laughingstock. It was not only a matter of pride but also to respect the strength that this young man showed. No matter what, he definitely had potential. Being able to hunt a minor-level demon after fighting 2 heirs was no easy feat for his age. The head judge's expression did not falter a bit as he listened to his reasoning. "No need for that. You will be allocated funds from the clan treasury from now on." He turned toward an elder and waved his hand. "Increase his funds to be double of what the third siblings get per month. Also, compensate him with the money for all the 6 years that he had received less than others. It should not be a nedden less." "Yes, elder." The other elder quickly cupped his hands and nodded, swiftly leaving the chamber to get the money. Since the head judge had ordered it, there was no need to further discuss about it. Oliver was astonished after hearing this. This was completely out of his expectations. He never imagined that not only would he be allocated twice the pocket money of the siblings, but also get compensated with 6 years' worth of funds that he had missed. He thought the clan would simply ignore this matter. Usually in the novels, even if the protagonist happens to showcase his powers, the clan still does not treat him well and instead try to bring him down, but it turns out that his clan indeed stood firm to its beliefs of respecting strength. In fact, he was not short of money or anything after meeting Jenna. He had millions in his card. It was just that he had been a calculated person and had a habit of saving money since his previous life. He always believed the more money, the better. So his decision to sell the demon corpse was definitely not influenced by his lack of sufficient funds. He just felt it would be a great opportunity to sell the skin of a minor-level demon. He didn't expect the others to feel pity for him and this to happen. But now he could not ask for the demon corpse, or it would be rude to the head judge who had already told him that there was no need. Anyway, there would be more opportunities in the future as he fought more demons. For now, he was satisfied with the unexpected profit. Now, he just waited for Nadia to finish bonding with the artifact while his money arrived. Ding! The target has formed a bond with Celestial Flame Lotus and awakened the demon banishing flames. Obtaining 10x benefits. Host has obtained Holy Flame of Nightmares. In that very instant, Oliver felt a warm feeling inside his body, as if his entire body was slowly getting hotter and hotter with every moment. The heat was becoming unbearable. It felt as if he had been thrown into a boiling volcano. He breathed in and out slowly, trying not to draw attention to himself, but found it harder to concentrate. Fortunately, Nadia also reacted at the same time as a strong aspera started leaking out of her body, drawing others' attention. Oliver took the chance and quietly left the chamber. He huffed slightly as he went into the bushes. The heat was becoming unbearable slowly. He wanted to bathe in ice-cold water. He rolled on the cold grass to calm himself. After a minute of agitation, the feeling died down slowly. He lazily opened his eyes and extended his hand towards the sky. Swoosh! A brilliant golden-colored flame emerged from his hand. The flame was blazing hot, as if he was holding a piece of the sun. The surroundings started to be affected just from its mere presence. The size of the flame was not too big, perhaps due to his level 1 Aspera, but it still felt terrifying. Strangely, he was not affected by the flame at all. He exhaled slightly as he slowly strained his body to stand back up. Nadia should also have awakened the demon-banishing flames by now. So before elders or others present noticed his absence, he should get back. The demon-sealing flames that Nadia had awakened were very powerful exorcism flames. These flames were highly effective against demons. Banishing demons to oblivion was the sole purpose of exorcism, and these flames did exactly that. In the novel, it was mentioned that during the war, she was directly able to burn battalions of demons to ashes with her flames. He could only imagine how much deadlier his flames would be. Just as he was about to leave, something else drew his attention once again. Ding! Target has achieved a massive amount of Aspera, thus breaking through. Ding! Target has achieved a massive amount of Aspera, thus breaking through. Target has become a rank 1 exorcist. Obtaining 10x benefits. Permanent boost in strength. Permanent boost in Aspera. Obtain 10x Aspera talent. Host has achieved breakthrough. Rank 1 obtained. Suddenly, a rush of Aspera flooded inside Oliver's body. He felt all the nerves inside his body crackling with joy as the sudden influx of Aspera filled them. His entire aura started to transform, more and more Aspera kept filling his insides. His organs, his brain, his bones, nothing was left untouched. He showered in Aspera. Oliver exhaled, the sensation was too relaxing and comforting. So this is how people feel after a breakthrough. He could not help but want to indulge in the feeling even more, but sadly, it soon stopped. He clenched his fist, feeling the force and power behind it. He might even be able to punch a hole through a grown tree as he was now. There was not a trace of exhaustion present in his eyes anymore. Earlier, he had been drained both physically and mentally in the forest after fighting the twins and the demons. But now he felt as good as new. His strength was replenished, and his body was overflowing with never-before-seen Aspera. It was as if he had drunk an elixir. He calmly looked ahead and viewed his body status. He was sure there were going to be significant improvements now. Name, Oliver Mystic. Race, human. Status, rank 1. Strength, level 5. Aspera, level 4. Charisma, level 3. Luck, level 2. That's such a terrifying improvement. He could not help but exclaim. His Aspera level had directly jumped from 1 to 4 in an instant. He could understand this. He directly obtained 10 times the Aspera Nadia had. Like a tsunami, Aspera flooded out of his body, exuding a strong pressure. Crack! Crack! His body stretched as he felt energized like never before. He had long been waiting to awaken a talent for Aspera, and now it was finally there. Nadia managed to break through and become a rank 1 exorcist. Which meant that she had a breakthrough in both her physical strength and Aspera too. The stirring of Aspera directly linked to her talent, the system detected it, and he was rewarded with 10x greater talent than her. Not to mention, now that she was a rank 1 exorcist, he too became a rank 1 exorcist. He already had good strength worthy of a rank 1 exorcist. He could have been called a rank 1 exorcist before, just with his physical strength, considering he was currently acting as a physical exorcist. For exorcists on that path, their strength was the factor that determined the ranks. But now he was a full-fledged rank 1 exorcist after breaking through in his Aspera level and amount as well. Not only that, he had obtained around 10 times the Aspera a genius like Nadia would have at rank 1. So it could be said that he was a rank 1 exorcist with around 10 times more Aspera than normal rank 1 exorcists. He felt that if he was now faced against the twins once again, he was capable enough to handle them both in a minute without using any of the secret techniques. He could now also start proper meditations to increase his rank and Aspera amount on his own. Earlier, due to his poor Aspera talent, he was not able to gather or collect the Aspera present in his surroundings despite clearly seeing them with his special eyes. But now, he could suck in all the Aspera in his surroundings into his body with no problem. It was a great obstacle for him that has now been cleared. A lot of possibilities had opened up for him now. Ding. Cosmic Void Gaze has cleared the conditions for Aspera. Unlocking Circuit of Abyss. In the very next instant, he felt every ounce of his strength suddenly leave his body. Huh? He immediately fell to the ground, his body turning immobile. Not a second later, a terrible pain shot up from his eyes, slowly traveling through his entire body, consuming everything. Oliver felt immense pain as he suffered, but he was not even able to scream a word. Ack. My eyes. So painful. He screamed internally. Boom. Dark clouds instantly gathered in the sky, covering the entirety of the Mystic Purge clan. Meow? In his courtyard, the fat clan guardian, who was just chomping on a fish that Oliver had left behind, suddenly jolted. She furiously turned her head around and almost blinked out toward the courtyard, her speed tremendous. She gravely looked at the pitch-black clouds, giving an ominous feeling. Her hair stood to no end as she looked at those ominous clouds. Thump. Thump. Her heart started to thump wildly as she observed the clouds of void. They were not normal thunderclouds, she knew it. She was sure of it. Her expression was grave and serious as she observed the pitch-black cloudy atmosphere that enveloped the entire clan all of a sudden. She could sense the element of void present all around. One of the most terrifying elements in existence. It was one of the primordial elements and was extremely rare. But right now, the entire clan was covered in a blanket of this element. Her eyes turned sharp as she tried to see through the blanket of clouds, but found it impossible. She was not as strong as she used to be. She could not pierce through it. It was as if all her senses had been absorbed by the clouds. The sky was so eerie that she could not help but shudder. It was as if the clouds had devoured the sky. She remembered this ominous feeling. It was the same when she had first found out about the boy. What an unpleasant feeling. Her heart sank when she realized that something was going on with that boy in the trial. Without wasting a second, she disappeared from her spot. If she was late, then who knows what would happen. She had spent a lot of time with Oliver and knew that he was not a bad kid. He was kind and was obedient, although he would occasionally put things in her food. He was a normal child. She did not what had happened for the sky to turn like this. She knew if something or someone interfered wrongly, the entire clan could suffer. This phenomenon was too big and too terrifying. It would inevitably draw the attention of many, not just in the clan but outside too. Not to mention, the death which was also present in the clan. The clan guardian could not help but want to curse. She shouldn't have allowed him to participate in the demon hunt. Things were about to get troublesome. The cat groaned as a headache came to her. Meow. If the cloud started to rain, then the clan would suffer irreversible damage. These were the void clouds, not some normal clouds they could easily remove. Oliver was still suffering while the cat was searching for him. His body twitched and convulsed from time to time. His expression, however, was neutral. His facial muscles were stiff, refusing to even move. It was as if someone was performing surgery on every piece of his body while he was conscious and alive without any anesthetics. He could only bear the pain as his very nerves and tissues were bearing severe pain, but he told himself to endure it as it was for his own good. A sinking feeling appeared in his mind. It was as if he was slowly sinking into darkness. He looked around himself, but all he could feel and see was void. His mind and body were connected with the abyss now. He was drowning in the very depths of the abyss. Just for a very short instant, he felt as if he saw the worst monstrosities in existence as he kept sinking. His body trembled just gazing at them for less than a second. His heart felt cold. It was as if something was changing within his body, mind, and heart as he kept sinking. He dared not imagine just how monstrous those terrifying beings could be. Those monsters were definitely beyond the scope of humans or demons alike. They were true evil. Just their existence alone was a corruption to the universe. He felt that way as he continued sinking, yet for some strange reason, he was starting to feel a familiar feeling welling inside him. Was he getting corrupted too? He did not know, and all he could do was just wait and wait. His body kept reforming, becoming a true circuit of the abyss. Underscore 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 underscore. The Cosmic Void Gaze. Ability 1, Dominion over Cosmic Voids. Description, provides control over not only darkness, but the vast void between cosmos. Superior form of darkness element, void unlocked. Ability 2, Master of Interdimensional Portals. Description: Possessor no longer limited to the same dimension anymore. Portals can be used for instantaneous transportation. Depends on the level of mastery. Ability 3, Enshrouding of Death. Description: Has the power to induce overwhelming fear on a grand scale, affecting entire battlefields or even entire legions. Fear is no longer a psychological aspect anymore, but a tangible force that weakens targets and strengthens the possessor. Ability 4, Circuit of the Abyss. Description: The user's body has now opened up and become an abyssal circuit. Abyss is infinite, so is the user. Allows the user to conduct the powers from Abyss. The body has become a circuit, allowing the energy of the Abyss to flow through it. User becomes directly connected to the Abyss, the end of everything. Ability 5, Planar Imprisonment. Description: Ability 6, Inverted Anti-Hull. Description: Ability 7, White Area. Description: Underscore 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 underscore. While Oliver was unconscious, there was a great turmoil happening in various places. The first place being the chamber where the head judge and others were waiting for Nadia. They had been there as Nadia was awakening new powers and doing a breakthrough to rank 1. The elders and the head judge were quite impressed and shocked by her progressing speed. She was only 7 years old and was already a rank 1 exorcist. They did not reach the realm of rank 1 until their 20s. It could be seen how much of a monster she was. She was probably one of the youngest ever to reach rank 1. And not only that, her Aspera was quite strong. She was born with great Aspera talent, so it was natural she was way above other geniuses. Among her siblings, she definitely had the greatest talent. They all wanted her as a disciple, but alas, she was special. At that moment, all of them suddenly shuddered. The head judge frowned as he felt goosebumps over his skin. He instantly disappeared from his spot, appearing outside the chamber. His eyes gradually widened as his blood ran cold. He looked at the sky, and it was pitch black. He could feel a tremendous amount of void element in the sky. His hands shook as he imagined these clouds raining. The rain would contain properties of void, an element that was known as the second name of destruction. He felt an immense sense of dread and frantically covered the chamber with his Aspera, quickly forming a protective barrier over it. Miss Nadia was still inside, going through her breakthrough, and at this moment, she must not be disturbed at all. He immediately contacted the elders, and they were all equally surprised by the sudden phenomenon. Some even suspected the demons had launched a large-scale attack specifically targeting the Mystic Purge clan. The head judge was also a normal elder, so he could only listen helplessly as he heard his superiors forming theories. They were not in contact with the Patriarch at the moment since he was away for some work. Calm down, activate the barrier formation first. We will decide our next course of action properly. Ask Sir Kyle to lead a team of exorcists and inspect every corner of the clan and apprehend anyone they suspect who might be associated with the phenomenon or demon. Yes, Elder. One of the elders on the other side of the communication device quickly obeyed. Another elder chimed in as she said, I believe it's not related to demons. With the level of security we have, only a catastrophe-level demon would dare to enter this place. Hearing her, others also nodded. She's right, even a catastrophic class demon would be hesitant to enter. This place filled with the best exorcists could easily threaten its life. I think we should investigate it more deeply. Now that I remember, some years ago, didn't something this ominous happen too? At that time, the respected guardian of the clan went personally to solve it. I did not hear anything about it from her afterwards. Neither did I. What could have happened? I believe we should directly ask the clan guardian about this, someone suggested. This seems related to that incident. Can we contact the clan guardian and ask for her pointers on this situation? While I respect her decision, she might have her own circumstances for not informing us, but now that it has come to the safety of the whole clan, I suggest we ask her straight. You're right. Some of them agreed. As for the thought that the clan guardian might be colluding with demons to harm them, it did not even cross their minds. The clan guardian had been there since the founding. She had devoted her entire being to the clan. Centuries of loyalty was not something that could be doubted. Not to mention, she was a spiritual entity, and demons were something she hated. Not only that, even the Patriarch respected her. They wouldn't dare to doubt her. Not only was she older than them, but her powers were also not widely known. I will try to contact her. The female elder nodded and informed the others. They quickly coordinated and divided the tasks among themselves. At this moment, they quickly came to a decision and activated the clan barrier using the array formation. Even if the clouds were still and unmoving, no one dared to be careless. This level of phenomenon could cause widespread destruction. Even a single drop of void could directly destroy a fertile land forever. In another place, a woman dressed in a flower-patterned white kimono was sitting in a courtyard under an umbrella. Her eyes were a beautiful shade of silver, and her face was nothing but a piece of art. She was also looking at the pitch-black sky, however, her expression was calm and unmoving, unlike the other elders. It was as if she was not affected by it at all. There was not an ounce of fear or tension on her beautiful face. What was on her face was extreme coldness. An aura of death filled her surroundings. She calmly observed the clouds, her eyes shining with a mysterious light. It was as if she could see through the clouds and beyond what even the clan guardian was unable to. Her eyes moved and looked in the direction where Oliver and the other children were. It was as if she could directly see what was happening there. Her eyes flickered for a moment as if she saw something unexpected. Interesting, did I calculate it wrong? She asked to no one in particular. Although her voice was gentle and honey-like, her tone was chilling, cold and grave. She slowly got up and picked up her umbrella. Her body slowly turned into countless fine particles as she slowly disappeared from her spot. Her eyes had a certain glint to them as she kept looking towards the place where Oliver and others were. The head judge had a headache as he looked at the unmoving clouds, his senses felt suffocated due to the presence of void. He was calmly guarding the chambers while he informed the other elders inside to be with the children and not let them out. If any of them got hurt, he would not be able to show his face to others. These were the cream of the crop, the best among the best. They had a huge potential that had to be polished. Even if he perished today, he must ensure their safety. Those three were too precious to be left unguarded. 3? The head judge froze. He suddenly remembered that Oliver was also in the 3 he counted. Earlier, due to the sudden phenomenon and the elder's call, he forgot about the fact that earlier Oliver was not there when he looked around. At that time, he was more focused on Nadia due to her breakthrough and thought he might have gone to freshen up or something. But he was still not there when the clouds suddenly appeared outside. He frowned heavily. If something happened, then the responsibility would fall on his shoulders for not taking extra steps to maintain their safety. He wanted to go and search around, but he was afraid that if something were to happen with the ominous void clouds above, he might not be able to protect this chamber behind him. He could only wait for reinforcements now as he quickly sent a short message to his subordinates to reach where he was. He wondered if the others were able to get in contact with the clan guardian or not. The clan guardian, meanwhile, had already sensed the situation. She sped through the corridors, her feline form a blur of motion. The atmosphere grew heavier with each passing second as she neared the source of the disturbance. She was keenly aware of the chambers where the rewards were supposed to be distributed. He and others should be there by now. Her heart pounded as she remembered the boy, Oliver. The strange phenomenon that surrounded him seemed to be repeating itself, only this time it was far more intense. Far more intense. She instantly reached the chambers and looked around. She could see an old man guarding the chambers, but Oliver was not inside when she sensed in. Her senses expanded, covering more of the area, before she quickly located him. She found him lying on the ground, his body convulsing and eyes shut tight. The pitch-black clouds swirling above were an ominous sign. "Oliver," she hissed, trying to rouse him from his state. She could feel the void energy seeping into him, changing him. As she tried to sense his condition, the void clouds began to stir ominously, crackling with latent power. She knew that if she did not act quickly, the entire clan could be in grave danger. "He needs to be stabilized," she muttered, focusing her own powers to create a protective barrier around him. She channeled her Aspera, hoping to contain the void's influence. As she did this, the void clouds trembled as if they would rain at any moment. The onlookers could not help but shudder, feeling the ominous aura above them. A feeling of dread was present inside the hearts of every person at this moment. The only sense of relief was the clan barrier over their heads. The oblivious ones who could not feel the true nature of the threat merely considered the clouds as thunderclouds that were darker than usual and continued with their lives as usual. However, those with heightened senses knew better. They watched the clouds with bated breath, knowing that the slightest disturbance could unleash untold destruction. As the clan guardian poured her power into stabilizing Oliver, she could feel the void energy resisting her efforts. It was as if the very essence of the void was alive, pushing back against her control. "Hold on, Oliver," she whispered, her voice filled with determination. "You must endure this." She was aware that if Oliver didn't wake up in time, it might be too late. At that time, she might have to take the extreme measures, which she absolutely wanted to avoid, no matter what. Oliver's convulsions began to slow, his body gradually calming as the void energy was contained. The clouds above started to dissipate, their ominous presence fading slowly. "He's gaining control," she looked at him, "it's finally happening." Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Oliver lay still, the void energy contained within him. The clan guardian sighed in relief, her body sagging with exhaustion. "It's over, for now." But even as she said those words, she knew that this was only a temporary reprieve. The power within Oliver was something unprecedented, and they would need to be vigilant in the days to come. "He needs to learn to control this, or else, in the future, I cannot imagine what might happen." She was serious when she thought about it. For now, she was glad that the cloud were slowly fading too. As she walked around his unconscious body, she couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of something far greater and more dangerous. Oliver was still in his mindscape, he was experiencing the vagueness of being in abyss, but he was unable to clearly feel anything. He would shudder from time to time whenever a monster-like entity would be seen by him. Creatures with shadowy hair as thick as leather, otherworldly faces bulging from the skin, and horrifying specifics that he was unable to see in the void. As he kept falling more and more, the creatures became more and more menacing. Suddenly, as if something clicked, he felt an even deeper sense of connection with the abyss. He felt his body anew, as if he was now in a different body, he could feel power rushing from every corner of his body. Unknown knowledge about many things suddenly rushed into his mind, he was unable to comprehend some while other pieces of the information were just as equally complex or disturbing in nature. Information regarding his new self entered his mind, it seemed that he had become a creature of abyss. Or something more. He was unable to tell. The abyss energy, he could feel it inside his veins, flowing naturally as blood. He was unable to understand many things, but he felt himself calm. It was an eerie calm, as if he was not much affected by things happening around him. "Oliver. Oliver. Oliver. Oliver." He started hearing his name being called out, slowly drawing him out of the void. He groaned slightly confused, slowly opening his eyes, there was no pain in his body anymore. A bright light assaulted his eyes as he slowly opened them. "Beautiful," he said, looking at the black sky, well, not exactly the void clouds, but the countless colorful particles floating in the atmosphere all around. Those were the Aspera particles, he could clearly see them, more defined and more detailed. From the different colored particles, he could tell their attributes and other stuff, he could define the particles even better than before. Not only that, he felt the surroundings also felt more detailed than usual. Oliver dash. He heard a feminine sound and slowly got up and sat down, he looked around but found no one. Who called his name just now? Tug. Feeling a tug on his clothes, he looked below to see a pristine white cat. Zippy. He picked her up slowly and looked her seriously in the eyes. The clan guardian also looked back into his eyes but was momentarily stunned, his eyes seemed to have changed for some reason. She could feel a deepness into them. Eyes were the windows to one's soul and could tell a lot about the person. For an expert like her who could even read fate and future from the stars, she was naturally able to feel the immense deepness in his eyes. Something had definitely changed in him. She thought with a pondering look, for some reason, she felt an invisible pressure as she continued to look into his eyes. Those eyes felt dark, for some reason. She had fought countless demons in her lifetime and knew what was dread. She could feel an evil presence inside him, an inherent evilness. No, this shouldn't be the case? Why am I feeling this? She shook her head. The inherent evil aura that she was thinking of was something that was present in the most gruesome and fearsome entities of the world. It was not something that could be present in a child. Especially considering he was a kind-hearted boy to begin with. She was unable to pinpoint what was causing it and what exactly was it, but she knew it had something to do with the phenomenon above and his mysterious power from before. Did you just speak now? Oliver looked at the clan guardian curiously. He felt that the clan guardian forgot that currently she was acting as his pet, a normal pet. Meow, she shook her head and replied. You are shaking your head, this means you understand me, right? He could tell that the clan guardian was quite stupid at acting and her skills were below average, so he did not mind her and just patted her head. How can that be, he said. I must have misunderstood. The cat also glanced at his body and was momentarily stunned. He's already rank 1, she was shocked. What's with this ridiculous amount of Aspera? She found it hard to believe, this is definitely not the Aspera level of a rank 1. She could obviously feel the Aspera radiating out of Oliver's body, he had broke through rank 1 for some reason. But how? He was a normal talentless boy with barely any Aspera, and now suddenly he not only had abundant Aspera, but also way more Aspera than any genius she had seen so far. It would be hard to believe that this kid was the same kid who had barely any Aspera just a day ago. If someone sensed through him, they would feel he was nothing but a genius among geniuses. He put her down as he slowly got up. He knew things were not simple, looking at those fading clouds filled with those hollow particles. And for the clan guardian to come here, he must be the cause of this. It seems she has helped me this time. He placed his hand over his chest as he felt the tremendous abyssal energy flowing inside him. And looking over at her, he felt that she was not able to sense this. In the novel, there was never been the mention of the abyss or abyssal energy, so he was able to conclude that she was not aware of it. Even though this was a complete mystery, he did not intend to tell her about it. He doubted that she had any clues about it either. He knew things were about to turn troublesome, with all the disturbances and Nadia and other girl in the chamber with the elders, reinforcements should be arriving soon. They might also be searching for him. He looked at himself, he was drenched in sweat and his Aspera was leaking out. He frowned, he could not go out like this. If he suddenly showed Aspera 10 times greater than Nadia, the clan genius, he would directly be sent to a laboratory where a group of people in white coat would operate on him. If Oliver went out with his new rank 1 status, the clan would not let him leave without getting information out of him. He felt the Aspera running through him, a warm, pulsating energy that seemed to resonate with his very core. He fell into thought about how he could hide his Aspera, or somehow suppress it to not be on the level of rank 1. It was fine to reveal that he had a good amount of Aspera, but suddenly showing himself as rank 1 would be too reckless. And also dangerous. The clan might see him as a threat or a pawn to be used, neither of which he could afford. He calmly thought about various things. He remembered how the clan guardian had no reaction to the abyss energy. Abyss energy is closely related to the void element. He looked up at the fading pitch-black clouds with a knowing glance. A normal exorcist would find their senses blocked due to the presence of the void element. I should try doing that. The clan guardian observed him from the side. She suddenly saw him looking at the void clouds, and afterward, he did something unexpected. He started to suppress his Aspera by drawing in all the Aspera that was being released from his body back into himself. Her eyes widened as she saw that the Aspera slowly entering his body was suddenly disappearing. No, disappearing would be the wrong word. Aspera cannot disappear like that, he was blocking her probing through some means. She realized he was either employing an advanced technique or something beyond ordinary suppression. She increased her force to look into him, but the results remained the same. It was as if he had a wall inside him and all the Aspera was on the other side of the wall. She was only able to sense the bits and pieces of Aspera left outside the wall, or the amount he most probably left outside for others to feel intentionally in order to cheat his rank. Right now, she felt that he was no longer a rank 1 exorcist, but instead had slightly above average Aspera like others. What did he do, she wondered. She felt that he was definitely not using an Aspera suppressing technique or another concealing technique. It would not have been able to escape her brute force. He was using something else, and given the earlier phenomenon, she was sure that it had something to do with the void element. This should be the reason why her senses were unable to breach it. She felt that this guy was really clever. She had some thoughts about hiding his unnatural Aspera using artifacts or something, but it seemed unnecessary for her to worry about it in the first place. She was really curious about his abilities after breaking through to rank 1. What other secrets could he be hiding? She fell into thought, it seemed that she would need to arrange something to know more details. It might be a risky move, but if it works, not only will I get an overview, but also provide him an opportunity to get stronger. Oliver, who used the abyss energy to coat the Aspera overflowing from his body, was satisfied when he felt his Aspera reduced to almost an average level. It would still be a shock to others that he was able to have a boost in Aspera given his low talent, but it was still somewhat digestible. After completely covering himself with abyss energy, he was sure that he had successfully concealed every bit of his leaking Aspera. As he thought about it, he found that there were many things he was now able to do thanks to the unknown knowledge he received. He looked at the cat, who was staring at him with her big eyes and blank expression. He nodded. It was no problem if the clan guardian came to know about it. She was already aware of many things, and was also aware of his earlier breakthrough. He was also grateful to her, since she arrived in time and rescued him. He secretly made a mental note to feed her expensive meat and fish after going back. Their bond, forged through shared secrets and mutual respect, had grown stronger somewhat. Both did not know the other's true intention, but still went through together. His trust in her increased by some points. He said as he patted her tiny head, "I am now going to the chamber ahead. You go back, Zippy." After he said this, he directly left without looking back. He didn't care if she followed him or not. It was not like he could force her to stop. From the bushes, he was able to see the head judge standing guard, continuously observing the sky with a relaxed expression. It seemed that he was quite stressed out due to the sudden phenomenon, and now that the clouds were slowly fading away, he was more than relieved and seemed delighted. Oliver noted the shift, wondering how much the head judge truly understood about what had just happened. Did he know about the cause, or what were his speculations about this incident? He shook his head and slowly went up to the elder who was engrossed in his own world. He moved to the side and passed by the elder, who was busy staring at the clouds. Creak. Opening the door slowly, he entered the chambers. The head judge seemed to be extremely busy looking at the sky and did not even notice him passing by his side. Or did he? It was not that the head judge was not paying attention, instead, his senses were all around, and he was on guard. Earlier, the void clouds had blocked his senses, and now that they were fading, his senses were quickly getting restored as well. While this was happening, Oliver happened to coat himself with the abyss energy earlier, which made his presence close to nil. If not for the little bit of Aspera that he was emitting from his body, he might have truly turned invisible. Thanks to these circumstances, Oliver easily avoided being detected by the elder. As he entered the chambers, he saw others present as well, and they also looked at him entering. The few lower-ranking elders did not ask him much as he quickly stood to the side. They all assumed that the head judge must have let him in after discussing the situation. Oliver also saw that Nadia was still meditating in the corner. She was stabilizing her Aspera after the breakthrough to rank 1 earlier. He admired her focus and discipline. She was indeed the most talented in the clan. To be able to break through at such a tender age. Soon enough, she also opened her eyes and looked around before her eyes landed on Oliver. Her eyes narrowed. For some reason, in her eyes, he seemed filled with some sort of familiar aura, a blanket of sorts. She blinked a few times and confirmed that she was not seeing things. Not only that, but the aura seemed overflowing and dreading, but to her, it gave off a familiar feeling. She racked her brain, trying to recall where she had sensed such an aura before. What was it? Oliver heard a commotion outside, followed by multiple footsteps and tremors. The head judge entered the chambers after a moment. He looked at the children and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything was fine. Reinforcements are here, we are now going to look for Olive. He trailed off as he looked at the silver-haired boy who was standing with a nonchalant expression. You, the head judge was stunned. How did you get here? Me? Oliver pointed at himself. I just got here. What? How's that possible? I had been guarding outside. He stopped in the middle of his sentence. A sudden gust of wind blew through, causing some leaves outside to flutter. He paused for a moment. Now that he thought about it, he was too engrossed in the void clouds to be on guard. It was probably then that he sneaked past him. He was too careless. Nonetheless, he let the matter rest for now. He glanced at Violet, the girl who placed third, and called out to her. Miss Violet, your family butler has come to pick you up. It seems your family is worried about you given the situation outside. You should leave. If there's anything, we'll let you know. Yes, Elder. The girl bowed and quickly left. Now only Oliver and Nadia were left in the chambers along with 2 elders. The head judge glanced at the 2 elders and said, We're currently investigating the cause of the earlier phenomenon. You should go and help out with the investigation. There are soon going to be inquiries from other clans. The phenomenon was just that big, so you will probably be assigned to deal with them. The two elders nodded and quickly dispersed as well. The head judge sighed and looked at the two kids left. He observed and felt that they were indeed twins. They were very identical, if not for their gender, they might be impossible to differentiate between. He smiled. Today has been quite the day, no? Was it? Oliver spoke as if he didn't know anything. The elder's lips could not help but twitch. This brat dared to look oblivious when he had just returned from outside. Forget it. I will drop you two at your courtyards. There might be intruders in the clan, so I suggest that you both don't wander around too much until an announcement is made. There will be increased security near your residences too. He turned around and dispersed the reinforcements as well. Now that Oliver was here, there was no need to look around. Good, now follow him. At that moment, the three of them suddenly felt a terrifying pressure on their shoulders. Oliver and Nadia could not help but shiver. An aura of death suddenly filled the air. Thud. The weight of the pressure felt like an invisible hammer striking their bodies. The atmosphere turned suffocating instantly, as if someone was holding a sword just before their necks. Nadia, who had been expressionless, suddenly showed a great change in her expression as she quickly recognized the familiar Aspera around. Mother. She whispered in a strained tone. For some reason, she had a bad feeling in her heart. She looked at Oliver at her side and her heart shrank more. She forced herself to calm down. Her heart was beating like a drum and she felt her blood run cold. No, her mother would not know about her meetings with Oliver. It must be due to the phenomenon outside that the elder was talking about that she came here. She knew that her mother would ensure her safety no matter what. It was impossible for anyone in the clan to harm her. Her mother had said to her that she was the greatest weapon the clan had produced in generations and that she was going to sharpen her and make her the strongest. The strongest ever, no matter what. The head judge, who felt this terrifying pressure on himself, felt himself losing his bearings. This pressure was as huge as a mountain. He was quite a strong exorcist, but even he was feeling stressed under this terrifying pressure. He knew that this sort of pressure and despair was only exerted by a select few in the entire clan. The ones sitting in the supreme positions. He quickly went down on one knee and bowed. Someone from the main lineage had arrived here. Tap tap tap. The tapping of heels against the wooden floor was heard as a woman slowly entered the chambers. Her figure was ethereal and her movements were extremely graceful. She had long silver hair and ashen gray eyes. In one hand, she was holding a pale-colored paper umbrella and was dressed in a plain flower-patterned kimono. Oliver, who was also feeling the suffocation, saw her and his scalp went numb. Ophelia. Why was she here? He instantly connected the dots. The earlier phenomenon, it was caused by him. Did she know of it too? He felt his heart clench at that thought. If Ophelia knew about it and realized that he was not useless anymore, she would definitely not leave him alone. In the first place, he did not even know why he was left alive at birth when they found him useless. That was something he could not guess at all. There had to be a reason, he was sure of it. But forget about that. Now that he displayed a good show to the crowd, ranking second in the demon hunt, his strength was already revealed. If she were to probe him now, she would realize many things. He did not know what she would do then. Ophelia ignored the kneeling elder, who did not even dare to look up at her, and walked toward him. Nadia saw this and her fist unconsciously clenched. She didn't know why her mother was coming his way rather than to her. She wanted to go between them but felt her feet frozen on the spot. She was scared. It was an instinctual reaction. Whenever she was in her mother's presence, she had to be the best version of herself. She must always be obedient and never question her decisions. She must accept everything. So far, she had never felt anything about it. As long as she followed whatever her mother said, she would one day gain her recognition and praise. And also become stronger. But she did not know why, but her mind and heart were rebelling at the moment. For the first time, she did not want to just stand and observe. She slowly glanced at Oliver, whose eyes were also fixed on her mother. Oliver looked at her, he could see her emotionless eyes, the same eyes he had seen for the first time when he came into this world. There was not a single change in them, as cold as ever, not a single emotion or change inside them. Those eyes gave him a feeling of dread for some reason. Ophelia was now in front of him, her cold and emotionless gray eyes looking into his deep amethyst eyes. They remained fixed in that position for an unknown amount of time, their eyes trying to look into each other as if wanting to discover something inside. Oliver could not bear her emotionless eyes. His heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly by something. Fear? She was beautiful, but he felt her expression looked like that of a psychotic serial killer. Her eyes were dead, or he felt as if they were dead, she looked too scary for some reason. Her head did not even move an inch as she kept staring into him, making him think she was a true psychopath. He glanced at Nadia, who was also frozen in her spot, and her expression was also unnatural at the moment. He knew that she was also scared and could not muster up her courage. He gathered some will and finally spoke, his tone stuttering slightly due to the sudden pressure. "And mother," he said, looking at her eyes, trying to let out a smile, but it crooked up in the end due to the pressure. The word mother felt foreign to him. It had been years since he used it, and even now, he did not feel anything emotional from it. Instead, he felt like he was calling a stranger his mother due to the circumstances. Ophelia blinked her eyes as she heard him. She was not expecting him to even be able to look at her properly. "You have grown up." Her cold voice rang in his ears, and he felt that even her words carried a presence of their own. His spine tingled for some reason when she spoke. She could determine just from looking at him that he had matured more than he looked. Oliver nodded. For some reason, he felt even more pressure on his shoulders than before. He knew that she had increased the pressure on him. Her gray eyes shone as she looked at her struggling son. In an instant, he felt as if he had turned naked, as if all his secrets were laid bare in front of her. He felt helpless as he could only stand and watch. But in the next moment, he saw her eyes showing a sharp glint as she seemed to increase her focus. Is she also unable to see through the abyss energy? This thought came to his mind, and he sneered at her probing. This was good, she wouldn't be able to breach him if that was the case. He was a bit disappointed as there was not much change in her reaction. She didn't show surprise, nor did she show anger or curiosity. Is she even human at this point? Oliver wondered as he looked at her emotionless eyes. He felt that she was a being without a soul. A soulless being. Ugh. It seemed that she could not accept the reality that she was not able to breach the defenses of a rank 1 exorcist. She was not satisfied with the average amount of aspera that Oliver was emitting. Unlike the elders, she knew there was something deeper to this all. After all, she was the one who had seen him the closest when he was born. She was sure that she could never miscalculate or make a mistake in such a matter. Something definitely happened after that. She did not trust anything in her life, nor did she believe what she was seeing with her eyes. Oliver could not help but exclaim at how keen this woman's insight was. She was indeed very cautious. She was clearly able to sense that he had only a so amount of aspera, but still insisted on probing him deeper. But what made him angry was that she kept applying more and more pressure on him. It was as if she was toying with him, as if she was experimenting on him. She was trying to test how much more pressure he would be able to take before he gave in and let her enter inside him. Her senses were constantly trying to penetrate deeper and deeper but could not get past the abyss energy. She did not think that there was anything he could use to resist her power, she was simply just too strong. But looking at his struggling expression, a sharp glint passed through her eyes as she slowly increased the pressure even more. The air turned suffocating and cold, and almost all the pressure was now focused mostly on Oliver in the room. Nadia looked at him and closed her eyes. If her mother wanted something from him, then there was no one who could stop her. She simply felt relieved that at least he was not going to be killed. Had her mother wanted him to disappear, there was nothing stopping her. Oliver, who was now facing the tremendous pressure, felt helpless. Even after his breakthrough and the boost, he was still not able to withstand this pressure. He felt that if she increased the pressure some more, he might get crushed into the ground itself. While Oliver was struggling, he did not dare to give in to her attempts. He knew that he must not let her know his true rank, otherwise, there was no way he could avoid getting involved in her schemes. Not only that, he also feared that she might as well brainwash him and make him into her puppet. She wanted a weapon, not a child. He did not know about her end goal, but he was sure of a single thing: she wanted to make the strongest exorcist in the world, be it herself or someone she could control. He must avoid letting any information be known. At least he would try his best, the rest depended on the situation and circumstances. Ophelia, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes. What Oliver and Nadia did not know was that the amount of pressure she was currently releasing was not something any novice exorcist candidate could bear and stand still. The pressure was past the limit of what Oliver should have been able to endure, given the amount of aspera he was showing to the world. She was purposefully releasing enough pressure that only a rank 1 exorcist could bear. Today had been quite the day. First was the phenomenon. She had clearly sensed the gathering of energies being focused near this place. She had sensed the presence of both Nadia and Oliver together at this place. There was no way such a massive phenomenon would occur for no reason, after all. Why was it more concentrated at this place, at this point where the two of them were? And now that she was there, the energies dissipated out of existence or were concealed by someone. Outside the chambers, she sensed Nadia's presence along with another familiar presence she knew from some years ago. What surprised her was his current state. Not only had his physique improved to that of a rank 1 exorcist, but also his eyes. She felt something weird about them. And now when she was trying to sense what was happening inside him through her senses, she was unable to find anything out of ordinary. Her senses could not pass through, something inside him was definitely interfering. She was not sure about it, but there was no other explanation to how he was able to withstand her pressure. She was someone who had long passed through the realms of a normal exorcist. There were things that she could see and others not. Not to mention, the experience she had far surpassed most. Thus she was able to conclude that the reason why she couldn't sense anything extraordinary from him was not that he actually had nothing going on, but instead he was hiding something. Not to mention, he might not have noticed this, but his presence was dimmer than an ordinary child. It was nothing significant, but it was there. No matter what, it was going to be revealed soon. It was just her hunch, but there was definitely something going on behind the scenes. She would soon find out. She just had to penetrate him with her senses, and she could know it all, his brain, his body, his aspera, nothing would escape her eyes. Every bit of information would soon be in front of her. Whether there was really something special about this son of hers or not. Whether she had indeed made a mistake at his birth or not. It would soon become clear. She would devise her next course of actions based on that information. She knew the moment she laid her eyes on him. To peel off his coverings, she tried to probe him, but contrary to her expectations, she was quite puzzled when she could not sense past him. All she could feel around him was a slightly above-average amount of aspera and heightened physical strength. But how, she could not help but ponder. This boy was the useless one when he was born, but today not only did he have aspera, but also raw strength. She applied more pressure and continued to probe him. But to her puzzlement, he was doing well under the pressure for a rank 1 exorcist. How was this even possible? She thought for a moment that perhaps his physical strength had crossed the threshold of a rank 1 exorcist, so he was able to endure the pressure. But still, something did not make sense in the back of her mind. She continuously kept increasing the pressure, but he was still able to stand normally and speak. It got to the point where the pressure she was focusing on him was way past the threshold of a newly made rank 1 exorcist's limits. It was well beyond that point. She knew that Nadia had broken through and similarly released only that much amount of pressure initially to test her out. But at this point, her main focus was Oliver. The pressure alone was enough to make almost any rank 1 collapse to their knees. Yet he was still able to maintain his stance. He's hiding something. Her eyes turned even colder when she realized this. He was a creation of hers, and he had no right to hide anything from her. If she had not intended it, he wouldn't have been born. So, he must obey her and never hide anything from her. This was the reality and should be the law for them. She has to teach him who he was and where he stands. Oliver's eyes widened as the pressure suddenly became too much for him. From Ophelia's face, he could not discern a single emotion. It seemed nothing had changed on her face. Why was she so focused on forcing him? Why was she not satisfied after sensing what he was showing? He cursed under his breath, feeling his blood rush to his head as his legs started to shake slightly. His eyes narrowed, and anger welled up in his heart. If push came to shove, he wouldn't care and would use every power he had if necessary. And, he also had that if he wanted to escape far away from this place. Just as she was about to give the final push and crush him completely, an unexpected voice rang out in the chambers. Meow. Everyone present in the chambers paused and turned to look at the new arrival. It was a beautiful, pristine white cat. She was calmly sitting at the entrance, looking at their faces. The head judge, who had been kneeling all this while without even daring to move, also looked up. Clan Guardian. Why is she here? Did something happen? His eyes shot open as he saw her. She was an existence that barely showed herself in public. Half of the clan elders had only ever heard about her and never personally met her. It was said that she was a divine existence and could bring fortune to those who received her favor and blessings. He was aware of her identity because he had the fortune to meet her a few times in the past when he was young. Their meetings had always been short, and he had always been accompanied by a group of elders of very high standing and seniority whenever he met her. He had heard rumors that she could read fate by observing the stars in the sky. She was always accompanied by the elites, the founding pillars of the clan, whenever he had seen her. She enjoyed a very noble status in the clan. For her to suddenly appear here, what was the reason? It was apparent that she had come for a purpose. Greeting the clan guardian and being in her presence was an honor for him. However, he still did not move from his spot, not an inch. Mistress Ophelia was here. If the clan guardian enjoyed a noble status, then Mistress Ophelia had a royal status. He was not allowed to move unless she ordered him to. Ophelia did not turn around to face the cat. Her eyes were still fixated on her son, Oliver. But when the meow sounded out, Oliver felt the pressure on him lessen significantly. He huffed slightly in relief. Meow. The cat jumped over and landed directly in front of Oliver, in between the mother and the son. Nadia, on the other hand, was utterly confused at the moment. A white cat? What was a cat doing here? She had read about cats but never seen one in real life, so it was also her first time seeing one so close in person and not in pictures and books. But how did a cat enter the clan? The clan had a barrier that repelled or prevented the entry of anything unauthorized inside. So it puzzled her how this cat appeared. She did not find it abnormal that a cat could jump so high and land so carefully and precisely between her brother and mother. She believed it might be how cats were, nothing more, nothing less. She assumed many theories in an instant. It was possible that a merchant had brought her from outside using special permissions to be sold in the clan market. Or it was possible that an alchemist asked for the cat to experiment on. There were many possibilities. But her heart could not thump any louder when she realized that her mother had been interrupted. She felt nothing as she thought about how the cat was going to die. If possible, she would have liked to touch it before its death, but she could do it after it died as well. The main thing right now was what her mother wanted from Oliver. For some reason, her heart was not calm at all when she saw him quivering earlier. She had hoped that their mother would let him leave now that she had been interrupted by the cat. If the cat could be sacrificed to divert her mother's attention, then so be it. Unknowingly, Nadia had already marked the clan guardian as good as dead. In her eyes, she felt that the best use for the cat would be to become a sacrifice so that Oliver could leave from here. Meow. The cat meowed at Ophelia, whose focus had now shifted from Oliver to the cat instead. She narrowed her eyes as she calmly observed the cat, who was waving her tiny paws at her and then at Oliver, as if indicating something. Oliver looked at the clan guardian and felt speechless. What was she trying to say? Ophelia observed the cat. She was naturally aware of her identity. She glanced back at him, her eyes flickering briefly as if she were contemplating many things. A look of comprehension spread across her face, as if she had just pieced together a hidden puzzle. A sinister glint flickered in her eyes, unnoticed by anyone except the clan guardian. What could Ophelia be plotting now? Her mind raced with possibilities, each more chilling than the last. The cat knew that gaze. Ophelia was scheming something terrible. Her heart could not help but sink. She knew now Ophelia was already developing plans involving Oliver. The clan guardian had seen countless schemers and politicians, but none could even compete with this emotionless woman. Even she herself could never understand her actions. But one thing the cat knew was that every action of Ophelia brought cruelty. One crueler than the other. She was that dangerous, but unfortunately, as the clan guardian, she did not have the power or authority to oppose her. Ophelia was way stronger than her, after all. Was protecting Oliver worth the potential backlash? The clan guardian pondered, weighing her loyalty against the situation. She was already going beyond her bounds by shielding Oliver here. It might even risk her dearly in the future too. Whatever it was, now that she has decided, she cannot back off. But she had no choice. Oliver's case was just that special and sensitive. She could not allow Ophelia's shadow to fall on him. Otherwise, with his powers, he might become the worst threat to this world under Ophelia's influence. Meow. The cat meowed and looked at Ophelia in her eyes. Her actions conveyed a simple message to her. He's under my protection. Leave now. Of course, Ophelia was not obligated to follow the clan guardian's words, but in that moment, she did something unexpected. She looked over at Nadia and called out, "Follow me." After throwing a glance in her son's direction, she left the chamber. What did that final glance mean? Oliver couldn't shake off the feeling that it was a silent warning. The clan guardian had expected Ophelia to ignore her and use force, but, as always, Ophelia was unpredictable. Ophelia knew that since the clan guardian had so, this meant that his abnormal growth and the mysterious incident was all being watched by the clan guardian. She's definitely going to plan something. It seems that I need to rush my plan before something happens. Zippy sighed as she thought of the risky plan in her mind. It cannot be delayed now. Just as she was in her thoughts, Oliver picked her up from behind. Zippy, why did you come here? Didn't I ask you to go home and wait for food? He asked with a smile. The clan guardian had proven herself to be quite useful today. He had always thought that she was there for his rations, but unexpectedly, she had helped him not once, but twice today. The head judge looked at him, his eyes popping out of his sockets as he saw this kid casually pick up the esteemed clan guardian and pet her. This level of disrespect. But he seemed to know the cat, and the clan guardian also did not seem to mind. More like, she did not even reveal her identity here. A thought crossed his mind as he wondered if the clan guardian did not wish for her identity to be exposed. He was quite confused. First, it was Mistress Ophelia who was pressuring this kid for some reason, but then the clan guardian arrived, and for some reason, Mistress Ophelia left directly. What was up with this kid? Things were definitely not simple. For two of the clan's supreme existences to arrive at a single place and meet a single kid, and that too right after that earlier phenomenon in the sky. Was that related to him? He remembered how Oliver had disappeared just before the incident and how he returned just after the phenomenon was over. Could Oliver be linked to the mysterious event? The head judge's curiosity grew more. He secretly made a note to investigate more later. After everyone left, Oliver said to the cat, "Today, I will make something delicious. I remember purchasing meat." The worried cat's ears perked up when she heard this, and her eyes started to twinkle. She pounced on him, and Oliver caught her and left the chambers as well. He needed some time to familiarize himself with his newfound powers and the things he was now able to do. He was relieved that he saved himself from getting his cover blown fully in front of her. She would have 100% brainwashed him into an emotionless, lifeless, colorless killing machine had she realized his true potential now. He knew that if that happened, there would be no point in living a life. Upon arriving at his courtyard, he directly headed to the kitchen. The cat deserved a treat. Setting aside training for a while, he was quite hungry as all he ate in the forest was some fruits and seeds. It did not satisfy him at all. He used the meat available on the shelves. The world had different sorts of meats that he was initially not familiar with, but after some time, he started to like the taste of the fantasy meat. Each cut of meat seemed to hold its own elegance, flavors waiting to be discovered. Oliver's knife moved with practiced ease, slicing through the interesting textures. But since he was hungry, he focused on preparing a small meal first for himself and the cat. Over the months, his cooking skills had improved significantly as he cooked for himself rather than relying on the maids. Soon, a small meat-based meal suitable for two was prepared. It was an afternoon meal. It was stewed rump eaten with bland bread. The rump was naturally strong in flavor, it was just barely seasoned with strong oils, and eaten with fish. The fish was properly seasoned with herbs and salts. It was just the right amount. Meow. The cat jumped up and down as the aroma filled the room. This was the best time. Due to Oliver's participation in the demon hunt, she had not tasted this cooking for a long time. Now she was ready to devour it all. Good treat. Just like that, a few weeks passed as everyone settled back into their lives. The phenomenon was roughly rounded up as well, since no one was able to find the cause or reason for it. The clan guardian was questioned by a group of worried elders, but she didn't tell anything useful and only dropped vague sentences. The head judge, who had some clues that it was regarding Oliver, also investigated more, but in the end, after a few months of continuous investigation, he could not find anything. He knew that Mistress Ophelia surely knew something as well, but he did not dare to tell the other elders about that. He wouldn't even know how he died the next day. Mistress Ophelia kept her private affairs private. No one was allowed to talk about her and any action she took unless provided permission by her personally. He could only drink his frustrations and silently observe Oliver. He didn't dare get too close to him either. The clan guardian was with him, and he didn't want to offend her. In one of the courtyards, Oliver was sitting cross-legged, and in front of him were multiple empty vials that once contained various expensive potions. From vitality-enhancing potions to Aspera-strengthening potions. He had gulped down all of them. He was getting used to handling the large amount of Aspera. So this is abyss energy, he thought in his head as his hand was suddenly coated in a dark blackish-red hue. The energy was potent and pulsing with dread and power. It is stronger than Aspera. On his other hand, a colorless energy flowed out. It was gentle and completely still. It was his Aspera. He had already managed to completely stabilize it thanks to the enhanced talent he now had. Not to mention, after his monthly allowance had increased twofold, he was able to spend his time in luxury as well. He could buy any potion he wanted in the clan market without batting an eye or get any weapon he had wanted without worrying about the cost. With the help of multiple potions, he was able to suppress his Aspera and coordinate his increased physical strength as well. His body was also now full of energy. He gazed at his now improved body analysis. Name, Oliver Mystic. Race, human. Status, rank 1. Strength, level 5. Aspera, level 4. Abyss energy, level 3. Charisma, level 3. Luck, level 4. In the weeks he had been sorting out the unknown knowledge he had received when his body became an abyss circuit. He had managed to make 2 clusters in his mind, one that he had some idea about, and the other cluster carried the knowledge that was too complex for his current level to even comprehend. It seemed that he had now become a creature of abyss, thus gaining resistance against any sort of divinities. He smiled. Although this meant that he might never be able to access divine energy, it was good because he had abyss energy, something very difficult to obtain. He closed his eyes, and the next moment he opened them, he was in a pitch-black space. Everything here was pitch black. It was his mind space. Something he was able to access after he became a circuit of abyss. He gazed down at himself, and his entire body had turned white. In the whole dark space, he alone was the whitest thing. His whole body had turned featureless, and he was like a being with nothing but a white-colored form. No face, nothing. From head to toe, everything was featureless and pure white. The space was quite large and wide. It was unknown where it ended, but he could sense it was limited. From the knowledge he had acquired, he knew that as long as he grew stronger, it should expand likewise. The abyss energy was low in quantity, but it was quite potent nonetheless. His gaze wandered in the black space, before landing on some weapons that were casually lying around. With the advantage of having a mind space, he had cancelled the need to have a storage ring as he could directly store his belongings in the mind space, which was countless times safer than any storage ring. Of course, he still purchased a storage ring in order to let others know that he was not an abnormality and used the storage ring to get his items. The clan is indeed generous when they recognize you, he thought as he gently touched the ring on his finger. These rings were very expensive, and even with his monthly allowance, he was hesitant to buy one. But fortunately, the clan gifted him one a few days after that incident. He suspected that the head judge was involved in him receiving this ring, considering how he was the sole witness to what happened in the chambers and had authority over other elders for such tasks. No matter what, the ring was empty, and everything from the good quality weapons that he had purchased to potions was now all stored inside his mind space. He came out of his mind space and got up. He could finally feel the Aspera and overflowing energy. His water element had never been more active. He could feel its force and effect increase multiple times as well. I can start to get creative with the element now. Earlier, it had been pretty much difficult for him to utilize the water element for anything other than a small water ball, but now things were no longer the same. He stood up. At the moment, he was in the secret spot behind his courtyard, surrounded by trees. It was a hot day, and he was sweating buckets, so he packed things up and went back to the courtyard. Upon reaching the courtyard, he was greeted by an unexpected voice that was not there before and he was not used to. "Welcome back, young master." A woman in a maid uniform bowed as she used a towel to quickly help him wipe the sweat. He stopped her and did it on his own as he glanced at the woman. This woman was a spy. She was the new personal maid assigned to him after the event. He felt that the main reason she was here was to spy on him. The head judge must be quite anxious after seeing the clan guardian, so he directly called out to one of his subordinates to keep an eye on him. "I cannot sense her rank at all." Oliver secretly shook his head. This woman was clearly a strong exorcist but was now role-playing as a maid. The head judge truly was meticulous in his preparations. The woman had long black hair and champagne-colored eyes. She was tall and beautiful, and her expression was professional. For the week since she had come to serve under him as a personal maid, his chores were directly eliminated. From laundry to cooking to shopping, she did everything before he even had the need to. He exclaimed when he was going to cook, but the maid stopped him from doing that, stating it was below him as the young master of the clan to do chores like that. He could not help but snicker at that time. Where was this dignity when he was alone? The behavior of others has also improved considerably since the demon hunt event's news spread out. They no longer ignored him and even treated him with respect. His courtyard, which had earlier been ignored, was now tended to regularly by a team of gardeners and servants. Not to mention, there were now guards stationed around the area. "This feels more like a restriction than a privilege to me." He could not help it. After all, he was used to living alone with a lot of freedom. But there were some advantages to the situation as well, since he was able to access the places in the central area which he was previously not allowed entry to. "Young master, your clothes have been prepared and the bath water has been prepared as per your preferences," the maid said in a calm tone. Her name was Sasha. Sasha Buer. Oliver could not help but feel that the surname Buer was familiar to him, but he could not remember where he had heard of it. It was definitely in the novel, but where? He pressed his head as he thought about it, but nothing rang a bell. It had been years since he read that novel. He had a good memory thanks to being born with the blood of strong exorcists and the aspera in the atmosphere making his brain more functional. But still, he was not able to tell when this name was mentioned. Since he could not remember it, he had been keeping a distance from her. He was not sure if the name was associated with demonic forces or exorcists. Nonetheless, she was dangerous, and he was wary of her. He nodded at her and went inside to bathe. Today was a somewhat special day. He was going to meet with children from the other 5 clans for the first time. Not only that, he was going to leave the clan for the first time in his life. He suddenly recalled the brief meeting he had with an elder from the clan after the demon hunt some days ago. "Say again?" "You." The elder's eyelids twitched fiercely when he heard the boy's words. He had just explained everything, but this brat was still asking for him to repeat everything again. He could not help but be frustrated. "Calm down, elder." It was just an expression, the boy smiled gleefully, looking at the frustrated elder. So basically, to summarize, the 5 great clans have agreed to familiarize their children with each other and train under a joint program for the ones with potential together, due to the looming threat of demons that could start a war at any moment. The boy summarized what he heard. "That's right," the elder nodded, "you finally get it." Of course, the boy smiled. "And among the children selected, my name was also chosen due to the results of the demon hunt?" The elder paused briefly and explained. "Out of the clan's main heirs, you and Miss Nadia have been selected for this. Your age and talent match the best with the other candidates selected by the other 5 clans. It's a great honor. Be respectful that the higher-ups considered you in the first place." The elder's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets when he saw the ungrateful expression the boy was making. He almost had the urge to beat him up, but he refrained. The boy who was sitting opposite the elder stretched his hands and folded them back behind his head as a pondering look appeared on his face. His silver hair flowed against the wind as he stared at the sky. What a coincidence. From all the 5 pairs of twins, how is it possible that Nadia and I were the ones selected? I don't think the 3rd brother and sister are much older than us. The elder could not endure it and stood up, saying in a loud tone. "You bastard, Dash. Do you think we deliberately put your name forward? Do you dare believe that I won't break your legs here right now, for doubting the supreme elders?" The elder, who clearly had a short temper, looked at the lazy boy with anger as he further added. After what you did to the third pair of siblings. Do you still believe they are worthy enough to join this program? Those useless brats who couldn't even handle a single brat with no aspera. Do you believe that? The boy hurriedly corrected his posture and put his hands forward as he said in a calm tone. Whoa, elder. Calm down, I never said I doubted the decision of your superiors. I am a proud heir of the Mystic Purge clan. How can I be so ungrateful, right? His eyes curved into a smile. If you have thought about it, then there must be a reason why I was selected. I will honor the wishes of my esteemed elders and definitely participate and establish dominance in front of the other children from the other clans. The elder visibly calmed down as he heard the boy's words. It seemed he was the one being more flustered. The elder sighed and looked at the laid-back boy. He still could not understand why he was suddenly selected either. If you have thought about it, then there must be a reason why I was selected. I will honor the wishes of my esteemed elders and definitely participate and establish dominance in front of the other children from the other clans. The elder visibly calmed down as he heard the boy's words. It seemed he had been too impatient and misjudged the boy earlier. By the way, elder, I was curious about something. He looked the elder in the eyes. Did mother agree to this as well? The elder narrowed his eyes when he mentioned the word mother. Of course, Mistress Ophelia gave us permission. That's why I said this was a big honor to be a part of this. The boy nodded with a solemn expression and asked, what preparations do I need to make? Nothing for now. We will tell you the date when we will be leaving. The first meeting will be a brief introduction between you kids to familiarize yourselves with each other and gain an understanding of your rivals. You will be trained personally by professionals. Establish the dominance of the clan. Miss Nadia has already been informed. You only need to support her and help her establish the clan's dominance. He informed the kid, who calmly nodded. Then I'll be waiting for the day. With that, the boy was left alone. After the elder left, he could not help but laugh to himself. Finally, I can lead this clan for once, ha ha ha. The boy was naturally none other than Oliver. After taking a comforting bath in his private pool, he quickly dressed up. He wore a designer kimono specifically tailored for him. It was black in color, a contrast to his silver hair. Not only that, but these clothes were quite expensive as they were made of rare materials. After all, he was supposed to meet others from the 5 great clans that had been there since the Mystic Purge clan was founded. The clothes he wore even had a special property to remain fragrant. He came out of his courtyard and looked at the fat cat lying inside after eating 2 servings of large meals. He sighed, this cat was so lazy. She seemed to be getting fat slowly, as he had expected. He could not help but wonder about the program that the elder had mentioned to him. There was no such program or details about training in such a way in the novel. He wondered if it was a behind-the-scenes thing, but discarded that notion too. He felt suspicious of this fat cat in front of him too. How come his name was selected out of all of his siblings? Surely, it couldn't be due to the fact that they were twins that they were selected. If I remember correctly, the first pair of siblings should be in the institute right now, so it's understandable that they weren't selected. Oliver shook his head. He threw one last glance toward the lazy cat. He might be thinking too much in the end. How could this fat cat be behind his name getting selected? She should be smart enough not to repeat herself after the last incident, no? He nodded to himself as he looked at the cat, who woke up from her sleep and looked at him with lazy eyes. She waved her paw at him as if saying goodbye. Oliver ignored her and left toward the exit of his courtyard, where his personal maid in uniform was standing. Behind her was a car, a modern invention of this world, mainly used for transportation. The car had a sleek and aerodynamic shape with an organic, almost living appearance. The design on the car was carefully made as well. The car had an intricate lattice of vines and leaves etched on its surface that glowed from time to time, suggesting its connection to natural elements. It had 4 large crystalline wheels. These wheels glowed with a soft light and could adapt their shape to provide optimal traction on any terrain. The engine was nothing but a core powered using fire-attributed aspera, ensuring great speed and a smooth experience. He could not help but take a deep breath as he gazed at the luxurious car. He knew from a glance that it was far better than those ordinary cars used in normal human cities. This car definitely showed the wealth and power of one of the 5 great clans. He knew that it must belong to the elder who was going along with them. The maid looked at his stunned face and elegantly bowed with a stoic expression, as if the car behind her was not worth her attention. "Young master, the car is ready, please," she said as she slowly opened the door for him to enter. Oliver quickly entered the car and was again pleasantly surprised. The interior was way more spacious than it looked from outside. He could notice some glowing runes carved inside that were most likely used to expand the space within. The seats inside were made out of special leather, making them incredibly soft and magically adjustable to provide perfect comfort and support to the occupant. Not to mention, the interior was also lined with luminous moss that provided a soft amber light, giving a warm and natural feeling. To communicate and issue commands to the driver, there was a dashboard made out of a crystal orb to work as the central unit that helped display information and drive using the thoughts of the driver with Aspera. His head was filled with the thought of owning such a car in the future. It was way better than any car he had ever sat inside. Not only that, in his previous life, due to his eye problems, he was very limited in driving. But now, he could drive freely and as much as he wanted to. He looked at the corner and saw an elder sitting in front of the dashboard, probably communicating with the driver. He did not speak much and quietly sat in one corner of the car. His maid soon followed inside. "She's also tagging along?" His eyes narrowed as he saw her sitting in front of him. "Young master, if you need anything, do let me know," she said, looking at him. He nodded and shifted his focus to the runes. Although he was not able to comprehend these runes, he knew there were many of them all around the car, serving different functions and features. Some of them must be for shielding purposes as well, in case someone tried to attack the moving car. The car moved. If not for the windows, he wouldn't even have realized it was moving due to how smooth it was. A few minutes later, from the window, he saw the car stopping near a familiar courtyard. It was Nadia's courtyard. Soon enough, she emerged out wearing a plain but elegant kimono. She was brimming with a heavy aura around her, possibly due to the fact that she had stabilized herself after the recent breakthrough to rank 1. The Aspera around her was calm and still, and her expression was also serene. Coupled with that outfit, she looked like a princess truly. The door opened as she too got inside, only to pause in her tracks when she noticed the unfamiliar individual. "Welcome, young miss." The maid opened the door for her as she got in, and the elder also greeted her politely. "Hey." He waved at her. She was wearing a pale red-colored kimono and looked like a true lady from a rich clan. She raised her brow, ignoring Oliver. Her eyes went up to the new woman. "Who is she?" She narrowed her eyes as she tried to gauge the woman. She had made clothes. Oliver saw this and quickly interrupted, introducing them to each other. "She's Sesha, my new personal maid." The elders were feeling generous and decided to assign her to me. The calm maid also looked at Nadia for a moment and bowed. "Greetings, young miss. I am Sesha Buer, young master Oliver's personal maid and attendant. Feel free to ask for my assistance. I'll do my best to aid you." Nadia's eyes didn't stop looking at the woman. In that very instant, her eyes shone with a mysterious glint. As her eyes darkened, she activated her special vision. "She's strong." That's what she quickly concluded after seeing the tremendous amount of Aspera radiating out of her. However, her eyes did not stop as she started to see an extremely dark red aura inside the car. She moved her head, following the trail of energy, and as her eyes landed on Oliver, they could not help but tremble. Right beside her, he was sitting calmly while looking at her with curious eyes. But what she was seeing was completely different in that instant. At that moment, instead of the normal lazy Oliver, she saw something else, something dreadful. Instead of the normal Oliver that she was used to seeing, there was no trace of him, or his humane self. But rather, what was in front of her eyes was a pitch-black being oozing with a very darkish red energy. The figure seemed to absorb all light around it, creating a void of absolute darkness. The pitch-black body had no discernible features, only an endless abyss that made her feel as if she was staring into the depths of a nightmare. This sinister presence was so intense that it felt as if the very air was being sucked into the blackness, leaving a vacuum of suffocating dread around him. The dark red energy pouring out of him was not just a glow, but a thick, pulsating essence that seemed alive. It oozed from every inch of his form, flowing like a malignant fog. This energy was a deep, repulsive crimson, swirling with malevolence and dread. It moved with a slow, menacing life of its own, creating a vile miasma that threatened to consume everything in its path. The Aspera did not even dare to approach the thick miasma, as if fearing getting consumed by it. It was as if the world itself refused to acknowledge his existence, a sinister void that repelled all life and light. The sight was overwhelmingly terrifying. A raw, primal fear gripped her chest. The dark red energy seemed to seep into her very soul, filling her with a paralyzing horror that made it difficult to even think. The once familiar face of Oliver was gone, replaced by this featureless, pitch-black figure that radiated nothing but malice and despair. The being was the definition of primal fear. The sight of him, the feel of that dark energy, made her feel as if she was teetering on the edge of an endless abyss, one wrong step away from being swallowed whole by the darkness. Nadia could feel her heart racing uncontrollably, the blood pounding in her ears as she struggled to maintain her composure. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to get away from this nightmarish being, but she was frozen in place, trapped by the sheer terror of the sight before her. Her eyes were starting to turn misty. Oliver, on the other hand, looked at her confusedly, wondering what she was staring at so intensely. He felt awkward as he saw her dead serious eyes, as if she was boring a hole into him. Just as he was about to say something to lift up the suddenly heavy atmosphere, he saw a flash of silver right before his eyes. His hand moved automatically due to the constant training with weapons he had been doing, and his new strength worked into action as he blocked. His hand caught the body of a sharp silver sword that was aimed at his head. His instincts were sharper than before. His eyes widened suddenly as he saw Nadia attacking him out of nowhere with her sword. Had he not reacted in time, she would have already slashed off his head. Hiss! He winced in pain as he could feel the sharpness of the high-quality sword slowly cutting through his hand like slicing through butter. He quickly looked at her and noticed that her eyes seemed to have lost focus for some reason. Before he could guess what was even happening, his hand started to burn in pain as the sword cut through his flesh. Act dash! Before he could push her away, the maid in front of them reacted and dragged Nadia away from Oliver. She had a surprised look on her face when she saw how young Miss Nadia nearly tried to kill her young master in an instant for no reason. It was too out of the blue. She narrowed her eyes as Nadia resisted her grip, but she still maintained it nonetheless. Due to the difference in strength, she was able to suppress her easily. Oliver gasped in relief and quickly retrieved a healing potion from his mind space, starting to quickly gulp it down. The pain in his hand started to dull as his skin began to mend itself back to how it was before. He looked at her struggling expression and realized her problem. Just now, she must have used her special eyes to look through them. But because of the presence of abyss energy, she lost her focus and attacked him due to the instinctive fear. He frowned. She was able to see through it, and it had such an adverse effect on her. These special eyes of hers were called abyss eyes, so it seemed that they had the capability to see his abyss energy. Due to him becoming a circuit of abyss, he was sure his body had turned into something inhuman, some sort of abomination. This could explain her exaggerated reaction as well. But now the problem was how to get her back to normal? Due to him becoming a circuit of abyss, he was sure his body had turned into something inhuman, some sort of abomination. He shuddered at the thought, feeling the cold, creeping dread of the abyss still lingering on his skin. He himself had witnessed the creatures of abyss, albeit for a very short moment, but all of them were extremely repulsive and deadly. Their twisted forms and piercing gazes haunted his thoughts, leaving him with a deep-seated revulsion that he couldn't shake off. He was not able to sleep well for some days due to nightmares. He could understand that she must have seen something similar instead of his humane self. He realized the fear she must have felt, seeing him as one of those grotesque beings rather than the guy she knew. Those grotesque beings served him a reminder of the abyss he now belonged to. It was no wonder she recoiled. He looked at her and activated cosmic void gaze, looking at her seriously, as if trying to suppress her with his aura alone. His eyes met hers, a palpable tension filled the air, as if the very fabric of reality trembled under the weight of his gaze. The effect was instant as she slowly stopped struggling, and her eyes seemed to be gaining clarity back. The fog of confusion lifted slowly, replaced by a flicker of recognition and uncertainty. Oliver's eyes were an evolved version of hers, so naturally, he was able to do this. Although it was just a try, he did not expect it to work in first try. Was this also associated with the luck level? As Nadia slowly gained clarity, her eyes turned confused as she looked around and behind at the maid who was now holding her arms. "You guys. Be quiet and let me focus," the elder shouted from the front as the haziness in her mind slowly cleared. She yanked her hand away, and the maid let her go after noticing the shift in her behavior. She knew something strange had happened just now. At one instance, she was attacking him, and now after Oliver looked at her once, she calmed down. But she could not tell what. Nadia looked around, and confusion was visible on her face. What happened, and why was she being held by the maid like this? She could not remember it. What happened just now? She strained her mind but could not recall. Are you good? A concerned voice sounded beside her. She turned her head around and looked at Oliver when a sharp pain assaulted her head as she started to remember the bits and pieces of the incident that had transpired just a moment prior. She looked at the sword thrown beside her, and there were droplets of red blood coating the shiny body of the weapon. The metallic scent of blood mixed within the fresh earthy air lingered near her. Her mood turned sour. Not only had she attacked him so suddenly like this, despite him not doing anything, but she also showed such irrational behavior in front of him. She looked at him with a sullen face and distanced herself away, sitting in the corner opposite to him. A heavy silence enveloped them. She seemed to be feeling guilty, the weight of her regret could be felt through air. He sighed. Just earlier, he almost didn't see the sudden sword coming toward his head. Had his instincts not worked at the correct time, he could have suffered very serious injuries. It was his luck that he managed to avoid it. He secretly praised the power of level 4 luck in his mind. He was lucky that his instincts and hands moved at the correct time to prevent a fatal injury. Luck or fate, he wasn't sure, but the narrow escape left his heart pounding in his chest. It was still beating wildly. He looked at Nadia. He did not know what to do as he saw her glancing at him from time to time with a mix of wariness and curiosity evident in her expressions. She was definitely wondering right now about what she saw, and if it was right, then how was it possible, and all sorts of questions. Oliver refrained from talking to her for the moment since he did not have answers for her. Instead, he looked at his maid, who was also observing him. So she's strong enough to subdue Nadia without any problems. Oliver knew he couldn't be careless with this maid. He was mostly conspicuous with his activities, but who knows when she might be watching him. The elder driving the car seemed to have not noticed the small commotion from before. Or even if he did, he intentionally ignored it. He looked at his clothes, and fortunately, they were not stained with blood, or else it would have put a bad impression on others, considering this was his first meeting. The rest of the journey was in silence as Nadia did not speak, and Oliver, who did not want to be questioned, did not take the initiative either. The maid, well, she was quite interested in knowing what had happened and the reason why Nadia attacked him. But she was role-playing as a maid at the moment, and a mere maid was not an authority to know about things her master had not permitted her to ask. She was sure that something was amiss there. The always calm and composed genius Nadia would not suddenly attack someone like this, after all. Oliver was also aware that she could not see them using special eyes on each other, and he did not intend to tell her either. "We're here." These words suddenly cut through the tension, drawing their focus to the windows. The elder announced in a serene tone, prompting the attention of the occupants of the car. Oliver felt a small tremble as the car stopped. The maid was quick to react and opened the door for him. Whoa! What he saw in front of him was a lush green forest. No, they were inside a dense green forest. The elder, who also got out, said, "This is where the young heirs of the 5 clans will be meeting. This is a secluded sanctuary made by the clans. It is impossible to locate without prior information. Not only that, this sanctuary is protected by a powerful barrier." The elder pointed at the towering ancient trees and the lush greenery as he further added, "This place is quite old and not used as much as it used to be before. The clans shifted their meeting locations long ago, but it still exists and used to be the place where powerful exorcists of the past would meet and discuss important matters." Oliver looked at the trees, and they did seem quite ancient. They were tall and almost covering his view of the sky. "So this place serves as a neutral spot for the clans?" he questioned. "That's right. Although it is now not the official meeting place anymore, it is still regularly maintained by the guardian spirits." Guardian spirits? Oliver's ears perked up. He had heard of them before, but did not expect this place to have them. "Now, follow me. I will be leading you to the meeting spot." Oliver could not help but feel excited as he walked behind. It was finally time to meet them. "Now, follow me. I will be leading you to the meeting spot." The trio followed behind the elder as he took some turns, and in a few minutes, they could finally see the place. It was like the heart of this forest, a clearing surrounded by the towering trees whose intertwined branches formed a natural canopy above. The air felt charged with an ancient energy, as if the forest itself was alive and watching them. Ancient-looking stones carved with runes of unknown origin were placed strategically, forming a round table and chairs. Further behind the table, they could also see moss-covered altars and statues, remnants of the past when this place was used frequently. Oliver's eyes were drawn towards the table and chairs. It was a gathering grove. The soft glow of bioluminescent flora and the melodic chirping of unseen birds gave the atmosphere a touch of tranquility and peace. His eyes wandered as he spotted others already seated around the table. So we're the last to arrive. He noticed the respective elders who had brought the heirs with them in the corner. The meeting is not simple. He knew this beforehand. First of all, there was the main goal of the meeting, which was some joint training program. It was said that due to the demons' increasing activities, they wanted to quickly nurture the talents in the younger generation and produce more powerhouses for the future war. They all knew that the war was going to happen sooner or later. There was no stopping it, and this war was going to be more violent than the previous one. So they decided that it was best to prepare their talented youths faster. But Oliver knew that for the meeting to happen so suddenly, the other clans must be curious about the void cloud phenomenon that happened some time ago. The elder must have come here in order to make deals for information or clarify matters. He glanced at Nadia from the corner of his eye as she was also looking at the other children with an emotionless gaze. She walked up to the gathering grove as he followed behind her. He could feel all the gazes on him and her. Hey! He waved at the other children since he didn't know how to interact with them for the first time. They all had varying personalities. He soon received a curt response. First was a guy with short dark blue hair and blue eyes. He put a hand over his chest as he greeted back. Good morning, Sir Oliver. I am Alfonso Jadesons from the Fallen Heart clan. You can call me Alfonso. His tone was polite, and his behavior was proper like a noble. He was taught well and had good etiquette, not to mention he was dressed in a formal suit for this meeting. Pleased to meet you. You can call me Oliver too. Oliver also told him. Since the other party was willing to have informal relations with him, who was he to reject? He couldn't help but compare this little gentleman to a thoughtful scholar. He then heard another voice. This time it was a kid dressed in a simple shirt and pants. I am from Sacred Swords clan. You can call me Daniel. Oliver glanced at the boy and noticed his features. His body was notably sleek. He had shoulder-length, wavy hair of black color. His droopy eyes were the color of golden jewels. He nodded and also told him to be informal with him. Afterwards, it was a girl with narrow eyes of olive green color. She had long ankle-length, apple-green hair, her physique was athletic, and she had a pouting mouth. I am Amber from the Blue Crown clan, she briefly said, somewhat coming off as aloof. Oliver did not mind. He could understand that she might be awkward with others. He gave her a reassuring smile, hoping to ease her discomfort. And finally, his gaze automatically went towards the last occupants. What a coincidence it was that the other party was also twins. His eyes focused sharply as he observed one of the two girls in front of him. The protagonist has finally appeared. His heart pumped blood and excitement. He was finally meeting the main protagonist of this world. He was face to face with her. Greetings. I am Bella, and here's my little sister Evelyn. We're from the Celestial Paradox clan. The girl introduced herself and her little sister. She had platinum blonde hair falling to her shoulders like a cascading waterfall and a very confident aura. The lady reminded him of the famous character he had read in the novel. He knew her by her nickname from the novel. The Unstoppable Machine. She had slanted gray eyes that were like two silver coins. Her fine, wavy, alabaster hair was medium length, and she wore a hairpin that was not actually a hairpin but a destructive artifact disguised as a hairpin. She had a cream-colored healthy skin tone and a tall, athletic build. She was the tallest in the group of children too. Of course, she was not the main protagonist. Her little sister was. Oliver was immediately drawn to her, considering her radiant appearance and features. Her long golden locks cascaded down her back like streams of sunlight, each strand catching the light and radiating with a brilliance that seemed holy. Her hair danced around her like a halo, framing her delicate features with an ethereal glow. But it was her eyes. It was her eyes that truly caught everyone's attention. Her eyes were a shade of velvet, like the color of a deep, velvety rose in full bloom. They were glowing with an inner light, a warm aura surrounding her. It was as if her very soul radiated purity and strength. It was those same eyes that drew demons to her like moths to a flame only to perish. Coupled with her golden hair, she truly had the main protagonist aura to her. An attractive appearance like any other protagonist. She had a healthy, milky white skin tone and was dressed in a coat of midnight blue over a pristine white shirt. She looked like an aristocrat. Despite her tender age, she had the air of an elegant lady. A beacon of light in a world consumed by darkness. Haha. Oliver could not help but feel extremely excited. No matter what, he was going to bond with her. She was the main protagonist who had yet to achieve considerable strength. There was no way he was going to miss this opportunity. Looking at the awkward girl, he couldn't help but think about the childhood of the protagonist mentioned in the novel. She was a normal rich heiress in her childhood and lived in the shadow of her big sister, always behind her back. But all it took was a devastating incident, and everything changed for her forever. The main reason why she bore the unlimited hatred towards demons rooted from that incident. He sighed and shook his head. Looking at the excited yet stoic faces of the children, he knew half of them would not be the same in the future. Oliver, right? The elder sister of the protagonist, named Bella, called out. Yes, Miss Bella? Ah, you don't need to use titles with me or my sister. You can talk to us normally too. We are here to get to know each other after all, she said. Oliver nodded. All right, I will call you Bella from now on, Anne. He looked at the quiet girl, Evelyn. The girl turned her head and looked at him. As he saw her staring at him with those red eyes, he could not help but tremble slightly. For some reason, those red eyes were quite intimidating. She should have awakened her special eyes already, huh? What a pity. Oliver knew the talent of the protagonist was extraordinary. He could feel an intensity behind that stare. Right. Bella nodded. She was quite sociable and asked others to do the same. Oliver also helped Nadia to get acquainted, although she barely said a word and kept her indifferent expression. So, do you have any idea what's with this sudden meeting? I heard it was for some joint training program or something, Bella asked everyone, wanting to lighten the atmosphere and make everyone comfortable. Oliver could not help but nod. This was a true extrovert, eager to get comfortable with others and take charge. I heard the same. I am not aware of the sudden reason behind it. The elders of my clan suddenly summoned me, Alfonso also informed. Daniel placed his hands on the table as he pondered. If I had to guess, it might be related to the recent increased activity of demons at the borders. That sounds about right, Oliver added. He noticed that Daniel was carrying a sword dangling by his waist. Too simple, Amber casually said, much to Daniel's displeasure as his brows furrowed a bit. What? He questioned, looking at her. Amber, however, ignored him and looked at Oliver and Nadia with a deep gaze as she asked, Your clan recently had an anomalous phenomenon, right? What was it about? She questioned with a sly smile. The others did not know about this. It seems that she got the information from her clan. Oliver looked at her thoughtfully. He had to phrase his words in a way that didn't give any confidential information out, lest he got reprimanded by the elder later. It was actually, just as he started to explain, he heard a loud banging sound from a corner. Bang! Are you ignoring me? Daniel asked in a slightly louder tone as his eyes locked onto Amber, and his hand, which had turned into a fist, was placed on the table. Humph. Amber scoffed and turned towards him. Did I ask you? Oh? You. I don't really fight with women, but you're provoking me, he spat. Calm down, you too. Oliver tried to maintain the peace, but... You don't fight with women? Why? Are you scared of getting beaten? Amber taunted him, further pushing him. You. I can handle you even with my hands tied, haha. I am scared of none. Really? I am sure I can put you in your place even with my eyes closed. The argument was slowly getting out of hand. Remember, guys, we are here to get to know each other. He tried to speak, but his voice only got drowned out by their loud heated talk. He turned to Bella and saw her serious eyes. She stood up, and he thought that she was finally going to be a true leader who calmed the crowd. How about a duel then, she suddenly said. The two stopped and looked at her at the same time and asked, Duel? She smiled and replied, That's right. Instead, how about we all duel with each other? Isn't it a great way to connect and familiarize ourselves with each other? We can develop a strong bond too, by knowing each other's skills. Oliver stood up and said in a hurried tone, Hey, what are you saying? Why all of us? Just let these two fight it out. He suddenly felt a little regretful. She was indeed the unstoppable machine, he should have predicted this outcome, given her nature. Don't worry, Oliver, Bella looked at him, it's going to be a friendly match. She paused for a moment and thought of something. If you are worried, then we can ask one of the elders to oversee. I believe they will be good to judge. But why exaggerate? Once again, he got cut off in the middle of his sentence, when Alfonso interrupted with a comment. I do not mind. I believe we noble exorcists must recognize each other's skills if we truly intend to get to know each other. He looked at others before adding, we will be the future of our clans and humanity at the same time. Someone weak would only drag us down. Of course, I am not implying that any of you here is weak. Neither am I trying to disrespect your respective clans. However, personally, I will never believe someone whose skills have not been seen by me. He glanced at Oliver as he said this. It seemed that he doubted Oliver. Ever since he had arrived here, he had seen others come one by one. He didn't tell this to anyone, but he was carrying an artifact with him that helped him measure the strength, overall esper, of those around him to some degree. The artifact buzzed constantly in the presence of the two girls from the Celestial Paradox clan, informing him of their superior strength. He was able to acknowledge them through this alone and their clan's reputation. So was the case with the other two clans as well, so he had no problems whatsoever. He had always been a person who did thorough research on both his allies and enemies beforehand. And there was a reason why he was feeling doubtful.